Hello, 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 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. শুনি আছা?
One of the results not yet come.
A very warm good morning to each and everyone present here. My name is Vincent Kosumatari, and I'm the Assistant Professor of Department of Commerce, Golden University. First of all, I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests who have flown here from different corners of the world and different parts of our country. And at the same time, I would also like to thank all the participants who have arrived here, whose participation is very significant for making this program successful. So, without for the delay, I would like to welcome the guests on the dais. So first of all, I would like to welcome Professor Seema Sharma to the dais and take a seat. I would request one of our volunteers to escort him to the dais. Please, camera. Now I would like to request Professor Azila Kasim, School of Tourism, Hospitality and Event Management, University of Uttara. I will request one of our volunteers to escort. Now I would request Professor Saurabh Kumar Dixit, Register IC Negu. He is also the Professor of Department of Hotel and Tourism Management, Negu Shillong. Now I would request Mr. Bhavesh Tanwar. He is a young entrepreneur who came all the way from Abu Dhabi. As we move on, now I would like to take the opportunity to felicitate our guests. So, first of all, I would request Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman sir to felicitate Professor Seema Sharma. Dr. Seema Sharma has been in teaching profession since 2014. She has served at various reputed institutions like IRDA, Guwahati Commerce College, ICFAI. She is awarded PhD in 2017 by Department of Commerce Guwahati University. She is also a member of Vice Chancellor Council of All Indian Management Association, like member of Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai. He is currently working as professor and dean faculty of Commerce and Management at Assam Downtown University, Guwahati. Now, I would like to request Deepak Hadwari sir to felicitate Professor Azila Kasim with an alumni. Professor Azila Kasim is a professor at School of Tourism, Hospitality and Event Management, University of Malaysia. She received her PhD in tourism from University of East Anglia. She was the Deputy Dean for Research and Postgraduate Studies for school, and now she had the Longview International Tourism and Hospitality Research Center. Now I request Smita Boro to felicitate Professor Saurabh Kumar Dixit with an alumni. Professor Saurabh Kumar Dixit is a professor and founding head of the Department of Tourism and Hotel Management and registered of Northeast Hills University, Shillong, India. Now I request Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman to felicitate Mr. Bhavesh Tanwani with an alumni. Mr. Bhavesh Tanwani is a successful entrepreneur working in the field of hospitality industry. He holds a degree in tourism and hospitality management from Federal University of Australia. He has started his career with Marriott Hotel in Singapore. They have received many awards, which includes Young Hotelier of the Year 2020, Hotel Middle East Award. Thank you, sir, for being here. Now, I would like to request our coordinator, Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman, to give the inaugural speech.
Good morning, everyone, and namaste to all. First of all, I welcome you all in the Borderland International Knowledge Festival. Is one of the biggest and strict festivals in our university, as well as our region, as well as our northeastern region also. It's a proud moment for us because every time, every university, every college, every academic institution are organizing international festivals. Being a participant, we have to visit. But here, in our Kokrajhar, in our Boroland, from outside, that is foreigner, 35 foreigners are visited for participated in our international knowledge festivals. So this is the brainchild of our government, BDR government, the initiative of Pramod Boro sir. Actually, thing is that Pramod Boro sir has the mission to develop our area in a systematic way, that is our human research, our students can be developed. So in this way, within a 1.5 month, this program is organized. Within a 1.5 month, this program is organized with the collaboration of BTR government and also the university. First of all, this program is the Borderland International Knowledge Festivals, basically sharing the knowledge and ideas to develop the share. Yeah, this program we are having 19 themes. 19 themes like quality education, youth entrepreneurs, corporate governance, speech and speech, then child right, human right, then one of the important topic to be part of the here is our trade, commerce and investment. We are here because of trade, commerce and investment. Our program theme is trade, commerce and investment. So for this program, we invited many guests. Now this program is only 9 to 11 a.m. Our invited talks. Invited talks is our resource person is there. Our Professor Shiva Sharma came from the Dean of Commerce and Management, Assam Downtown University. Professor Shiva Sharma. And Madam Alija Kasem, Madam comes from the Malaysia. Madam is one of the director and one of the senior most professors in the Malaysia, Uttra University. Madam, thanks you are here to be part of us. It's our pleasure. And one of the research person is our Bhavesh Tanmani sir. Bhavesh Tanmani sir is one of the youngest entrepreneur. Bhavesh Tanmani sir comes from the Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is the youngest entrepreneur. He is now a director of the hotel and tourism management. In Bhavesh Tanmani sir in Abu Dhabi have one hotel and management institute also. And one of the another resource person here, the Professor Saurabh Kumar Dixit sir. Saurabh Kumar Dixit sir, thank you. For Saurabh Kumar Dixit sir, none other one, now the registrar of NEHU, in charge registrar of and Professor of Hotel and Tourism Management. These are the resource person here. Thank you to be here, part of the program. And this program will be invited talks. After this invited talks, we are having the paper presentation. For paper presentation, many research scholars, faculty members are present the papers. Then 2 to 4 we are having another program is panel discussion in the venue 5. Is the venue 6. Next last program is our panel discussion 2 to 4 in venue 5. So you are also the part of this participant in our program. This is the overall theme program. Now regarding trade, commerce, investment, our theme we are discussed because of we have to develop our city, our area in the way of tourism and industry and commerce. Besides the commerce industry, how can we develop? This is one of the vital theme. So I think everyone will be benefited after in this program. So now, I request everyone, please provide your active participants, and thank you.
Now I will request Professor Seema Sharma to take us here as a moderator and continue the program. Please, ma'am. I would request Madam to give a short speech and continue the program.
Namaskar. I welcome everyone to this big event, the first Boroland International Knowledge Festival. I'm really grateful and proud to be a part of this great event, which has been initiated at the Boroland. And my personally being proud is that I'm a daughter-in-law of this Kokrajhar district, a Bahurani of this place, so a very big and proud moment for me to be a representative in this great event. This event wherein we are here talking about trade, commerce and investment. The initiative taken is really appreciable, and here we have speakers from the academic as well as industry. This will benefit not only the students as well as each one present here to have some takeaways which can help them in developing in any field in which they are working upon. There was a time when children used to be told by their parents कि डॉक्टर या इंजीनियर बनना है, but today it's very different. Whatever field you select, you can do something great. And being an entrepreneur is something very great. Creating entrepreneurs is the responsibility of not only the high-level educational institutes as well as the schools have started creating entrepreneurs. With this, we need a boost in defining, understanding investments taken by the government, the present union budget, which has been presented. This speaks about research, and this research activities as well as that is upgrading the education system, as well as investments have been made in providing education not only at the primary level but also providing education in the lifelong education, like the financial literacy which is necessary for each and everyone, whether it be a homemaker or whether it be a small entrepreneur or whoever. So this financial literacy has been in the priority front, where the government is talking about providing literacy on these grounds to each and every individuals. So the education, industry, government all have to work parallelly for the development, and I hope the deliberations which will be provided today, a mix from academic, industry, entrepreneurs, will help us in taking out new policies, framing roadmaps for the development of the region and the nation. So with this, I feel that I think we can start off with the presentations from the experts. So we will have a presentation from Ma'am Aliza Kashim. It will just take a couple of seconds as she is getting her PPT presented.
I apologize for the delay, but I'm trying to share some slides so that you will be able to follow my speech more clearly. So I don't know if it will work. Hopefully it will work, but otherwise we will start, yeah? Okay, so I'll begin by saying good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizing committee of the Borderland Knowledge Festival for inviting me to participate in this festival. And I would also like to say thank you to my friend Professor Surapingsit for recommending my name to the conference committee. And it is my pleasure to finally be in northeastern India after having visited many other places in India in the last 5 years. So again, my name is Azila Kasim. I'm a professor of tourism at University Utara, Malaysia, which is located in the north of the peninsula, Malaysia. And it is one of the top public university in Malaysia. In fact, I'm proud to say that the past year we were #1 in Times Higher Education University ranking in the country to be ranked top. Okay. I wanted to share some photos, but I couldn't because they're not ready. So I will just begin. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to contribute to the conference by talking about future investments within the context of my area of expertise, which is tourism. Why tourism? Because before the pandemic, you know the pandemic, right? Tourism has proven time and time again that it is a very good economic alternative that could bring economic prosperity to a destination. My country, Malaysia, for example, have long prioritized tourism as our third most important foreign exchange earner and have invested heavily to develop and promote different types of tourism that our country could offer. But as you know, COVID-19 has brought the world to a standstill and devastated the travel and tourism sector, leading to a GDP loss of nearly 4.5 trillion US dollars and 62 million job losses in 2020. Malaysia itself experienced an 83.4% decline in international arrivals to a mere 4.3 million people in 2020. Meanwhile, capital investments in travel and tourism also fell significantly from 866 million US dollars in 2019, which amounted to 4.4% of total global investment, to 683 billion USD in 2020. But now that the road to recovery is clear again, now that we are out of the pandemic, there is a need to rebuild this industry by investing harder. At least that is what my country, Malaysia, is doing right aspired to do when it launched our National Tourism Policy 2020 to 2030 on 23rd December 2020 to ensure the continuity of the country's tourism industry while targeting to make Malaysia a global top 10 tourism destination in both arrivals and receipts. As the sector looks to the recovery of the international receipts and capital investment, it is essential to understand key trends, priorities, and related opportunities to unlock the full growth potential of travel and tourism sector in the years to come. As we build back better, sustainability and inclusion must be at the heart of a more resilient and competitive travel and tourism sector. Achieving success will require the engagement of all stakeholders, both at the early stage of the planning process, and these stakeholders range from developers, investors, legislators, policymakers, and community groups. As destinations and governments work towards attracting investment, they will need to create an effective enabling environment and consider overarching incentives, including, among others, smart taxation, travel facilitation policies, diversification, innovation, and the use of digital technology, the integration of health and hygiene protocols, effective communication, and the importance of skilled and trained workforce. In terms of smart taxation, we need to realize that even though travel and tourism contribute to public welfare and support government infrastructure that can enable the sector, destinations and local communities to prosper, the sector is particularly vulnerable to non-productive taxation that essentially discriminates against travelers and travel companies in relation to goods and services similarly offered in other sectors. To overcome these challenges and ensure increased revenues for the public purse, as well as a thriving travel and tourism sector, the design of taxes and user charges need to be based on the following principles of equity, principles of fair revenue generation, principles of efficiency, simplicity, and effective stimulus to growth. Next is travel facilitation. Travel facilitation, and specifically visa policies, are among the most important governmental policies that influence the development of international travel and tourism. These policies continue to play a significant role at a time when world leaders look for solutions to drive job creation, economic growth, and investment promotion. In the wake of COVID-19, travel facilitation will also require the removal of travel restrictions, the facilitation of international mobility, and the implementation of technological solutions to enable a seamless and safe travel experience. The next enabling environment is diversification. As a result of COVID-19, the travel and tourism sector evolved, requiring destinations to employ creativity and agility as they adapt to the next normal and try to bring in new domestic and foreign investment as well as travelers. While certain destinations will be able to undertake a certain physical or procedural adjustment to their operations, others will pivot as they address travel restrictions and newfound travelers' concerns of crowd. In this new context, destinations will need to diversify their product offer and identify alternative revenue generating use cases, potentially considering how technology can offer opportunities to reinvention. Ladies and gentlemen, integration of health and hygiene are also paramount in this new era. Destinations now have to collaborate even more closely with their extended value chains, especially employees and suppliers, to ensure readiness and the implementation of standardized health and safety protocols. Moreover, health and hygiene will become a basic expectation from the destination rather than a competitive factor. With hygiene becoming important, a criterion in the travel's decision-making process as price and location. In this context, trust between travelers and employees, businesses and suppliers, and visitors and local communities will be one of the leading engines in the future growth of the sector. To attract travelers as well as additional investment, destinations and governments will need to ensure that travelers feel safe and secure throughout their journeys. And as such, the importance of timely and precise communication will be key. In addition, in light of growing health and safety concerns, travelers will increasingly turn to authorities they trust for timely and accurate information ahead of or during their travel. Training, reskilling, and upskilling schemes aimed at equipping individuals with new and improve skills to operate in the travel and tourism sector, such as enhanced digital literacy, will be essential to enhance the sector's workforce future readiness, while also attracting new investments. The sector must also focus on attracting new talent by improving the perception of travel and tourism as a career choice and highlighting career growth opportunities within the sector, particularly at the time when the sector is facing staff shortages. In this context, retention efforts will also be critical to ensure minimal leakage of quality assets. As the travel and tourism sector looks to accelerate the resumption of international travel, rebuilding trust is key. A significant challenge in the last year for travelers has been the ever-changing and patchwork approach to travel policies. This led to significant confusion for travelers who have at times felt lost in a sea of information and misinformation, in turn requiring clarity of government policy to attract travelers and investment going forward. In addition, a clear and consistent government action, well-established rule, political stability, favorable tax incentives, the free movement of currency, and safety and security with regard to issues such as crime, threat and terror attacks, and natural disasters remain prerequisites to attract investments. The key to understanding future investment opportunities in the travel and tourism sector and developing strategies is to better define and understand the growth potential of different travel segments. Research by WTTC suggests that governments and destinations invest in or encourage investment from private sector in the following areas: physical and digital infrastructure, medical and wellness tourism, sustainable and cultural tourism, as well as business travel, depending on the destination. The pandemic accelerated travel beyond traditional urban centers to rural areas, with the potential to enrich local communities and spread socioeconomic benefits widely across countries. In fact, according to Airbnb, you know what Airbnb, right? Rural travel has grown every year for the past 5 years. While in 2015 it accounted for less than 10% of nights booked, in 2021 it accounted for 22% of nights booked. To facilitate tourism flows from larger cities to secondary and tertiary destinations, investment into physical infrastructure and improved connectivity will be key. This may require an enhanced accommodation offer, including options for solo travelers and families, quality hotels, holiday rental apartments, improved transportation options, including direct flights, quality roads and rail network, hospitality choices, recreation such as golf and ski areas, routes for walking and cycling, as well as other attractions. What is more, with access to health services becoming an important criterion in the traveler's decision-making process, it will be paramount for destinations and governments to direct investment towards the development of quality health infrastructure. The COVID-19 has also accelerated the digital agenda worldwide. Technology will continue to play an important role as the key enabler for a safe and seamless travel experience. Therefore, it will be important for governments to invest in the digital infrastructure of emerging destinations and remote areas, as well as to enhance digital skills within the local communities. Investment should be directed towards the following key areas as travelers explore new destinations and demand touchless experience. First, crowd management and the dispersion of tourists. New apps and digital platforms will need to be developed not only to manage crowds, but also to tailor travel itineraries and help disperse tourists from larger cities to less visited areas, including suburban and rural destinations, in turn creating a more authentic traveler experience. Second, contactless experiences. Travelers are increasingly looking for experiences that minimizes risk by reducing physical interactions provide contactless or touchless options across their travel journey. This includes mobile check-ins at hotels, mobile boarding passes, domestic biometric solutions, digital ticketing, and contactless payment options, among others. Third, urban and rural internet connectivity. Over the past 2 decades, internet connectivity has become a basic requirement for the great majority of the travelers. In this context, investment in urban and rural internet connectivity, including wireless and fiber broadband connections, will be critical to support tourism businesses and to enrich tourism experience. The next travel segment to pay attention to is medical tourism. International spending on medical services witnessed an average annual growth of around 9% in nominal terms and a total growth of 358% between 2000 and 2017. This strong growth is expected to continue as consumers increasingly look for travel abroad to access for quality care, safety, privacy, lower cost procedures, as well as procedures that are not available in their home countries. In effect, a growing number of countries are gradually recognizing the opportunities of medical tourism as a catalyst for social and economic development. Bringing together the medical and tourism sectors synergistically not only supports quality education, highly skilled workers, favorable visa policies, and accessible and well-developed infrastructure within a country, but also allows for the promotion of a country's attractiveness. Therefore, governments are increasingly lending their support to this subsector. As destinations work toward developing their medical tourism subsector, the following elements should be considered as governments develop their strategies and policies. First, establishing smart regulation and recognized accreditation and certification of medical practitioners and facilities, defining the skill gap and developing training courses to enhance the talent, designing and implementing targeted marketing strategies, and creating the financial incentives to attract investment into the subsectors, such as supporting the investment in infrastructure, including hospitals. The COVID-19 pandemic has also increased the risk factors generally associated with poor mental health, notably financial insecurity, unemployment, fear, while removing protective factors such as social connections, employment, and educational engagement across employment and educational connections. Access to physical exercise daily routine and access to health services. The crisis effectively heightened the need for enhanced mental and physical well-being, while traveling for wellness purposes has already been in the rise in recent years. It is expected to grow significantly medium and long term, supported by travelers actively seeking ways to enhance their well-being. In 2017, wellness tourism was valued at $919 billion US. Destinations can attract additional investment and travelers by positioning themselves as wellness destinations. For instance, by designing and implementing targeted marketing strategies. Creating and investing authentic experiences and products are the unique way to a particular destination, either geographically, culturally, or in other aspects. This will be attracting wellness travelers. And examples include Balinese healing in Indonesia. You know, you're familiar with Bali as an island, right? Traditional Chinese medicine, herbal medicine, Qigong, meditation, and martial arts. In addition, there are opportunities to invest in fitness and wellness clubs and high-end wellness resorts and experiences. We should also pay attention to business travel. Business travel is a catalyst to growth as it is integral to the relationship, investment, supply chains, and logistics that support international trade flows. In countries with developing economies, business travel often plays the leading role in the growth of the wider travel and tourism sector, creating the infrastructure and jobs needed for transportation, accommodation, and other services. All the services that leisure travelers need and wider economy capitalize on in due course will be supported by business travel. In 2019, 1.3 trillion US dollars was spent on business travel around the world. This is 21.5% of total travel and tourism spending. While business travel was disproportionately affected during the pandemic, with spending declined by 61% in 2020, it will remain an important part of the travel ecosystem as the sector recovers. Indeed, the value of face-to-face meetings cannot be underestimated, and they will never be completely replaced by online meetings. What is more, MICE, meeting incentive tourism, has the potential to bring large quantities of high-spending visitors to a destination, therefore significantly increasing the tourism revenues. It can also extend the tourism season while helping to synergize ideas and increase business sales. The surge in vacation holidays enabled by remote and flexible working will also require investment in multi-purpose accommodation, not only in large cities, but also in secondary destinations. Accommodation providers, particularly hotels and resorts, will need to consider their facilities and better serve this segment. Focusing on sustainable tourism is also very important. The outbreak heightened awareness around the world about climate, environmental, and social issues, from sustainable destination development to waste management, climate neutrality, inclusivity, and mental well-being across the world. As travelers seek to make a positive difference, traveling sustainable tourism will become more prevalent. Nature and wildlife is also very important travel segment to focus on. The pandemic inspired people to reconnect with nature. Destinations that offer authentic nature-based experiences while protecting the environment or offer an insider view into wildlife will continue to outperform. What is more, this type of tourism has a unique role to play by providing economic opportunities for communities and an economic rationale for the protection of endangered species and protecting wildlife habitats. The economic impact of the wildlife tourism is significant. Prior to the pandemic in 2018, this segment sustained 21.8 million jobs, equal to 6.8% of total jobs supported by global travel and tourism. Across Africa, wildlife tourism represented over one-third travel and tourism revenue. Next is adventure tourism. During the pandemic, adventure travel stood out as one of the leading recovery segments in terms of online search activity, as travelers turn to nature-based activities to avoid crowded places and improve mental and physical well-being. This term is expected to continue in the medium and long term. According to the Adventure Travel Trade Association, technology is the primary area where this segment needs improvement and investment. Indeed, travelers. Sorry, I did not see that. Where are we? Okay, we are at, can you go to the slides where there is the word adventure tourism? Indeed, travelers are increasingly seeking streamlined and automated booking solutions, which are currently not being met by many accommodation providers. As such, new technological solutions that are user-friendly and effective need to be developed in an affordable and accessible way. Investment should also be directed the next one, please. Next one. What is more, destinations can attract additional investments and travelers by positioning themselves as adventure hotspots, which through promotion activities and implementation of targeted marketing strategies. The last two important agenda are cultural tourism and targeted tourism diversity. The benefits of cultural tourism not only include the economic benefits in terms of growth and job creation, but intangible impact. Importantly, traveling to experience the culture of a destination means gaining an appreciation of culture. Guys, can you speak a bit slower? I mean, don't speak too loudly. I cannot concentrate. Sorry, thank you. The benefits of cultural tourism not only include the economic benefits in terms of growth and job creation, but intangible impacts. Importantly, traveling to experience the culture of a destination means gaining an appreciation of cultural diversity, enhancing tolerance, and helping to keep cultural heritage alive. This tourism segment intersects with heritage and religious sites, crafts, performing arts, gastronomies, festivals, special events, and community-based tourism, among others. Prior to COVID-19, cultural tourism was one of the largest and fastest development tourism segments globally, with an estimated 4 out of 10 tourists choosing their destination based on its cultural offering. It has the potential to continue growing strongly post-COVID-19, with religious and spiritual trips, as well as carnivals and festivals, which come to a complete halt during the pandemic. So to attract visitors and investment, once again, the opportunity is there. With sustainable travel and positive socioeconomic impact at their core, community-based tourism and voluntourism are also set to come back strongly. This type of tourism has the potential to regenerate cultural heritage, communities, and degraded ecosystem and support their recovery. Looking forward, destinations should consider investing in authentic cultural experiences, making more effective use of new technologies, and creating more targeted cultural tourism marketing campaigns to outperform other destinations and attract more tourists. Meanwhile, targeted tourism diversity in the travel ecosystem, as it relates to race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, culture, religion, as well as physical and mental ability, is fundamental to the success of businesses, the meaningful impact on communities, and the improved experience of the travelers. As such, there are investment opportunities for destinations and businesses alike for products and services that would appeal to different groups of society, including women, LGBTQI community, and travelers with disabilities. Women, for instance, not only account for nearly 50% of tourism workforce globally, but represent the majority of solo travelers and are responsible for 80% of all travel decisions. To appeal and attract more female travelers, destinations need to invest into safety, accommodation options, and solo travelers, including women-friendly rooms, authentic travel experiences, and attractions. Similarly, LGBTQI tourism not only enhances the visibility and role of LGBTQI people, but it also benefits destinations by associating their brand image with acceptance, diversity, and inclusivity. LGBTQI travelers have become recognized as a segment that travels more frequently and demonstrates higher than average patterns of spending. This represents a range of opportunities for destinations and investors, such as investing into events, adventure, infrastructure, safety, and authentic experience, such as LGBTQI-friendly hiking tours, surf classes, yoga workshops, etc. Understanding and adapting the tourism offer to the preferences and needs of the diverse LGBTQI travelers is key to success. What is more, destinations can attract additional investment and travelers through promotion activities and implementation of targeted marketing campaigns. Another important segment is linked to accessibility. To attract a higher share of the disabled travel segment, destinations and governments need to invest in products and services targeted to travelers with disability along the entire end-to-end travel journey. What is more, with 46% of older persons, and that means those aged 60 and above, having disability and tend to travel in less busy off-season, destinations can work towards overcoming seasonality by attracting this travel segment. In conclusion, many travel segments have the potential to attract, maybe you can move ahead with the slide. Many travel segments have the potential to attract investment in the medium to long term. However, these investment opportunities will differ across destinations depending on the destination's DNA and profile. Moreover, destinations should not limit ourselves to past prioritization. Rather, they should think outside the box and be innovative to leverage to the full potential of the sector going forward. In this context, diversification in terms of products and services offer will further increase resilience, while also supporting the destination in enhancing its attractiveness and outperforming other destinations. In addition to achieve recovery and continue spreading socioeconomic benefits, the sector will require investment which needs to be supported by an effective enabling environment. As the sector looks forward, public-private partnerships will be essential to ensure that sustainability and inclusion are at the heart of the investment decisions and future growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adnan, for your very informative presentation and the roadmaps that you have suggested for coming out of the COVID-19 effect in the tourism sector. Next, I would request Professor Saurabh Dikshit sir, Registrar, Northeast Hills University, Shillong, to present his thoughts.
Thank you very much, Professor Seema Sharma, Honorable Chair of today's session, Professor Ajila Qasim from University of Utara, Malaysia, Mr. Bhavesh Dalwani from Babal Kasar Hotel and Residences, Dubai, Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman from Bodoland University, and other dignitaries present of the dais, dear student participants, scholars, and other attendees who are present on today's occasion of this theme where we are going to speak on a topic of trade, commerce, and investment. It is certainly a grand occasion for the Bodoland, student of Bodoland, the Bodoland region, that such kind of grand event is being organized with the support of the government of Assam, with the support of the Bodoland Territory Council. And I hope that during this, with the help of such kind of events, the local community, the student, the research scholars, and faculty members, they will be getting different kind of exposure. It is quite pleasing to see that such kind of extravaganza, such kind of event are going to invite huge number of international delegates from all around the globe. And I'm also pleased to be here. I'm also feeling quite contented to be here along with the other international delegates to share my views on this occasion. So basically, today I was thinking to discuss a bit about food, local food as a tourist attraction. Since I'm from tourism background, since I'm having the some kind of research, patent research in the area of food, wine, and tourism, which is somehow related to the culture. So I thought to share my opinion on that in today's deliberation. So I will try to somehow relate how trade, commerce, and investment maybe may use such kind of exercises, may use such kind of resources for promoting this particular reason or any particular reason for attracting tourists, for giving some kind of impetus to the trade and commerce industry by using its food and other such kind of resources. So, as we all know that food is being considered as a key attraction for any tourist who is going to visit or who is planning to visit any destination. And with the help of food, we may think about some kind of we can increase the attractiveness of any destination. So when we are talking about the food, so sustainability also comes into the picture. We also need to know how the sustainability play a part when we are talking about the food. When we are talking about the food, we are talking about the local food, the food which is grown at a particular place. So basically, with the help of that, we can think about some kind of we can think about to promote the sustainability of that region. How it can be done, basically, if we think about sustainability, that means we are talking about how we can conserve our resources for the longer period of time, how we can conserve our resources for the people who will be coming after us. So basically, sustainability comprises of three aspects. One is the social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability. So these are the three pillars on this the sustainability is based on. And if we are taking into consideration of the food of any particular region, so these three pillars are basically they are somehow basically supported by the food items. So basically, if we are talking about local food, how local food is helping the local society, that we need to understand. Basically, when we are talking about the local food, where we are using the local ingredients, where we are using the locally made staple items, then somehow it is going to create some kind of multiplier effect for the farmers, for the local people, for the person who are serving the food, for the restaurant who are offering those kind of delicacies to the tourists. So basically, it somehow creates multiplier effect. People used to see that if some tourist is liking their delicacies, if the tourist is liking their offerings, so they will also feel proud that their food is being tasted by the many people. They are being served at the high quality restaurant. So basically, besides that, the farmers who are producing the ingredients which are being used in different food items, that is also being sold on a reasonable price. The farmers will be getting the proper returns of their produces. So that is how the food may be, if we are able to promote the locally grown items in our delicacies, in our food. So in that way, we will be able to have some kind of promotion to our locally grown materials. So that is one way. Another way is that if we will be using the locally grown items in our preparations of the food items, then what we will be doing, that we will not be going away from the place of the origin of those ingredients. So somehow we will be reducing the carbon footprints. So transportation cost is somehow reduced, and in the same way, we will be able to give the more revenue to our farmers. We will be able to give more offerings, more opportunity to our farmers. So in that way, somehow we will be able to give some kind of value of the producers of our local farmers and locally people who are residing in the nearby area. Another benefit that the food gives to the tourist destination, if we are talking about the destination point of view, so now the destinations are struggling for making their product attractive. So what kind of things they can do to make their products attractive? So for that, destinations are doing a lot. So mainly the problem is that destinations are struggling for creating the attractiveness of their products. So how they can create their product more attractive? For that, they need to give something which is not available in other places. So how they can do that? So that can be done with the help of the food, because each and every food they have different kind of different kind of appearance. They have different kind of offerings to the tourists. So in case we are able to promote our food distinctively to the tourists, then we will be able to make our destination also a bit distinctive from the other places. So somehow we'll be able to make our destination unique from the other destinations. So that is very important. So that is also where food plays an important role. Another thing is which is like quite relevant to the northeastern region. So if we see the northeast region, we have different kind of culture, different kind of tradition, different kind of tribes. They have their own style of cooking. They have their own style, way of presenting. They have their own style of using different ingredients in the preparation of the food. So basically, if we are able to somehow promote their culture, if we are able to somehow motivate them to present their traditional way of cooking, traditional way of serving food items. So somehow their food ways means the culture by which they used to prepare the food, the way they used to serve the food to the tourists. So they will be feeling a bit proud about their culture and food preparation style. And once they will be start getting the revenue from their local food items, then they will also be feeling satisfied. So that is also another way of sustaining the tradition and culture of these different tribes of different societies, people. So that in that way also traditional habitat of the people can also be preserved. So that is broad idea about the food, how the food is going to somehow support the sustainability aspect. Now, if we are talking about the food tourism, so food tourism is basically nothing but somehow packaging of the food food, different kind of food offerings that we have to offer to the tourists who are visiting to any region. So in order to understand the food tourism, we need to understand what are the basic constituents of food tourism. Food tourism comprises of basically four aspects. First is the agriculture, second is the culture, third one is the food and tourism, food, different kind of food offerings which is there in different regions. Another very important aspect is the agriculture. So basically, if we are talking about agriculture, usually provides some kind of raw ingredients which is to be used for service, for the serving to the tourists, for serving to the people who are visiting to your region. And culture basically is very important nowadays in order to offer food tourism at any region. So basically, culture, how culture supports the food tourism. If we are talking about food tourism, only serving of the food will not be enough. In order to make food some kind of meaningful exercise, in that way we need to do one thing. We need to relate food somehow with the story. How that food was originated, what are the logic of giving different kind of ingredients in that food. So that logic is somehow is to be established, and that is to be told to the customer. That is to be told to the tourists who are visiting. Then only they will be feeling some kind of connection with that food. They will love to have your food. So in that way, somehow that kind of linkage is to be established, so that the tourists should know about the history and authenticity relating to the food items. And tourism basically serves as a way of making a combination of agriculture products. It serves as it combines together all the ingredients, and it is presented as an experience to the tourist. So after visiting a destination, if the person feels that particular experience, then they will feel attached to that destination. So basically, in short, we can say that food serves as a linkage between tourism, where tourists, with the help of food, try to feel about the culture of a particular destination. They need to feel about the locals, tradition and culture with the help of their food. And in addition to that, if we can also see that when we are having meal at particular destinations, so basically our senses also involved in having the meals. So basically all human senses are being engaged while having some particular meal. So it also gives like lasting dining experience. When a particular individual visits a destination and they feel the local food over there, so if they involve their senses in having that meal, so their experiences will be long lasting. They will feel like attached to that particular destination. Another important aspect that I have already highlighted, that with the help of food we can make our product a bit creative. Basically creative can only be introduced at a destination when we are able to utilize our food resources properly, if we are able to utilize our resources in proper manner, so that we will make our destination distinctive from the other similar destinations. So in order to compete with the similar destinations, we will be able to use the food products of our region. And another thing is that we will be able to support the local people with the help of the promotion of their food, because we will be using their resources, we will be using their culture and tradition. So they will also feel proud that their culture and tradition is being promoted to the tourists, their food is being served at a restaurant. So in a way they will be feeling a bit proud about their culture and tradition. So now I'll be talking about some kind of products of the food tourism. So these are broad products which we can consider about the food tourism. So I'm not going into detail about those things. Agri-tourism, like it is a kind of tourism where people used to visit different places. Especially the tourists will not be asking about the facilities and amenities while going for the agri-tourism avenues. They usually wish to be in touch with the local people. They used to stay away from the good kind of accommodation unit. Rather, they will stay in the open spaces along with the local community, and they will feel their culture, they will feel their taste and other offerings. So that kind of thing is usually done in case of agri-tourism. Culinary tourism, basically in that way, the food is usually used as an expression of the culture and food tradition based on the socio-cultural tradition, climate, local ingredients and history. Basically what tourists used to do, with the help of the culinary delight of a place, they used to know about the cultural aspect of a particular region. So based on that, culinary tourism is usually used in different places. Now food-based events are also getting popular in different regions. So based on that, different kind of food festivals are being organized in different regions. So where different kind of food delicacies, different kind of delicacies of a region is usually highlighted. So that kind of thing is happening. Farmer markets are also being organized at different places where the locally grown items are showcased, where the locally grown items are being sold, and the people are requested to visit those places so that they may be able to see the produces of that particular region. So in addition to that, you may also heard about the tea and wine festivals which are being organized. So it is also very pertinent for the entire northeastern region, where we are having varied nature of offerings. In this region, tea is grown, and in Assam and in different states of northeast, different kind of fruit wines are also grown. So now they are also picking up in different regions where such kind of things are being promoted, and people are also visiting to these places to have a feel of those kind of attractions. Food-based souvenirs, it is also very important. Basically, whenever we are visiting to a destination, so we used to carry some kind of souvenir for our near and dears, somehow to have the memory of the visit that we have undertaken. So for that also food-based souvenirs also plays an important role. So basically somehow it is also promoting the local community, because we will be purchasing those souvenirs from the locally made people, local shops we used to have. So food also sometimes a kind of souvenir, handmade pickles, honey, and other farm producers are also serving as a food-based souvenirs. So if we are talking about please next slide. If we are talking about the forms of different forms of food tourism, so basically these are the different forms of food tourism, like food tours. What we are doing over there, tourists are taken to different places where some kind of food offerings is being showcase. It may be like local market. If we are having some local market where some kind of ingredients are being sold, so people may be taken tour to that particular place. In addition to that, some kind of theme tour is also organized. Some kind, if some region is having some kind of fast food offerings, which is being like situated at one place, so tourists may be taken to that area to relish the food item which is being given there, which is being offered there. So that kind of thing is also happening. So that is food tour, escorted food tour, or maybe tourists may be given some kind of idea that this place is known for this particular food. You may visit that place, or they may be taken along with some kind of escort. And while the food tour, these tourists may be given some idea about the uniqueness of those food items, what is the history behind that particular food item. So those information is usually given. So that will make that food tour more attractive. Tourists will feel more satisfied with their visit. They will be having some kind of idea about the local food. Tea tourism is also picking up in different regions. It is also an important form of food tourism, where the some kind of cultural, it is a form of cultural tourism, where the tourists used to visit the tea gardens. They used to, now many tea gardens, they are developing some kind of tea bungalows. They are also giving the sightseeing opportunity to the tourists. Some tea gardens are also having the tea tasting facilities, where the tourists may visit, like some places where the tea may be given to them to taste. There are some kind of experts, sommeliers are also there who generally tell them about like the differentiation between the different teas. So basically, if you have that kind of opportunity, so tourists also feel a bit more satisfied with their visit. Some kind of like tea picking and picking exercise is also given. Different tea shopping experiences are given. So that things are now happening in different places where, like, with the limited amount of investment, with the limited amount of utilization of money, the local people may be given more opportunity for getting more revenue. So that kind of thing are happening, and it is very, very like useful for the region like Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, northeastern region if we are talking about. So that kind of thing are happening in entire northeastern region, and the local people may be given that kind of information so that they can also take benefit of that. Wine tourism, maybe as we all know that in northeastern regions, some states they are dry state. Even though, like in those states, fruit wines are nowadays they are trying to promote their locally made local fruit wines. So that's why like wine tourism is also coming up. And in wine tourism, people used to they are given like the idea about how the wine is being produced and what kind of like benefits that they may get after consumption of those wines, and some kind of wine tourism festivals are also being organized. Okay. Right. This one is for what this one. So, in addition to that, cooking classes are also coming up, not in India so popularly, but in other countries they are trying to give some kind of exposure about the preparation style, about the serving style, about different kind of ingredients which will be used in the food item. So that kind of information is given, especially in Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. So they are promoting their cooking style also. The cooking classes are also coming up. So where like the local food and their preparation style, their serving style is being taught. So it is also a form of the food tourism. Then, as I already told you about the tasting sessions are being organized for different kind of food items, for wines, for tea, and you must be feeling wondered that in Cambodia they used to have the black pepper tasting sessions which are being organized. So that is also basically very, very like new kind of thing which is happening globally. So we need to learn from all those things which are happening globally, and it has to be applied in our local setup, local arena. So that kind of thing can be done. And another very important aspect is that visit to the local producers, like wherever the food is being grown, like the places from where the locally made ingredients are taken. So those places are to be, the tourist is usually taken to those areas, and the person should be there along with them to guide them, from where the ingredients of particular food items are being taken. So that will be giving the tourist some kind of idea. about like how that particular food is being made and what are the ingredients which are being used in the different food items which are being prepared in that particular region. So this is a brief idea about the food. Okay, so if we are talking about the northeastern region, so I have already given you some idea about the northeastern food. So basically, if we talk about the northeastern food, so tea tourism is very pertinent for the northeastern region. Besides that, wine tourism will be different in northeastern. It will not be the usual kind of wine tourism. Rather, we should talk about fruit wine. Fruit wine is very popular in different states. So that is another thing. Coffee tourism is also coming up in some regions, like in Meghalaya and in other regions. Some kind of coffee tourism can also be found. Food-based souvenir is also a bit. They are getting popularity in different regions of Northeast. So these are some delicacies which are usually found in different regions of Northeast. So basically, I have tried to enlist some of the delicacies which are there in the Northeastern region. So out of them, like whatever prominent delicacies I could found, so that I have seen. So basically, what we have seen, if we try to summarize the delicacies of Northeast, so we find that most of the northeastern food is non-vegetarian in nature, and they used to use different kind of spices, herbs which are locally grown in their preparations and compositions. So the broad kind of delicacies are depicted here. I am not going to detail on them. Then some more pictures of northeastern food items. So you can see that a lot of non-vegetarian items are used, especially pork and different locally grown spices and herbs are used in preparation of the northeastern food. Here is a list of northeastern fruit wines, which is grown in different states of northeast, Arunachal, Assam, Manipur. And similarly, Meghalaya also produces a lot of wines. They are using number of fruits in the preparations of wines, basically fruit wines, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim. Similarly, these are some pictures which is showing different kind of wines which are being produced in the northeastern region. So basically, tea tourism is also being popular in Assam, Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Nagaland, Mizoram, Manipur, Meghalaya. So it is also there. So these are the benefits, like these are the activities which are being performed in the tea tourism. Like tea tourism activities, like factory visit can be done, tea museums, maybe people may be taken, tea garden and plantation may be shown that there is different kind of tea houses are found. In addition to that, you can see from this image that like tea tourism is like not only one way activity, like you can also engage tourists in different kind of activities, like you can show them the facilities, you can engage them in different activities. In addition to that, besides doing that exercise, they will also feel that some kind of observation, some kind of learning experience they will be getting after the that exercise. So basically, if we are seeing about the sustainability aspect of the food tourism, so it is somehow very like encompassing kind of activity. Like at one end, food tourism promotes the regional heritage. Somehow we are supporting to the regional culture, heritage, and their tradition. We will be preserving their traditional culture. We will be enhancing the destination image, like wherever the food is being promoted. So that is like somehow improving the destination image of that particular region. And if we are able to do that, so basically the quality of life of the people who are residing in that particular region, that will also be improved. And somehow the linkage of local and food supply chain is also to be established in that way. And regional development is also promoted with the help of food tourism. So somehow it is a kind of encompassing kind of endeavor, and with the help of food tourism, we'll be able to do that. So basically, if we are talking about the entire efforts of food tourism, that we will be able to see that past few years, food is serving as an important instrument for the promotion of the destination, for the promotion of the particular region, and people are also trying to find some kind of food item which is different from their place. So basically, they wish to relish those food items, they wish to see those food items. and they are attracted to visit a destination because of the particular delicacies that is being offered there. So basically, tourism, the destination can also create their strong image with the help of the food, culture, and landscape of a particular region. So with the help of that, they can develop their specific identity and make them differentiated from the other successful destinations. And basically, with the help of that, the destination can also develop sustainability in a particular region. So these are few books, few international resources which are available on food tourism and wine tourism. And they are a bit, maybe those who are willing to undertake their research, those who are willing to do their research in such areas, so they may refer those resources. So this is all about from my end. Thank you very much for your kind patience and if any queries, just please share it with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Saurabh Dixit. It was a detailed insight into one of the most important aspects of tourism, that is food. And the way he has presented how the food can attract tourists and help in the regional development, obviously have given us some ideas or strategies that can be implemented. Thank you once again, sir. There is an announcement. All the paper presenters for the next technical session are requested to collect the abstract book from Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman. Please report to Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman and collect the abstract book. So next I request Mr. Gavesh Kanwani, one of the youngest entrepreneurs in the hospitality sector, to give his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a great day in Bodoland, and I'm honored and delighted to be a part of such a great international festival. I thank all the committee members and the participants for making the event successful. As Professor Sharma said before, in past, everyone used to say you have to become a doctor or an engineer. I used to be a victim of that. I had a great support from my family to become into a hospitality. So yeah, I stand here now. I'll keep it brief and short, and we'll keep more interaction. I will share a brief about myself and more about COVID impact on hospitality and entrepreneurship. So brief about myself. My name is Gavesh Kanwani. I was into hospitality starting from 2011. I did my bachelor's from Singapore. From a hotel trainee in Singapore to assistant director in front office now, I feel proud about it. And now I do have I moved down from front office to food and beverage. So I opened 2 restaurants in past 4 years, one in Singapore for 4 years and one in Abu Dhabi, which I opened 8 months before. So I take pride about it. With regards to the hospitality industry, I feel during COVID, everybody wanted to give up on hospitality. I did a lot of sessions with the students in Laos, Philippines, and Singapore with regards to what hospitality is about. To be honest, hospitality is deep inside, not what we think here, that it's only about hotels or restaurants. It's more towards wellness, tourism, food and beverage, events, and so on. It's deep inside. I've been here less than 24 hours. I must say that people are very hospitable here. I can see that everyone is willing to help each other, trying to assist. I see the potential here. I do have worked in past with people from Assam, and they are really hardworking, I would say. They never complain about long hours. They are always, available to assist and so on. So I really feel good to be a part here. Regarding the COVID, it impacted everywhere. So just an example where I used to work, we have 677 apartments and hotel rooms. We converted the entire hotel into a COVID operations, a facility where nobody can imagine that a hotel can be operated as a medical field. Because as you are aware in the news that everywhere there was no bed space available, and people were suffering and cause of death. I was also one of the volunteers who took the first vaccine out of 31,000 people. I took my first vaccine in 2019 October. I believe it was not even there. 2020 October for the trials. So I was one of them. I had severe impact of the COVID vaccine, but yeah, it was just a trial, and I wanted to be a part of that. During the time in COVID facility, we assisted for 2 years and 10 months. I have been with more than 25,000 patients who were turned from positive to negative with zero death loss, which gives us an impression of being in this industry. It's not only because of medical health, people are being fit and fine and leaving the place. It's all about how you take care of them when they are in your premises. That's more important. Same goes in hotel, same goes in hospital, and hospitality is wide. So we took care of 25,000 patients, serving them almost breakfast, lunch, dinner, 500 meals a day, 45,000 meals a month, and this was continues to be a part for 2 years and 10 months. With the impact of COVID, as you see, hotel has tried to change everything. Cost cutting was the first thing everybody wanted to do, reducing staff. But in my opinion, that was not the right call. I would say that time we should have been focused on training and development, recruitment, and focus on what can be improved in the area of interest. You won't believe even big hotels, five-star chains started doing the home delivery. I'm sure nobody has ever imagined that a five-star hotel will be doing that. But this was the time where everybody realized the potential of the hospitality industry and the new ways to increase the revenue, new ways to optimize the things, and the training and development of the team members. During the COVID, it was pretty much, a lot of options came in place. It was about how you can make your guests welcome, how your guests can be feeling secured in your premises. Because, the spread is very high, almost 3,000, 4,000 cases. I'm talking about UAE, so every day. So you have to gain confidence from the guests. Another example I would give is about the in-room amenities. I'm sure everyone, whenever you travel in a hotel, they must be providing you with a fruit platter or some sweets. But the things have changed now. Even if you don't have a fruit platter in your room given by the hotel, it's fine, but you should have a sanitizer or a mask. So you see the amenities have completely changed. Coming to the guest relation part, you will see in hotels, you will see, like I was here yesterday, I see at the airport, 5 people welcoming myself and another guest. This used to be a part back 3 years before as well. But things changed after COVID. It was restricted to less number of people. Everything went into digitalization. We were not doing any kind of papers or scripts. We have done everything on the IPTV. So television will show you where to go, what to order, from where to order, and so on. So things changed during this time. Physical menu disappeared from the restaurant. In my own restaurant, when I started, I had paper menu. But with time, during the time of COVID, everything was scrapped, and we moved into QR menu. All this is one of the things which we learned during COVID. We always curse COVID that it reduces a lot of opportunities, but I would say it gave us a lot of insights on how to take COVID into a positive way. So this is what I would say, that don't lose hope. Hospitality is still alive, and being in this country, like being in India, I always feel I see people from Assam moving to Delhi, Bombay to work in hotels. It's a wide industry, and I think if we are into digitalization and if we start marketing our own place, you have a great place of nature around this place. You're very close to Bhutan, Bangladesh. So I think this can be a hub, and there should be ways to attract global brands like Hyatt, Marriott to come in place, to put some efforts in to establish this place, and I'm sure tourism will boost on with this. Meanwhile, with still being into industry now, almost 7 years of practical experience, I would say my background is mostly into front office operations, so I deal basically with the guest on daily basis. But always there was a downfall. During COVID, even I had to stay back home and laid off. A lot of crises happened here and there. So I came up with the restaurant concept, and we are also known as one of the best pancake places in Singapore. So, there is always, you can be focused into one field of interest like hospitality, but you can always have parts away. Like some people opened a spa. great, a wellness space. Everybody wanted to be a fit person. So things changed, but it remained, the hospitality still remains there. So all the aspirants who are here who want to pursue hospitality, that's not the end. And I would say you should continue studying it. For sure, there are a lot of opportunities within the country and overseas. And as people are very hardworking, you can invite people to build up a place, host events. This is one of the biggest events happening here. Similar events can be hosted, and you can invite a lot of people. Honestly, I was not aware about the place before. This is my first time here. So now it's all about word of mouth. I will speak to 10 other people, and those 10 will speak to another 100. So definitely, Moorland will be known in other places as well. And of course, social media posts will be blasted accordingly for the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have very beautifully explained your experience during the COVID-19, which you have used it as a direction for taking up new opportunities. Now the house is open for discussion. Any queries, any questions can be placed. Students, scholars, if you have any questions or queries, you can place your queries.
Anyone have any query? Any question? Or executive business person, anyone have any question? Anything? Anyone have? Anyone have any question? Nee, you can ask the SMS also. कारवाजी ने क्या हुदी बोला था हुदा? I will convert. किसी को कुछ पूछना है? Anyone have any question? You can ask. From the participant, anyone have any question from the guest? कारवाजी बात आसे जी को. Anyone have any questions?
Very impressed with this information. Actually, वो भी food tourism ना. In this place also we have this local wine, homemade wine. My question is, how can we take it to global level?
Thank you very much. May I know from which region you are from? From Kokrajhar. The thing is that actually, as I already tried to convey, that in northeastern India we are having different kind of regional and locally made liquors are being made available for the tourists. The problem is that where we are finding difficulty, we are not able to convince the tourist or the consumer that the item that we are going to give them, it is up to the mark. Like some kind of certification is lacking somewhere we are not able to develop some kind of trust amongst the consumers. Like since we are selling something, since we are trying to offer something to the tourists, which may which they need to consume. And if something bad happens after that consumption, so it may create some kind of bad impression about the entire region. So somehow what we need to do, first thing that we need to do, government has to legalize. In some region that is already done, locally made or country made liquors are being legalized. In Meghalaya that is done, in Mizoram, in other states that kind of exercise is already in place. But in some region where that thing is not done, so that is to be taken care of by the government. And besides making that legalized, kind of quality check is also to be ensured. Without having quality check, whatever products we are offering to the tourists, if something bad happens, so that will create another problem for the entire region. So that should not happen. So in order to avoid that, the government should take that kind of initiative. Maybe like some NGO, some kind of association, they may request the government side to take care of those aspects. Like until unless the items which we are offering to the tourists, they are having certified level of ingredients in those offerings, so it will not be advisable to sell directly to the consumers. Since you are talking about the global level offering of those items, so first I think we should concentrate on our national level, then we may think about global level. So maybe if we are able to develop that kind of quality, if we are able to maintain that kind of quality standards, then once it is acceptable in our local market, then naturally it will go to outside India also. So that is my take. So I hope that I'll be able to convey to the query that you have raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Jyoti Verma and my question is to Mr. Bhavesh. Sir, you speaking about hotel industry. And we, in our recent year in BTR as well, we do have a lot of youths who are really interested in working in this sector. However, it is found that a lot of people who does go into those sector to come back, in terms of they would say home sickness is one of the reasons that they come back. So, in your experience, what would be your suggestion, to the youth from such places who should take up this industry? I know there's a lot of potential in this industry. So my question is that what would be your words for those youths?
Sure. Honestly, yes, homesickness something you relate to. I can relate to myself as well. But see, once you move to an industry where you want to pursue your career, of course, there are a lot of opportunities within the country and overseas, as I mentioned before. To the aspirants who want to work in hospitality and feel that homesickness is something, I suggest personally, as I said before, if you bring big brands here, I believe you will not leave the place and work outside. And to get some experience, maybe you can travel outside for 2 years, 3 years, get the experience, come back to the country, work in the local areas where you can boost the tourism. That way, you will be able to be in your career and close to the home as well. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, I was very much impressed, listening to your lectures, your experience that you have shared with us. So one question from my side, what came into, I would like to ask you regarding if our youth from this region, if they are interested to work in our industry, like if they want to go and settle in Singapore, as you have said, like in Malaysia, what are the procedures they have to follow, regarding the courses and then what are the processes, yeah.
Sure. I'll be able to give you the insights about Singapore. How it works is if you are already into, your first year of college about hospitality, you can relocate to Singapore for doing your diploma or advanced diploma or bachelor's. So diploma is 1 year, the advanced diploma will be together 2 years, bachelor's together will be 3 years. Once you are into hospitality, especially in focus of Singapore, you will be entitled for a 6 months internship in any of the hotels or restaurants to gain some experience. The easiest way across the globe to tap into hospitality is, of course, through going through studies career. Like you can opt for studying in X country and get into hospitality industry by landing up a job in the country. But other than that, a lot of portals where you can apply for jobs, especially nowadays LinkedIn is very much active. I'm not sure how many of you are on LinkedIn now, but it's very much active portal where, including myself, I post jobs, and it's a very fair portal, I would say. People do apply for job, we do conduct interviews, and if you're fine, we will definitely take it up, including all the expenses. Like I have hired in last month someone from Nepal and someone from Bangladesh as well. It's totally on our expenses. We take care, but the interview should be solid and legitimate. We should like you for that, and you should be also committed to work. So these are the areas you can land up a job or in a country, or if you go to an educational council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Anybody want to ask anything?
So my question to you, I love your speech about the COVID experience. So I want to ask is that how did the hotels manage after the post-COVID regarding their finance? Because I came across this article that many of the banks, many of the hotels were filing for bankruptcy. So can you give your experience of that? How did you manage the finance?
Sure, that's a very good question, by the way. See, with regards to the finances, definitely our finance team was involved in keeping some assets safe. During COVID, as I mentioned, that we think out of the box. We were the only hotel in the town who was a part of a quarantine facility, and we tie up with the Department of Culture and Tourism with the local authorities. So of course, we had enough, revenue in terms of 2 years and a lot of savings. But during the time, we were aware that once this is down, we have to spend a lot of money. Let's not forget that once you have a quarantine facility in your hotel, you cannot have a normal guest the next day. You have to do a lot of processes. So air filtration for the entire hotel, it's a cost. During the time, we have to disinfect all the rooms. You damage a lot of furniture, so it's a cost. Carpet is worn out, so it's a cost. So all the expenses were saved during a monthly basis. When we do your P&L, profit and loss statements, your GOP, you count how much is your net operating process, NOP. So we always used to keep a backup fund to be aware that this has to end one day and we'll be back to normal operations. So all these savings helped us also, but yes, let's not forget the reducing cost. As I said, we did not provide any amenities to the patients with regards to this because the government was taking care of this. This is all cost savers. Let's say the staff had a lot of vacation days, we send them home to complete the vacation days. So we don't have to encounter them once we are back to normal operations. So these are the areas which we focused. And I would also emphasize on something when I mentioned in my speech as well about training and development. We keep, once you're out of operations, let's say for a month, you're not the same once you come back to normal operations. So we should be focused on learning and development of the team members, including ourselves, and focus on the standard operating procedures of the hotel standards everywhere. Thank you.
Sir.
Anybody want to ask any questions from the audience? Any questions? Okay.
No problem, that's fine.
Hi, Diwani sir. My question is, as a youngest entrepreneur, I would like to know what were your the problems that you faced in your initial start of your entrepreneurship journey.
I had a lot of problems, to be honest. So I'll just give you a brief on my restaurant, which was my first entrepreneurship investment. Honestly, I was not backed up by any of the investors. So this was my savings, and I was putting into a risk. It was 100% risk. But I did my market analysis about what I'm going to do and where I'm going to do. So my challenge was to get the right information. As you know, when you start up something, not everybody would be helping you out with the correct information. So you need to judge what is right and what's wrong. Opening up my restaurant, I faced first of all funding. When you start up something, you imagine X amount, but of course you have to take X plus something because you will definitely spend up something on that. And if I speak about it, I opened my restaurant just 6 months before COVID in Singapore, so it was not the right time. And it was the right time, but I could not even have foreseen that COVID will hit so badly. But just to be very honest with you, even during pandemic, I was able to do good business, not because of my restaurant is nice. Yes, it's nice, but it's all about marketing as well. I came up through offers where buy one get one free. This is one example. I have also done, when you are into such fields and when you are into society, you need to do something for the society. So where you have to put up something like free meals. So I had all these marketing strategies in place, which helped me to overcome my burdens which I was getting from here. Of course, other burdens were to get the licensing. Other hassle was to get correct manpower. We can hire people, but maybe it's not the right fit. So these are the challenges. Main challenge was the funding. Second was the manpower. Third was to sustain during the pandemic because big brands like, I cannot name it here, but big brands closed down during that time. But we sustained during the COVID. And we did not do any salary reduction. Also, keeping staff motivated is something you need to keep an eye on. because if they are not motivated, your entire thing is gone. With regards to I should not mention, but including myself, we all had salary reduction when you're working in a field, which is not very nice, to be honest, when you are given all such a hard work during the hospitality industry. But you have to go on because the sun will turn around. So yeah, keeping up the hope and having all these things, I overcome these hurdles, and yeah, it's all successful so far.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody would like to ask anything else from the audience? You would like to ask something? You planning to ask something? Yes, sir? No questions? All right. Thank you very much for your answers.
So here we come. Yes, one more question. Okay.
I'm so sorry to interrupt actually. And I would like to ask one question actually. I have some query regarding nature-based tourism, as Professor Azila has already mentioned about how we can connect nature-based tourism post-COVID. How we can relate it. Could you please explain a bit more, ma'am, please? Nature-based tourism. Post-COVID, how it can be related?
Thank you, Ms. Anita, for the question. When we talk about nature-based tourism, one of the things that we have to probably do to improve is the applying some kind of technological advancement so that the accessibility of tourists to our nature tourism resources is better and clearer. So the communication system and the anything technology related that can enhance the information that tourists may get about the nature tourism, the experience that they get while they are at the nature tourism destination. These are all important, and that was also something that I mentioned in my speech just now. So if we can do that, if we can make sure that our nature tourism is developed in such a way that it can be clearly communicated and clearly be accessed by our targeted market segment, then we should be able to forge ahead. Thank you.
I also have a question for Zila ma'am. Like you mentioned, that many of the tourism sectors were largely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and almost all the dignitaries out there also mentioned the same. So during that time, a particular concept called the hyperlocal tourism emerged and became to be quite popular. Hyperlocal tourism, that's what I'm talking about, and it is mostly focused on the interior or rural areas. So I would like to ask, what suggestions would you have to maybe promote it or encourage hyperlocal tourism and make it reach out to a much larger market and not just fix it to a particular area or a specific area or not?
Thank you. I don't know. I think every country has this so-called national tourism organization whose role is supposed to facilitate the development of tourism products and services. So this is one of the way for the local community or the people in charge, the opinion leaders or the community leaders, to reach out to the national tourism organization and see how they can help. Because I know the community itself, they do not have the experience or the knowledge to develop their attractions. But with the help of this national tourism organization, they may be able to have the expertise and the right guidance to ensure that their product is sold to the market worldwide.
Last question. So sorry, ma'am. Last question. Ma'am, our region, if you are aware, the TDC has been in a conflict zone for last,
I'm sorry, please speak slowly, so I can understand.
So this region was, in a conflict zone.
Borderland.
Yes. So now it's gradually opening up in terms of, we have Raimuna coming up with the national park. We also have Manas National Park. So, however, there are pockets of people, entrepreneur, you can say, they are trying to establish their pockets, you can say, a homestay. So, similar to this question, like how can they, open up to a larger mass, and how our local people can develop a sense of entrepreneurship in terms of tourism, if it's the right question to ask.
Okay. Basically, if you want to develop the tourism to be one of your main industry, safety and security is key. You have to make sure that the region has a good image in terms of safety and security first, before you can start selling your destination or whatever resources that you will try to offer as tourism resources. So if Bodoland is having issues with violence and security, this is a no-no. This is like one thing you have to remove first before you can start creating awareness about your tourism products and hopefully get people attracted to come and enjoy the kind of nature and culture that you have to offer. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So, once more, important announcement for all the paper presenters of the next session. You are requested to report to Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman and collect the abstract book. So here we come to the end of the invited talk session, and the speakers have given lot of information, shared their experiences and ideas for a brighter future. We talk on trade, commerce and investment, and happy to share that all the three speakers have emphasized upon the tourism sector. And the presentations were on the hospitality, food, attraction of the tourists to the various regions. So, starting with the COVID situation, obviously, that has turned the life of each and every individual. Each one of us have been affected by the COVID. The lockdown has made us confined to our homes, and we were to maintain distance with our family members. The market, the streets were empty. There was no movement outside, and this affected the supply chain management, the tourism industry, where all the events got cancelled, all the flight tickets were cancelled, hotel bookings were cancelled. And this was one of the industry sector which was the most affected, and at that time it was predicted that it will take a lot of time to come out of this situation for the tourism industry. But we are very happy to know that the industry has reacted back to the situation, and now it is ready with all the tools to face any such situation in future. Obviously, the COVID has taught us many things, that if we could have sustained the COVID situation, we are ready to face any situation in the near future. The talk presented by Ms. Azila Kasim. She has spoken on the most affected industries during the COVID-19, that is the hospitality industry, and the impact of COVID-19 situation on tourism in the Malaysia. And she has even suggested how strategies have been implemented to make it a top tourism destination throughout the world. And it has emphasized upon innovation and digital technology for entrance into the tourism industry, and how to head towards betterment of the sector and some travel policies which have been initiated by the government there, which emphasizing upon more safety, physical and medical tourism. And the shift of tourism from large cities to secondary towns will obviously boost infrastructure development, development of roads, hotels on those destinations, and this requires investment. And as per her talk, the investment strategies are to develop those secondary destinations in those areas. And to improve experience of travelers, especially women, physically disabled, and other vulnerable sections of the population. She also emphasized on strategies that we have to have more of tourists from these vulnerable sections, as well as from the LGBTQ travelers, which constitute a very high proportion of travelers into their country. So thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Professor Saurabh Kumar Dikshit, he has emphasized upon food promotion in the trade and commerce industry. Food is something which attracts and is a matter of concern for each tourist traveling in a domestic or traveling to international place. And the main this food preparation can be a source of revenue generation for the tourist destination, and which he has explained in a very elaborate and interesting way. Ethnic taste attracts tourists, and the ingredients that are used can be sold by the farmers to these tourists. This can help in revenue generation, as well as it can this can be used as a center of attraction. Usually, locally grown items and ingredients can be used in preparing the food, as well as in selling these items in the market, and this will reduce the cost also, because the transportation cost goes down, or no cost has to be incurred for transportation. And this will bring a satisfaction and bring sustainability to the society, and traditionally food preparation methods can be preserved. Agriculture can provide connecting food with stories. We can connect stories relating to the food, related to the history and authenticity of the food item. This can also be a attraction for the tourists to know how the food has been prepared, what are the ingredients that has been used, as well as he has emphasized upon providing some cooking classes also, where the process of preparing the food can be maintained, can be reflected. And he has also emphasized upon the tea tourism as well as on the wine tourism. Mr. Bhavesh Kanwani, he has talked about the potentiality of hospitality in Assam. He started his presentation reflecting the potentials that we have in the Northeast region to attract the tourists. Then he spoke about his experience of working during the COVID-19 period, the strategies that has been implemented to use the period as a learning period. He emphasized that there should not have been cutting off of the employees from the organization, but it was better utilized by his organization in providing training and development to his staff, which will enhance his contribution and satisfaction to the consumers. He has also shared his experience regarding the COVID-19 period, when all his hotels were converted into COVID centers, and the strategies that had been implemented at that time. And he emphasized upon insights to new opportunities, and has taken the COVID situation to make new directions for the future. So these were the presentations by our reputed speakers, and I hope each and everyone who are present here have gained a lot of insight into the tourism sector. Even the government of India is also taking up a lot of initiatives to encourage tourism, because this tourism sector is the one which is generating a very good revenue to the government, providing employment to a good number of people who are directly, indirectly associated with the tourism. With this Union Budget 23, the government has declared to find out 15 new tourist destinations, and we are also coming up with new medical colleges and also nursing colleges, which will be created, which will be set up in co-location with the medical colleges that have already been established. And I feel that this will help in creating medical tourism also and promote medical tourism into the country. So, hoping for having a good takeaway from the today's session, we can have new roadmaps and strategies for the development of the region and the nation. With this, we wind up the session. A lot of thanks to the organizing committee. Special thanks to Dr. Rajesh Dev Burman and each and every member of the team associated with it. And thanks to all the speakers for the beautiful presentations, as well as the audience for your interactions. Thank you. I hand over to Dr. Basumacharya.
Thank you, ma'am. As we are moving to the end of this program, I would like to request Abhijit Brahma to give a vote of thanks. A very warm morning to all. Today, I take this privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. At the very outset, I, Abhijit Brahma, research scholar, Department of Commerce, Borderland University, on behalf of the department, would like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the esteemed dignitaries for gracing us with their presence and sparing their valuable time out of their busy schedule, and for attending this first Borderland International Knowledge Festival. I'd like to start by extending my heartiest thanks to our moderator of today's invited talk, Professor Seema Sharma, Madam, for her valuable contribution as a moderator and for encouraging and facilitating fruitful discussions on the theme. Thank you so much, Madam. I also wish to extend my special thanks to Professor Azila Kasif, Madam, for enlightening us with her valuable insights on tourism and travel industry and various sectors with its potentialities and tremendous scope in the tourism and travel and tourism industry. Also, thank you, Madam, for making it all the way here and gracing the session with your presence and being a part of this mega event. Thank you, Madam. I'd also like to express my gratitude to Professor Saurabh Kumar Dixit, sir, for his valuable time and enlightening us with some interesting takes on a very important yet less explored sector, which is the food and beverage industry as a tourism in the tourism and travel industry. You have thank you for highlighting all the potentialities and scope in the context of northeastern region. I'm sure the future potential entrepreneurs would have taken note of that and have been encouraged. My sincere thanks goes to Mr. Bhavesh Tanwani for sharing with us his valuable and inspiring journey and his expertise on hospitality sector. He have also encouraged us and given us lessons on how to sustain the critical times such as the pandemic. I'm sure all of us have been motivated and encouraged to pursue, and most of us would have been motivated to pursue the hospitality sector as a career option as well. Thank you, sir. A big thanks goes out to the program coordinator, Dr. Rajasdev Burman, sir, for his constant support and push to make this event a successful one. Thank you, sir, for all your guidance and encouragement. Last but not the least, I extend a big thanks to the entire team for their tireless efforts throughout the session. The organizing committee, faculty members, guests of and on the dais, and student volunteers, thank you all for making this event a grand success. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we will take a group photo. Then I will request the guests to sit on the front row, and we'll begin the next session. We'll take the group photo first. Yeah.
One picture.
I request all the participants to sit. Please sit, because we are going to begin the next session.
Are we ready? Smile. Thank you very much.
I request all the participants to be seated. We're going to start the next session very soon. I will request the participant to keep their PPTs and all. If you have any PPTs and all, to Rajesh Dev sir, so that we can arrange for it.
Is there one request to all the participants? Those who are going to present the paper, please submit your PPT. Submit your PPT in the. And I request all the participants to present the present. Don't go outside. Please stay.
A very warm good morning to each and everyone present here. Myself, Sunita Boro, and I'm a research scholar from the University, Northeastern Hill University, in the Department of Hotel Management and Tourism. So, first of all, on behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the Commerce Department, just give me a moment. Okay, I continue. So first of all, I welcome you all to the Borderland International Knowledge Festival once again. So now I would like to take the opportunity to invite all the distinguished guests to the dais to take their respective seats. Okay, first of all, I request Professor Debabrata Das, the VC of Assam Rajiv Gandhi University of Cooperative Management, Sibsagar, Assam, to please come to the stage and take his seat. I request one of our volunteers to kindly escort sir to the stage. Now I request Dr. Biju Mani Das, the HOD of Commerce, Assam Don Bosco University, Guwahati, to please come to the stage and take his seat. I request one of our volunteers to kindly escort sir to the stage. So as we move on, I would like to introduce our guests and felicitate them with Aronite. Please come, one of our volunteers, so please come and felicitate him with one Aronite. Professor that. So our coordinator, Rajesh the Bowman, will be felicitating him with the ROI now. So Professor Debabrat Das is the third Vice Chancellor of Assam Rajiv Gandhi Cooperative Management, Sibsagar. So he is a professor currently on leave in the Department of Business Administration, Tezpur Central University, Assam, and held position of head of the department and director of Tezpur University Center for Open and Distance Learning. Professor Das also worked as a member of Arunachal Pradesh Private Educational Institutions Regulatory Commission, Itanagar. And earlier in this career, Professor Das also served in the Guwahati University and Rajiv Gandhi Central University, Itanagar. And he had completed his PhD in commerce. And Professor Das also, he is a recipient of postdoc fellowship under the Indo-French program of cooperation in social sciences. So thank you. I welcome you once again. Thank you for coming. Okay, so next I request Dr. Basumatari sir to felicitate Dr. Bijumani Das with the ROI. So Dr. Bijumani Das is actively involved and passionate about researching and getting into insight of innovative thoughts and ideas. He has pursued his PhD from Guwahati University and has been working in the field of research, administration, and academic from the last 70 years. His academic and industry relationship with the organizations at the regional, national, and international level. Also, he has made him worthy and his contribution towards the development of today's youth in indeed remarkable. So he has published more than 30 research papers in reputed UGC referred Web of Science and peer-reviewed journals. He has participated in more than 30 national, international level of workshops, conferences, seminars, and also presented effective research paper in the field of SHG, entrepreneurship and trauma management. So moving on to the next agenda, I would like to request our coordinator, Dr. Rajesh Jabbaman, from the Department of Commerce, Bodoland University, to deliver his inaugural speech. So please come.
Thank you, Sunita. Namaste, everyone. On the dice and off the dice. Now, as per our agenda, invited talks have been complete. Now we have to go for the paper presentation. Today's paper presentation, one of my class teacher, Professor Debabrat Das, Vice Chancellor of Assam Cooperative Rajiv Gandhi University. So, Vice Chancellor sir, one of the class teacher and active motivator for my life. It's my pleasure. Yes, I am here with the Vice Chancellor because of while I am pursuing my master degree, sir will scold. If you want to do for the research activity, then you go for the publication. Then first of all you have to read the article. Then you understand what is article. That time during my PG project, I don't know what is research. But sir give me the direction how to do the research. Sir told no, before you study particular article, then you go for the research. So I thank to Assessor sir today's panel as today's paper presentation. Vice Chancellor sir will lead our as a chairperson, and one of the other member, Dr. Bijumani Das, is the head of HOD of Commerce, Assam Don Bosco University. He is also one my classmate who has studied the same batch. Now Bijumani Das also is a post chairperson, and I welcome all the participants from here. As per our program paper presentation, as per the direction of the government and decided, we are having only 10 papers to be participated. That means we call for the paper, only 10 papers should be participated, and those 10 papers will be selected, and 10 papers, those who come from the outside will be provide the accommodation as well as the reimbursement as per our direction. So that's why we are having the 19th theme, the 90 papers will be minimum presentation. But in our seminar, whatever we have paper received, we selected many papers for acceptance. And due to less accommodation, we have only participated only few papers, selected papers. So our area
trade, commerce, investment. We are having the many sub-theme also, like short analysis of tourism, investment avenue in tourism, the problem and prospect of tourism in BTR, then internationalization of tourism, then ecotourism. These are the sub-themes of our topic. So now I hand over the mic to the chairperson of today's paper presentation session. Dear sir, please conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh K. Burman. A very warm good afternoon to you all, my dear fellow chair, Dr. Vijay Das, Professor Sima Sharma, sitting here, other dignitaries, Professor Dixit, and paper presenters coming from different places, my dear students, research scholars from different departments and different institutions. It is really a pleasure, basically being a teacher, to be in academic discourse and learning things from different researchers, different teachers and students. As usual, taking off from administrative responsibilities for today and coming amongst you is a really enriching experience for me. And for that, I would like to extend my heartiest gratitude to the organizers of Boroland International Festival, especially its BTR Chief, Mr. Pramod Boro, Vice Chancellor of Boroland University, Dr. Singh, and the conveners of this track, especially Dr. Rajesh Verma. Having said that, we'll have to go to the business now. I'll not give any opening remarks on that because there are a couple of papers and time is also short, it is already delayed. So practically we have to finish it by 1 o'clock. So for 1 o'clock we have 15 minutes, just little more than 50 minutes. And we have, I think, 5 papers with us. If there is more, then please tell me. It is impact of globalization on the development of trade and commerce investment. So right now we have 5 papers with us, but there may be 1 or 2 couple of addition. Subhas M. Dr. Subhas M. Bhadgule. There. Then next paper I have with me is the awareness level of government support for entrepreneurship development by young entrepreneurs of East Khasi Hills District. Charlene Mary Kharjana. Then we have another paper with us, role of entrepreneurship in livelihood, a study in selected organizations in Hazara, Guwahati, Viva Anjali Vesra. I have just mentioned the name of the first author. A study of cross-border interactions of trade and commerce between India and Bangladesh, Jitendra Gupta. And a case study of Manas National Parks on trade and commerce as livelihood, Partha Pradeep Das. So these are papers that we have. So I will call one by one. And for the sake of maintaining the time, we will give 6 minutes of presentation. And the presenters are requested to maintain the time. In 5 minutes, we will give the indication, and in 6 minutes, they are supposed to finish their paper. So almost 40 minutes discussions we will have, and after that 10 to 15 minutes, we will open it for discussions. Any questions on a particular paper to be written in a sheet of paper and to be submitted to us, so that after presentation of all the papers, we can take the questions one by one. Okay, there will not be handing over the mics to the audience because it will take longer time. So please give us questions of a particular paper. When the paper goes on, write the questions, and the questions will be submitted to us, to the organizer. They will submit to us, so that later on we will take it. Okay. With this, do you have anything to say? So later on we will speak at the later part. So now I would like to invite the paper impact of globalization on the development of trade, commerce and investment by Dr. Subhas and Bhargule. Am I spoken your title correctly? Okay.
Dignitaries on the dais, and friends. I wrote a research paper on the impact of globalization on the development of trade, commerce, and investment. The paper is divided in 6 parts. One is the introduction, another is the international trade, then globalization, income inequity, and poverty, challenges for participation of transparency countries in global trade, then future of the globalization, and the conclusion. Just I will read that the paucity of the time, I will read that the abstract now. Globalization, the transaction to and the information society, modern process of social development due to a number of factors, the structure of social reproduction of countries, the level of the economic development of countries, the availability of natural resources, the reputation of the internal market, etc. Globalization and the increasingly the active use of the digital technology are affecting the changes in the country internal trade, increasing the share of electronic commerce in its competition. Electronic commerce predetermines the development of channel of distribution of goods and services different from the traditional channel, and the applied business process make it possible to discover and apply the existing reserve and privilegely the usual the potential opportunity in economic. I read the conclusion only. Successful participation in the global economy will be increasingly determined by whether as the country maintain the high quality, reliable trade infrastructure, whether the competition is permitted to the rich in the logistic services industries, and whether the regulatory environment is conducive to the relatively the practical movement of goods and services through the supply chain. Trade facilitation is not only the developing countries. All countries can benefit from the reforms and the continuing improvement of their trade forces. The kind of reform of the movement moves the country in the necessary direction to do not require for the form of commitment and the obligation to other countries. Trade facilitation is primary in the interest of the country implementing the reform. Although the security is the paramount, it is crucial to understand that there are the cost of the scrutiny drives the policies, which can be hamper the trade and the curtail economic growth without the necessary improvement of the security. Improving the international trading system does not require new multi-trader agreement. Countries can devise the gain from the trading system by engaging in reform, obtain the referring to as a trade facility. Also, trade facility includes the reform aimed to improve the chain of administrative and the physical procedure involved in the transport of goods and services across the international borders. Countries with inadequate trade infrastructure, burdensome administrative process, and limited competition in trade logistics services are less capable of benefiting from the opportunities of expanding the global trade. Companies interested in investing, buying, or selling in local market are less likely to
broader of these two main questions related to document processing or the cargo inspection at the custom in anticipation port facilities, logistics bottleneck, or the limited reliability of the flight of the trade financial services. According to the recent studies from the World Bank and the other international economic institutions, trade facilities reform could do more to increase the global trade flow than further reduction in tariff rate. The link between globalization, trade, and business can contribute to resolve the distribution issues because one of the key principles of the trade facility is transparency. Making the trade regulation and reliability process more transparent involves simplifying the clarification them and make them accessible to the greatest possible number of firms and individuals, thereby increasing their opportunity to trade and take the advantage of global market opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I request the next presenter, Ms. Helen Prasanna, to present her research paper. The title of the paper is Awareness Level of Government Support for Entrepreneurship Development by Young Entrepreneurs of East Kashmir District.
Chairman and co-chairman of this program, the host of this event, Bodoland University and its affiliating institutions, Government of Bodoland Territorial Region for supporting this event, participants, the government, non-government agencies, officials, academicians, researchers, students and practitioners of Bodoland Territorial Region, associate professors, assistant professors, and students from different universities, and everyone who is present here, a very good afternoon. My name is Shailen Mary Kharjana. The title of the paper which I'm going to present is Awareness Level of Government Support for Entrepreneurship Development by Young Entrepreneurs of East Kashmir District, Meghalaya. East Kashmir District is one of the 12 administrative districts of Meghalaya with a population of 8,24,059 as per the 2011 census. The National Youth Policy of India has defined youth in its national policy in the year 2021. Youth is defined as a person of age 15 to 29 years of age. Following the National Youth Policy, Meghalaya also has defined in its national state policy, Meghalaya Youth Policy 2021, as a person of 50 to 29 years of age as youth, and it constitutes of 30.6% of the population of Meghalaya. K. Abdul Ghaffur has defined awareness has been defined by K. Abdul Ghaffur as being knowledgeable, conscious, familiar, informed, and alert about something important. Entrepreneurial support has been defined by Dennis Handel and George Sanders, the act of providing an entrepreneur with access to a valued resource. M.J. Malibala has defined entrepreneurial support as access to information and finance, training and education.
Shailen, please, you come to your specific studies, objective, methodology, and findings. So you have very short of time.
So these are the institutions in Meghalaya and agencies which provide entrepreneurial support. The DCIC, KPIC, MBDA, MIDC, MIE, and MSSDS. Because of the time constraint, I will move forward. The objectives of the study is to study the socio-economic background of young entrepreneurs of East Khasios district, to analyze the awareness level of young entrepreneurs of government support, the research methodology. The population is young entrepreneurs from 11 community and rural development blocks. Sample size of 384 young entrepreneurs from 11 CNRT blocks. Data collected through primary data through well-structured questionnaires administered during the survey. So the reliability test through Conduct Alpha is 0.835. The analysis tool is through SPSS version 22. And descriptive statistical tools, frequency and percentages, inferential statisticals, t-test and one-way ANOVA. The hypothesis has been developed that there is no significant difference between gender and the awareness level. There is no significant difference between age and the awareness level. There is no significance between educational qualification and the awareness level. And there is no significance between enterprise location and the awareness level. The socio-economic, the social profile of young entrepreneurs. There are 46.35% are male young entrepreneurs and 53.65% were female entrepreneurs. 15 to 19 years of age, we have only 1% young entrepreneurs. 24% are 20 to 24 young entrepreneurs. 75% are in the age category of 25 to 29 years of age. 53.9% are married. 46.1% are unmarried. 1.3 are illiterate. Under matriculate is 15.4%. Matriculate 18.5%. Higher secondary 26.3%. Undergraduate 24.5%. Postgraduate 10.4%. And others qualification are 3.6%. 83.6% of the enterprises are located in the rural areas and 16.4% are in the semi-urban areas. This is the awareness level of government support by young entrepreneurs in East Khasios district. Maximum number of young entrepreneurs are not at all aware of the government support provided by the government. Starting from 74.5% up to 88.5%, they were not aware of the government support. Testing of the hypothesis 1, we found that since the p-value is greater than 0.05, so therefore there was no significant difference between male and female and the awareness level of government support. Therefore, the hypothesis was accepted at a 5% level of significance.
Yeah, you have 1 minute, please.
Based upon the age, again, there is no significant difference between the age. And based upon the hypothesis number 3, the educational qualification, young entrepreneurs who are under matriculate and matriculate, they are a little bit unaware of the government support provided by the government. And there was significant difference between enterprise location and the level of awareness concerning the support given by the DCIC and the MIE. Whereas in case the other agencies, there was no significant difference between the enterprise location and the level of awareness. So therefore, we conclude that these are the suggestions given to increase the level of awareness. And in order to conclude, about 82.58% of the young entrepreneurs were not at all aware of the entrepreneurial support given by the government agencies and institutions. Only 2.5% of the young entrepreneurs were extremely aware of government support for entrepreneurship development. And there was no significant difference between males and females and the age of young entrepreneurs and their level of awareness. There was a significant difference between the illiterate and the under-matriculate and the level of awareness. Enterprise located in the semi-urban and rural areas were aware of government support under DCIC and MIE. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sailin, for your nice presentation. We are moving to the next presenter. Ms. Ivhan Sali and Sipu Ansik. The title of this paper is Role of Entrepreneurship in Livelihood, a study in selected organizations in Guwahati, Assam. I request for the presenter to start the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, sir, respected panel member, respected faculty members from different university and college, especially research scholars from across the globe. Other member present, respected organizing team. Myself, Siku Hasda, and my friend Eva Anjali Desra, Department of Commerce, along with our guide, Dr. Bijumani Das. Our study is basically the research carried out to find out the entrepreneurship scenario and their livelihood in one of the selected area of Azara Guwahati, Assam. Introduction. Entrepreneurship is the process of identifying opportunities in marketplace and in arranging the resources to exploit the opportunities for long-term gain. Livelihood is a means of supporting one's livelihood, especially economically. As on 25th November 2022, a total number of MSME was registered is 12 million. This was the significance. The objective of the study. The objective of the study to study the existing scenario of entrepreneurship in the selected area, to find out the factor of livelihood intensive through entrepreneurship, to study perspective of entrepreneurship for livelihood. This was this review literature research that. Now my friend Eva Anjali will.
Good afternoon, everyone. The research methodology used for this study was that research type here is exploratory type, which has been used. The type of data through which we studied is both from primary and secondary data. The sampling technique we use is convenient sampling technique. And the tools for data collection is from survey method. The sample size is of 50, which has been collected from the Azara area. The findings of the study is that it is found that majority of the business have been established between 1 to 3 years. 29% of entrepreneurs prefer trading business. 30% of the respondents agreed that business has improved their livelihood. 28% of the entrepreneurs carry out another business along with the actual one. 15% of the unauthorized business is being carried out. Recommendations here is that, as we know that with increasing literacy level, unemployment is also increasing. Here, young entrepreneurs should come up with various ideas and start a new venture. Government should also provide subsidy, and there are various schemes which provide help for young entrepreneurs to establish their venture. A conclusion from the observation of the study is that that the small business have created a various big impact in the livelihood and have a potential to improve the livelihood of street vendors, which will offer both goods and services. Here are some of the pictures of which are carried out. And thank you.
Thank you for the presenter for your nice presentation. Now I request the next presenter, Jitendra Gupta, for the title, for the research paper, the title, A Study of Cross-Border Interactions on Trade and Commerce between India and Bangladesh.
Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and all dignitaries of Bodoland University organizing this Bodoland International Knowledge Festival and all participants. Good morning to you all. The title of my today's paper is A Study on Cross-Border Interaction on Trade and Commerce between India and Bangladesh. India's border management is an integral part of the country's trade and commerce. India shares land borders with 5 countries, and the India-Bangladesh border shares the boundary with 5 Indian states. The Indian-Bangladesh international boundary is the longest land border that India shares with its neighbors. It covers a length of approximately 4,000 kilometers. India's land border in general and India-Bangladesh border in particular is a different kind in nature, whereas people of both sides of the border are similar in nature, social culture, and religious practices, matters with very strong family and marital relationship, and only divided by the political boundary. The entire boundary line comprises plain, riverine valleys, marsh, hills, and thick jungles with hardly any natural geographical obstacle. The border area is hardly populated and land are generally cultivated right up to the border on both sides. The entire border region is characterized by high level of porosity and cross-border activities, whereas Bangladesh occupies a key place in India's neighborhood first policy. India's link with Bangladesh are civilizational, cultural, social, and economical. Based on the information from the various sources in the public domain, so far India has exported almost $16.15 billion in financial year 2022. There has been an increase of almost 66% from the previous year, and this means that Bangladesh is the 4th largest destination for India exports. The objective of my studies are, the objective of the study is to analyze the prospects and opportunities to enhance trade and commerce between India and Bangladesh. The main objective is to study, to analyze the factors favoring bilateral trade and commerce between two countries, and to analyze the importance of border management in bilateral trade and commerce. The research article discusses the various factors and prospects of the current state of bilateral trade between India and Bangladesh. The study also attempts to explore the possibilities and extent of improvement of bilateral trade and commerce between the two countries. The data was collected from the various articles in the subject and available data in the public domain. The study is based on the primary data sources obtained from various available articles, news reports, and government issues on the matter. In recent years, bilateral trade between India and Bangladesh has shown a significant growth. According to the data from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, India exports to Bangladesh have increased by almost 16% in 2021, while Bangladesh export to India have increased by almost 7% in the same period. The major products
exported by India to Bangladesh includes pharma, machinery, chemicals, whereas Bangladesh exports ready-made garments, frozen food, and leather products to India. Cross-border trade and commerce between India and Bangladesh take place through several land ports and river routes. Some of the major land ports include Petrapur, Benapur, Dauki, Tambaling, and Agartala, Akhora. River trade, river trade takes place through the riverine routes of the Brahmaputra and the Ganges. In recent years, the India and Bangladesh governments have taken several measures to streamline the cross-border trade, such as simplifying customs procedures, reducing bureaucratic delays, and providing infrastructure support. The proper management of the eastern border of the country is equally important for the national security as Western theatre. There are many challenges being experienced like coordination between sister agencies, administrative, diplomatic issues, intelligence, etc. The security agencies face hardship to uphold harmony on border due to the involvement of the border population in various types of smuggling activities, cross-border crimes to meet their needs for day-to-day life. Unemployment, poverty, pathetic living conditions due to less or limited avenues of health, education, economic are the main reasons behind this. So many areas where still electricity and road connectivity are not available. Therefore, they are indulged in the cross-border crimes, mainly smuggling to earn their daily livelihood. Local bodies should look into the matter for improving their livelihood by generating employment, basic needs by developing the infrastructure, upgrading in education and medical facility in the border area. The India-Bangladesh border heart or a trading post on India-Bangladesh border is a rough and ready market, allowing local people of both sides to trade in locally grown agriculture and manufactured items along the border. Currently, there are 5 border hearts being organized and run along the India-Bangladesh border. It is not only a market for locals for purchasing daily commodities, but also a reunion spot for families living on both sides of the international border. India and Bangladesh have sanctioned the establishment of 6 more border hearts. Prospects for establishing a few more border hearts are being considered. Moreover, by establishing processing units of crops like pineapples, paddy, fruits, and vegetables, establishing more hearts market on the border using education, modern technology in fishing and agriculture, handicrafts of bamboo, and full use of the natural resources, so that bordering people may get beneficial and enter into the mainstream. Certain challenges that despite the efforts made by the both governments,
I request you please to come to the conclusion point as you are coming to the end of your time. Thank you.
The geographical significance of India-Bangladesh relations, which will visibly impact the area in the near future, are a friendly Bangladesh, where they will not let their soil to be used for anti-Indian activities, and crucial and strong link to success India's Act East policy, a bridge for building economic and political activity with countries of Southeast Asia. The northeast state of India are only connected through the chicken net, which greatly increase the travel time. Traders have to travel more than 1,600 kilometers from Agartala to Calcutta to access and use of Calcutta port. Bangladesh offered to use the Chittagong port will reduce travel time and distance to a great extent. Now traders can travel less than 600 kilometers to reach the Chittagong port via sea route. Transit agreement with Bangladesh will propel socio-economic development and integration in Northeast. In conclusion, the trade and commerce relationship between India and Bangladesh is growing, with cross-border interactions playing a significant role. While there are still challenges that need to be addressed, the potential benefits of enhanced trade and commerce between the two nations are immense. As such, both governments should continue to work together to create a more conducive environment for cross-border trade and commerce and to reap the full benefits of this relationship. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your nice presentation, Mr. Jitendra Gupta. Now I request the next presenter, Mr. Bhargav Pratim Das, to present his paper on the title, A Case Study of Manas National Parks on trade and commerce as livelihood.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of Commerce, Oregon University, for giving us this opportunity to present our papers here. Sir, I would like to present my paper, a case study on Manas National Park on trade, commerce, and livelihood. The key points here are ecotourism. The keywords are ecotourism, local communities, Manas National Park, livelihood security, and sustainable development. This paper would analyze a case study of Manas National Park and its effect on trade, commerce, and livelihood. About the abstract, we all know Manas National Park is a protected area. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's located on the foothills of Bhutan. The park is renowned for its rich biodiversity and its home to several endangered species. However, today's paper is on local communities and their dependence on trade and commerce for livelihood and its relation with the forest. This paper explores the relationship between trade, commerce, and livelihood in the context of Manas National Park. The study utilizes both primary and secondary data sources to assess the impact of trade commerce on the conservation of the park. The paper highlights the relevance of involving a local community, the local Moro community there, in heritage management process, besides promoting local rights, access, which is critical, access to the critical resources which they are dependent on for their livelihood. The paper also further stressed upon four critical dimensions, such as the wildlife conservation, community conservation, alternative livelihood, and ecotourism in the backdrop of Manas National Park. The map of Manas National Park. Statement of the problem. Due to long political unrest in this area, the Manas National Park was put in the UNESCO World Heritage Site in danger list. It went on for 15 years, and finally in 2011, the World Heritage Site status was restored. Then, the second part was the strong resolve of the local community, Moro community, to bring back the glory of Manas to its past status. The objective was to find out the economic and the community development activity which is happening in the study area. And coming back to the main point of today's paper, the trade and commerce and livelihood in and around Manas National Park. The local communities are living, there are 59 villages, strict villages in Manas National Park. People are, their livelihood is trade and commerce, and mostly they are dependent on forest resources. Although they do other economic activities like agriculture, fishing, handicraft, they engage in trade and commerce activities which uses a lot of sale of forest products, agricultural produce, and handicrafts. The sale of forest products include timber, railwood, and also bamboo. This is a major source of income for the communities living in and around. Sale of handicrafts such as bamboo and tin products is also very prominent in this area. Now coming back to the impact of trade and commerce on conservation value of Manas National Park. It's a matter of concern because the sale of forest products like timber and fuel directly affects the conservation value in the national park. So there's a negative correlation. This can have a negative impact on the biodiversity, which is very pristine because Manas is not only a national park, it's a biodiversity hotspot. It's an important bird area, it's a tiger reserve, and it's a Manas, elephant reserve as well. So destruction of the natural habitat for felling timber would lead to destruction of the habitat for these animals, which also is one critically endangered species in Manas National Park. The over-exploitation of resources also leads to conflict between the forest department and the local communities living in and around the national park. When doing the study, the methodology used was both primary and secondary data collection, and research was qualitative in nature. Data includes rich case study method followed by adaptive research, and also analyze the Manas National Park management's interaction with the local communities attitude toward the national park authorities, and areas of conflict and as well as areas of cooperation between the park management and the local communities what is reported for this study. Coming back to major findings, what we found out that Manas has regained many of the lost glory over a period of time. So it has, if you look at Manas, you can see 3-4 distinct phases. We all know about its history and its past. During the hesitation for 15 years, it was in a dilemma when almost all the rhinos in Manas was killed. Currently, the picture of rhino that you see is actually the relocated rhinos from Kaziranga and Kobitora. Now they have northern, now this habitat is okay. Now we have more than 50 plus rhinos living in Manas National Park. So this is a story of success in conservation in Manas National Park. Along with the conservation, what we saw is that all along the fringe areas of Manas National Park, the community-based ecotourism is very successfully happening, and there are very successful models of this, which is being done by the local Moro community living in and around the national park. Now, the role of NGOs in involving the local communities. So Manas is again a success story for involving local communities by these NGOs. So almost all national NGOs are working in Manas National Park in coordination with the local self-help groups and local stakeholders. A couple of examples, Guwahati-based NGO, they are doing a lot of work for self-help groups. Rush to it, WWF, another international NGO, they are actively involved in that, doing alternative livelihood. There's a program of dairy development unit under the Indian Rhino Vision program. See, many of these conservation programs have dual purpose. One is to conserve the nature, and also to reduce the pressure on the wildlife, livelihood activities along with the local communities. All of them follow that. Then we have another unit which is being funded by International Fund for Animal Welfare in association with Wildlife Trust of India. There is Spurti scheme of government. This handloom and handicraft weavers is created, and they are right now making aronized gamuchas, stoles, and shawls and dupattas, lapanas, bedsheet and pillow covers. All these things are being made by these local weavers living on the fringe areas of the villages. So this is an activity where we subsidize their income from additional sources of livelihood so that their dependency on the forest is reduced. World and Trade Council, of course, currently the Vision government is very actively promoting both conservation and livelihood in and around the area. Yes. There's a boiling and dyeing training is happening there. Skill building capacity programs are happening. Mushroom farming trainings are happening. Now coming quickly to the conclusion. The study concludes that trade and commerce are important sources of livelihood for local communities in residing and around the Manas National Park area. However, the impact of this trade and commerce on the conservation aspect of the national park is a concern. Therefore, there is a need for sustainable trade commerce practices to help the local communities sustain their livelihood as well as whatever adverse effect can happen on the park. Park authorities and the local communities need to work together for development of the whole area. And because this is a cross-border national park, a good working relationship between Manas National Park and Royal National Park on the other side is necessary. And And due to the involvement of the local communities in conservation and various works done by the NGOs, the present scale of poaching and insurgency has gone on both the sides of the border has gone down. And ecotourism has already started in Manas National Park and along with community conservation activities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Patel, for your nice presentation on a case study of Manas National Park on trade and commerce and livelihood. Now I request the next presenter, Dr. Apu Guha Thakurta, on the title E-Waste Management Plant in Lower Assam, Prospects and Challenges. Yeah, so time is given up to maximum 6 minutes. Yeah. So thank you.
Now, I'm going to talk about such an interesting thing, that is e-waste management, e-waste recycling, which is not only the business point of view, this is important not only the business point of view, but this is this kind of activity is is very necessary for our to protect our environment, because electronic waste or e-waste is very much hazardous, and day by day it is increasing. So now. We are this is about focus on this. What is e-waste? Why e-waste is hazardous? The business opportunity, investment, machinery and licensing, raw materials, finished product and market. What is the challenge in this area to establish this type of plant and further reference? Now, what is e-waste? Any electronic gadgets which have the circuit board and operated by AC or DC, any electronic gadget, that mobile, laptop, TV, everything is called when they become useless, it's called electronic waste or e-waste. So why it is hazardous? We know that in electronic gadgets or electronic equipments, there are many hazardous substances. There like mercury, lithium, liquid crystal, and which is very much harmful to our environment. And this is the data. How much electronic waste is increasing and generating day by day. This is the data I have adopted from the report of our Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board, and they announced that within 2025, India will produce 2 million metric ton e-waste. So this is the time to alert and the time to think that what we have to do with that e-waste. The e-waste, not only it is full of this hazardous or toxic element substances, it is also full of copper, silver, gold, platinum, like such costly materials. We all know that in Tokyo Olympic, they produce 32 kg gold and 3,500 silver and 2,200 gram bronze from 78,985 tons e-waste. They recycle that e-waste and extract that this number of precious metals. So e-waste is not only toxic or hazardous element. E-waste is also our business, which can be a business opportunity. Now we have to think that e-waste, waste, ये सिर्फ कचरा है. Is it kachra or is it a business opportunity? How is it? And this is the data state-wise data that every state, US, dismantle or recycle unit. You see that in total Northeast India, there are only one dismantle unit. They did not recycle anything. They only dismantle, and that dismantled materials they sent to other states, Hyderabad they sent. So there is a big opportunity to set up a e-waste management plant in our region, that is our Lower Assam region, with the statistics and investment, machinery and licensing. ये ज़्यादा जगह लेते नहीं है, it does not require many so much area. Only 1,500 to 2,000 square feet area, including the storage area of raw materials. ये storage area जगह कितना होगा, ये capacity के ऊपर depend करता है, कितना. Our project cost 45 to 55 lakhs, including land cost. Manpower requires 4 to 6%, operator and helper, and electricity requires 60 kilowatt. Investment, machinery 20 to 25 lakhs, raw materials 3 lakhs, 10 raw material 10 tons. Infrastructure, electricity 10 to 15 lakhs, licensing 1 lakh, working capital 10 lakhs, and total 44 to 54 lakhs, excluding the cost of land. Required machinery इधर चाहिए. PCB इधर the only the two main machinery. PCB component, dismantle machine. PCB means printed circuit board. Printed circuit board जो होता है, ये printed circuit board से ही ये सब metals हम extract कर सकते हैं. There are mainly two machinery: PCB component dismantle and land PCB crushing and separating machine. बाकी जो दिखा है ये सब land PCB crushing and separating machine के ही ये सब parts है. जरूरत के हिसाब से 2-3 मशीन नहीं होने से भी होता है. And third is control cabinet. Licensing for licensing we need business registration, GST number, Udyam registration, trade license, NOC from Pollution Control Board. These two are optional, trademark and these two optional. नहीं होना से हो जाएगा. MSME loans, this is available, and government now funding matches 25 to 50% of total DPR. The government provides 25 to 50% plus subsidy. And raw material local market से तो मिल ही जाएगा. लोकल मार्केट में बहुत ज्यादा है, एंड लोकल मार्केट में 10 रुपया केजी हम ये बेचते हैं, only 10 rupees. And these raw materials also available in Alibaba, IndiaMart, and Export India. ये सब platforms that online business platform, marketing platform. यहाँ ये raw material हम खरीद भी सकते हैं. हमारा finished product जो होता है, ये finished product हम through that online market we can sell our finished product. And finished product, then there are 3 kinds of finished product. Metal powder, more than 85% copper, gold, silver, which cost today's market to 3,050 to 350 to 450 per kg. Resin powder, ये plywood industry में और plastic industry में use होता है. 150 per kg, and fiber powder is very much demanding nowadays. Fiber powder is used on medical equipment and medical toxic drugs जो drugs में भी लगता है 95 rupees.
And coming to the company.
Yes, and the challenge is our challenge is that lack of public awareness. हमारा यहाँ जो public awareness नहीं है, जो US को हम क्या नॉन फॉर्मल वे से हम ये इमेज को हम मेजर करते हैं. एंड कैरिंग कॉस्ट, हमारे यहाँ जो डेंसिटी ऑफ पॉपुलेशन इन लोअर असम एरिया इज वेरी थिक, सो कैरिंग कॉस्ट एक प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है. और ये जो ई वेस्ट है इसे हम कंप्रेस नहीं कर सकते. बाकी जो जैसे प्लास्टिक, पेपर एंड मेटा कॉम्प्लेक्स कर सकते हैं, यूएस का कॉम्प्लेक्स कर ले सकते हैं एंड बैंक पासेस, जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ ऐसा कोई वो बड़ा कॉर्पोरेट हाउस नहीं है, पीसीएस पासेस कर सकते हैं, कॉम they change their equipment. These are the challenges that three institute, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Gangtok, ये मेनली नॉर्थ ईस्ट का ऊपर है, आसाम से 6 सीट है, फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. Any interested entrepreneur can contact with them. They will provide the cash code for 6 days cash code. Another is Center for Excellence on US Management and IIT Hyderabad. IIT Hyderabad, they running MTech on US Management with the guidance of Center of Excellence of US Management, Government of India. तो मेरा ये सलाह है कि ये जो हमने पहले मशीनरी देखा था, ये मशीनरी का जो फर्स्ट मशीन था, ये लगभग 4 लाख में आ जाएगा ये मशीन. ये मशीन से कोई अगर इंटरेस्टेड होगा, ऑलरेडी 4 लाख ये आपको इन्वेस्ट वो किसी भी को कैशिंग करके भी बेच सकते हैं फॉर फास्ट. आफ्टर अगर उन्हें लगा कि हमारा रॉ मटेरियल ज्यादा आ रहा है, तो देन वी कैन गो फॉर फर्दर मशीनरी. इट विल कॉस्ट ओनली 4 लाख. ओके, थैंक यू.
Thank you, Dr. Apu, for your informative analysis paper on US management. Now I request the next presenter, Pradipta Rangpipi, on the research title, The Role of Management Education in Contributing Towards Entrepreneurial Growth in Assam. Yeah, the maximum time is allotted 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected members and everyone present here. My name is Pradipta Rangpipi, and my topic is role of management education in contributing towards entrepreneurial growth in Assam, under the supervisor of Dr. Seema Sharma ma'am and co-author Dr. Arvind Devnath sir. We all know entrepreneurship education training motivates and empowers students to develop and use their creativity, take initiative, responsibilities, and risk in order to encourage the entrepreneur's success in a variety of settings. And management education is one of the important steps for economic development and competitiveness. So, if qualitative management education is imparted along with proper theoretical and practical exposure, also with several meetings and interchanges with successful entrepreneurs, it can benefit the students who aspire of being an entrepreneur. My study objective is to identify the factors influencing the entrepreneurial development, to analyze barriers faced by entrepreneurs, to study the contribution of management education in generating entrepreneurs. These are some of the literature review slides. My study is based on both primary and secondary data. Primary data are being collected by questionnaires, hard copy and Google form, and secondary data being collected from different books, journals, etc. The research design, quantitative cross-sectional survey design was employed for a study that aims to sample the perceptions of participants on matters of concern at a specific point in time. The study aims to explore the role of management education and discover its role in generating entrepreneurs. It employs a convenient sampling technique that collects data from 275 students. Confirmatory factor analysis was applied to determine the reliability and validity. For this study, data was firstly collected with the help of questionnaire, and a total of 275 responses were considered for this study from the young community belonging to different management colleges and universities of Assam. And this young community were approached by convenience sampling, who willingly provide an actual view about their management education towards entrepreneurship. The respondents were considered to collect the data on a 5-point Likert scale, where 1 was strongly agreed to 5 strongly disagreed, to know about their management education and entrepreneurial skills. These are few factors which are influencing entrepreneur growth. Economic factor, because entrepreneurship is largely founded on the economic theory of supply and demand for products and services. Economic considerations are essential for efficient performance of economic ventures. The policies of countries, particularly their monetary policy, trade policy, government intervention, etc., are some examples of economic factors. Psychological, in terms of psychological, we are reference is given to the entrepreneur's personality traits. From his persistence and performance, motivation and change perspective are 5 psychological traits that connect to entrepreneur motivation. Environmental factors, the influences can be classified as either intrinsic or external and are interpreted at different levels. Some of the barriers of entrepreneurship that are faced by the management graduates. The descriptive analysis shows that unavailability of capital is a prime and major hurdle to start any business activity. Availability of manpower, such as skills and skill or qualified staff. Though the government is initiating various schemes and promotions to attract young people, but not getting enough responses, family can also influence the self-esteem, emergence of fresh ideas and job choices. Management education is generating entrepreneur. It plays a vital role in today's dynamic business environment, determines the entrepreneur orientation of individual. Management education and business play important role in social uplift and triggering the entrepreneur spirit in the society, and it provides great potential for establishment of new and small businesses. These are some of the management graduates who are currently entrepreneurs. While interacting with the management students, the students' favorite classroom teaching method is online teaching method, where 68% responded to online teaching method and 45% to classroom teaching method. Here, in this figure, the analysis of class conducting method is presented. It consists of discussion forums, group work, presentation, workshop project, industrial visit, business plan, creation, and lectures. So, entrepreneurship in management education is the ability to inspire students to learn deeply and to feel involved, happy, encouraged, and appropriate. Management education is considered as elitist as it attracts young men and women who are usually motivated by the positive consequences associated with management education. For students driven to be entrepreneurs, a good blend of theoretical grounding and practical exposure and interaction with entrepreneurs could be helpful. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Director Ramki, for your presentation on role of management education in contributing towards entrepreneurial growth in Assam. For this particular session, we have already 7 papers presented by different scholars. So I request the audience and participants to get ready with the questions on different themes that were presented. And now this will be the last presentation for this particular theme by Zainal Haq on a theme called Industrialization in Bodoland, Territorial Regional Planning. I request Mr. Zainal to present his research paper. I request the participants of the dais to get ready the questions so that we can raise the questions once this presentation is over. Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone, respected chairpersons, all participants present over here. So my title is Industrialization in BTR. So how industrialization is? BTR, why? Get So the contents of the presentation is introduction, objectives, significance of the study, then pitfalls and suggestions, at the end conclusion. So introduction, what is industrialization? The process by which an economy is transformed from a primarily agricultural one-to-one based on the manufacturing of goods. It is the powerful and the highest growing sector, which is a powerful way to accelerate growth of the economy. Significance of industrialization. So first significant is provide employment, then increase in income and savings, increase in economics scale, then better utilization of resources. And the pitfalls or the drawbacks of industrialization in big year, mainly lack of adequate capital formation, then inadequate economic and basic infrastructural facilities, lack of entrepreneurial motivation, lack of credit facility, and lack of market. There are lots of challenges there in BTR area regarding the industrialization. Out of those, these are the main challenges which are given here. The suggested measures to promote industrialization in the area. First, we have to encourage the youth and we have to change the mindset of them. Then minimum cost structure and policy framework of the government. The government should frame the policy regarding the improvement of the industrialization in this area. Then ensuring that it follow and then implementation of proper market.
Thank you, Mr. Saurabh, for your presentation of industrialization. Now we have come to the end of this session. I request.
So now we will have the question answer session, maybe for 5-10 minutes or so. So before that, I would like to invite all the presenters over here. We will sit for 5 minutes and then have discussions on your questions. Please come over. All the paper presenters, please come over for a while. So if you have any questions, please you can submit the questions, or you can quickly ask also. If you do not have any paper, it will be submitted. Yeah. Good. Well, if you have any questions, please. Otherwise, we will sum up. I request Dr. Bijudas to first sum up and then final comments from me. And in between, if you have anyone having questions, please consider that.
A very good afternoon to one of the present here in this particular session on trade, commerce and investment. Respected chairperson sir, who is my guru when I was actually a student of MCOM as well as PhD, and dignitaries present on the dais from different parts of the country as well as from international area. Myself, Vijamunidas, and I was given the responsibility of summing up all the themes that were presented today. Total 8 papers were presented, which were on different aspects in correlated with trade, commerce, and management. Not exactly, but of course we understand one aspect that in a very short duration of 5 to 7 minutes or 10 minutes, it's not possible to give all the aspects whatever was found in the research. But the papers which were presented, especially on presentation of entrepreneurship and livelihood, then the impact of globalization on trade, commerce, and investment, awareness level of government support on entrepreneurship development in East Kashmir districts, a case study on Manos National Park on trade, commerce, and investment, US management plant in Warasam, and few more that were on role of management education in contributing towards entrepreneurial growth in Assam. And a study on cross-border interactions on trade and commerce between India and Bangladesh. So in summary, what we have found that there is a lot of scopes for the youngsters and the potential youths that they can come up with a lot of initiatives where, for entrepreneurship, what I have observed and experienced in my a very small gathering of knowledge in my academics life, that where there is a willingness and enthusiasm with your trust and confidence, you can build up definitely a platform of entrepreneurship. And with that hope, we have to go ahead with this ambition. So with this, I conclude my sum of session, speech. Thank you for giving this particular opportunity to all the organizers, especially the BTL government as well as the university. And special thanks to my friend, Mr. Rajesh De Parma, for inviting me for exploring the new areas and sharing as a co-chairperson, and also the all organizing members who are involved day and night tirelessly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. I hope there is no question. If you have any questions, still there is time. I can cut down my time because question answering is more important than some time. So assuming that there is no question so far, but in between you can stop me and ask the question also to the volunteers to answer. It was a very nice session, although as usually it happens that presenters used to come with a high hope that they will express their experiences and their hard work before the audience, but time is given very less. It's 5 minutes, 7 minutes. But we can get a glimpse of hard work that they have worked and the message they would like to convey. So, as my co-chair has said, that there are 8 papers. There is 8 papers.
So, is it any problem? It's there, so is it because of this? No. It's okay. Well, so there are 8 papers, and many papers were theoretical, and a few papers were of empirical in nature. Usually what happens is, if you give some kind of empirical papers in this type of technical sessions, then it becomes more interesting instead of giving a general nature of paper, because general nature of paper gives an overview, but then specific papers with empirical study gives more detailing into a particular problem, and it brings the solution. That is why. So it's more interesting to see the papers those who have some kind of empirical works. There are quite interesting papers attempted by the authors and presenters. Specifically, first of all, I would like to take 2 names which who needs actually encouragement and a big applause is there are 2, Ivan and Sipu. Please stand up. These 2 girls are MCOM students. MCOM students, right? MCOM students, and they have dared to come and stand before such a big gathering, and they have, presented whatever they could. But attempt was very good because they tried to do some empirical work despite being very, novice. And I would like to also congratulate the teachers, those who had guided them and then brought here to give the presentation. They are the future researchers, and this is probably the first, presentation, and we would like to see you to become very good researcher in future. I'll not talk much about your work, but attempt is very good. And I found another very good kind of approach. I'm not going to rank the papers, please. Just randomly, I'm speaking of some of the papers. It's not categorizing or ranking. One paper on entrepreneurship education, management education and entrepreneurship. That also seems to be having empirical touch on it. Pradipta Ramkipi, right? Pradipta Ramkipi, and that's so she's doing it. But suggestion is more important. What kind of suggestion you give? What I feel is the same feeling usually we have that management education has not given emphasis on certain things. Always actually started management education as a training program. It was started not as an academic program. It was started initially as a trainers of the engineers, how to run the factories, how to run the workshop, how to run the manufacturing processes. That was the initial start of management education. Later on, it has come as academic discipline and then giving MBA kind of thing. Initially, MBA was not. So that is still somewhere in mind that we should train the people to work, to work in a company, to become a manager, to how to get things done efficiently, like that. But there is a time now to think over the track of entrepreneurship. So probably there should be after second semester there should be a track. Either you go on practice or you go on entrepreneurship. Completely double tracks should be there. So that could be more study, point. What would happen if that happens? I mean, if there is a separate track. Another interesting point I have found, which is not actually a research paper, but a awareness kind of entrepreneurial awareness kind of presentation, but very interesting. Dr. Apu Gohar, he has given a very nice presentation, but not research based, but it is a kind of entrepreneurial awareness. E-waste. So he said, from e-waste to business, I want to say that waste to wealth. So that could be and then so waste to wealth, how to make the waste wealth. So this is a nice presentation. You people, those who are young buds interested in entrepreneurship, can contact him for further analysis. Then another very nice presentation was given by Jitendra Gupta, who is a BSF officer, right? So he was touching about the cross-border trade. But I was very much looking at, to hear about the strategic dialogue which may culminate into trade. What kind of strategic kind of move happening in the Indo-Bangladesh border, which may culminate in the
trade? Or number two, what are the security issues for opening up the boundaries for trade? So those things we do not know from outside much, unless and until we are there for a longer time. Even if as a researcher we go, you people do not allow us to go to certain boundary, do not want us to stay for longer time like that. But since you stay and you are associated with academics, probably no one can give better picture than you regarding interrelationship between the security issues and trade issues, strategic move of either of the countries, and then culmination of these strategic moves into trade. That could be very nice if you would like to ponder on it in future. And then another paper was a very nice move, Celine Mary, and she was talking about awareness and entrepreneurship. So it's nicely gone, but due to certain, due to shortage of time, she could not do it very nicely, present it entire thing. But it's a good move. But one thing I would like to say, you have to keep in mind whether we should give the entrepreneurial support to them first and then bring out entrepreneurs among them, or let them come as entrepreneur, then government should be supported. Government supported should be. Otherwise, what happens, I have seen from 1971, there are series of government moves for development of entrepreneurship, for rural development, for livelihood development, for women empowerment, series of, I can tell you from your Gadgil committee onwards. But nothing is happening really. And it doesn't happen more when there is a government involvement. We talked about the SHG movement. Initially, SHG movement, the self-help group and microfinance movement, has come as a non-supportive, independent movement in India. But when government brought in SGSY, the moment government brought in SGSY, the original microfinance institution has gone. So people are now waiting for the revolving funds, and they are busy with the debt distribution. So for me, I am convinced that if the government support, with the hope of government support, entrepreneurship happens, then that will not last for long. So it is important to give them more kind of capacity building so that they can come up with entrepreneurial mindset. After that, they should be given support, financial support and all. So the education is more important in fact. So you can give some education on entrepreneurship, followed by the financial support as well. Other things are other also. The Jainal have also presented on industrialization in BTR. So this is more general kind of thing. But then I would like to request the Jainal to go about find out why what is the status of industrialization in BTR and what kind of industries have potentialities and why. So this is more important to do. Go deep, going into depth, and then try to find out a scoping paper. Because there is a time actually. The government of BTR has been so encouragingly taking the initiative to facilitate the development and to make visible the Boroland everywhere. So it is the right time to go for a very you are there, no? So it is the right time to go for a scoping study on what kind of industries BTR can have and what kind of facilities can be provided, what can be promotion certified, then you can submit it to the government also. So overall, the topic-wise, I find that all the topics are very important and nicely presented here. So we could have some more time and more discussions we could have had, but it is the usual process. So with this, I'd like to congratulate all the paper presenters here and thank you very much for your time. And I also thank all the organizers for giving us this opportunity for introduction. Thank you so much.
Sir.
And one of the organizations.
So now I announce that all the delegates will be going for lunch along with our coordinator.
Hey, sure.
One announcement. The next session will be starting by 2 o'clock in the another hall, which is hall number 5. We have to shift to hall number 5 for the next session, which is going to start by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Excuse me, are you sure?
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be ready for the next session. We are going to start peace building shortly. Session peace building. My team members, please get ready.
এটা আছে নাই গো এক্সকুলে খুলি সিহঁতৰ কাষ্টমাৰ হ'ব আৰু এতিয়া দিনৰ ডেলিভাৰী হ'ব এতিয়া এতিয়া কি লাইফটো চলি থাকিব নেকি এতিয়া হ'ব এতিয়া
Yes, sir.
भाई ऐसे खुल दीजिए तो और क्या हो जाएगी aku kejar dia aku bukan anak itu saya ah ini mana tunda koi boleh lagi ini tunda koi juga boleh ini itu boleh mana itu boleh ibu dua mana juga boleh tunda yes sir biar dia yeah, because me, because if you're going to go at 4 o'clock, then you don't know when it will start and no, we don't have, I don't know where you are. Somebody has dropped out. Where you are? The same guy that is supposed to be with you before. Just call him up now and tell him that he is supposed to be with you. Just in case he is. Because the other side, no, you're still in second or one. I mean, I was trying to reach you on WhatsApp. Because I can't be. No. Hey, Angela, mau buat semua apa di dong kita jauh? Ini kenapa? Yes,
Lighter board is in. Maybe I should come back to my country. Whatever I learned, very modern I don't know. I'm trying to implement it. I don't have
I was supposed to ask you. Questions. You asked we were supposed to do I don't know. Keynote speakers are
តើតាចាហូបភ្លើទីអាក់ខ្លាំងណាស់កុំភ្លើតោះ Thank
So, good afternoon. I'd like to request all our student friends to settle down. Please settle down. So those who are in the gate, please settle down. We are going to start our session. We are delayed by almost 20 minutes. So our program will be, first of all, there will be 30 minutes discussion between Ikito Iralu sir, and this will be curated by Brahman Baglari, one of the social worker who is keen, who has been keen in bringing negotiation between different factions of NDLB. Then he was responsible for bringing negotiations basically with the NDP, ceasefire with the NDP and the government of Assam and government of India. So he will curate the session by discussing the peace, about borderland, and about certain movements that we have witnessed in Northeast India. So I would like to request our Professor Sanghamitra Chaudhary, HOD Department of Political Science, to run the session and go with as per the program accordingly. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Janin, my colleague from the Department of Political Science. Greetings, everyone. I, Sanghamitra Chaudhary from the Department of Political Science and the coordinator of the same peace building, extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, which are government representatives, members of civil society, and the students' union, friends from the media community, well-known peace practitioners from all over the world, eminent academics, and my dear colleagues and students. We are having a panel discussion today about peace building. Three parts make up this session. The first is a conversation by Sri Pramod Boroji, Honorable CM BTR, and Sri Niketan Iraliji, a prominent intellectual from this region, to discuss post-conflict peace building and revitalizing communities in modern times. However, we have with us Brahman Baglariji, who is representing our CEM at the moment, and he is a former peacemaker between NDLP and Government of India. The second part, a video presentation by Professor Rahman Gandhi of the Center for South Asia and Middle Eastern Studies at the University of Illinois in the United States, will follow the discussion. A panel discussion is the third part, and it will be moderated by Dr. Sunil Kaul, a medical practitioner who served this region for more than 37 years and associated with the organization The ANT. The panelists are Professor Ramesh Chandra Bharadwaj, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Maharshi Valmiki Sanskrit University, Haryana, and Dr. Vimal Khawas, Professor Vimal Khawas, Department of Peace and Conflict Studies and Management from Sikkim Central University. I welcome all of you once again, and I welcome all of you to the dais, please. Please come to the dais, all the dignitaries and invited guests. We are really fortunate to have all of you today and anticipate gaining a lot of knowledge through today's deliberations. And also, my apologies. Let Napaji, yesterday, and Mr. Lek Lapa from South Africa, and he was a member of PAC and also Peace Commission. Yeah. Welcome you, sir. So now I request my colleague, Dr. Gayatri Dekadole, Jitirani Devi, and Indira Basumatari to kindly felicitate the guests. Dr. Bimal, please welcome. I welcome you to the dais. Dr. Jitirani Devi. Thank you, Mr. Sir. Dr. Gayatri Dekadole, please felicitate Leglepa sir from South Africa. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Indira, I request Indira to kindly felicitate Dr. Bimal Khawas from Sikkim Central University. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Request Dr. Gayatri Dekadole to kindly felicitate Sunil ji, Dr. Sunil Kaul from the end. Thank you, Sunil ji, for being with us today. So Dr. Sunil ji will run the show now. As the moderator of the session. Thank you, Sunil ji, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sangamitra. I think I see it as a proud privilege to be here. I've been proudly privileged to see this area, 4-5 districts, emerge from a state of violence when we came in the year 2000. It's been continuing for 11 years before that. And in the last 4-5 years where peace was coming in and then kind of stamped, approved by the Indian government and the people of this place, but underwritten by people like Mr. Raman Baglari, was working behind the scenes as a peace activist, never came to the forefront, but brought many of the militant factions, the discontented militants who are still not ready to come down to the peace table. People like him, and I'm sure there are many others whom probably we don't even recognize, who have worked many years to bring peace to the region. Also proudly privileged to see Mr. Nikhitu Ralu here. I'm sure many of you in the front rows definitely know about him. I don't know how many others sitting in the desks behind, the chairs behind know him. So I just want to introduce him. Besides being a friend, I know he's much senior to me, but I still call him a friend. He's a counselor for many people who are into addictions of various kinds. And I can tell you, I was just discussing with him that power and violence both are also kinds of addictions which we don't talk about. And the quicker we talk about it, the better it will be for peace everywhere. He's been part of the peace and reconciliation process in Nagaland. He was the convener of the Naga Ho at one time, but has also been the chairman of the Naga Reconciliation Commission, which was established there. But what is most important about him, I see, Whenever I see people like Gandhi or even Dalai Lama, whenever I see the smile on his face, I find this special contentment in his way. And I think that is possibly the reason why he managed to bring peace to many people, and people get convinced by what he does. As part of the initiatives of change, when it used to be called moral rearmament, he's probably worked on peace building in every state of this country. Possibly not, first while J&K, which is now called this thing, and Tripura. Apart from this, he's put his hand into everything. There's a long story about how Meghalaya came into being, and there also the moral rearmament was part of the quiet deal which happened. Maybe sometime later we'll hear about it. The Honorable Chief is not here. And he's been a special friend for many years, and I don't think, but today is his birthday actually, and it would have been great to felicitate him on his birthday. But I'm also very happy to present the Deputy CM also. Arunai. Mr. Govinda Basumutari. He used to be the chief of the NDFB Progressive, and we have the proud privilege of visiting the place. He went for Thanksgiving to a village where he started his militancy training, and I remember when he told me this is the takery in which I got trained and this thing. I was wondering how this quiet, humble man ever got into militancy, and maybe we'll hear more about it later on. He used to be a teacher, and today to reach a place, and I would like to remind him that in front of Rajmohan Gandhi, who will probably be speaking later, he said that he will devote his rest of the life for peace building and conflict resolution. So I'll hear more about that. Mr. Letlapa, I think not many of us in this part of the world know him. Sitting right in the center from South Africa, he's been a member of the National Assembly of South Africa. But what's most remarkable about him is that he was a freedom fighter, a violent freedom fighter, but from there to move into a movement where it was a movement for forgiveness, and probably we'll hear about the burden of forgiveness. To be able to forgive, that's a burden, but to be able to receive forgiveness, that also carries a burden, and I hope we'll hear more from him later on that. And then Dr. Vimal Khawas, who teaches at Sikkim Central University, has worked on disasters, and that's one thing which we don't talk about. I think we need to acknowledge that disasters are going to be a big reason for worsening peace in the world, as waters are diminishing everywhere, as temperatures are rising outside, temperatures within organizations and people will also be increasing. So I hope that he'll be able to connect that along with his extensive work, his authorship on the Darjeeling movement, which was also asking for an autonomous status and more say in the administration. So these are my panelists, but I would now leave it to Mr. Pravan Baglari to ask questions and get Niket into a discussion mode, and let's hear more about these two stalwarts. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Chair, invited the speakers from abroad and also within the country, and also the famous peace worker, Mr. Nikito Niraru, whom we only call his Uncle Nikito, and he's known like that over the Northeast India by everybody. And also our respected Deputy CE, Mr. Govinda Basumutari, is present here, and respected House and ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I'm just representing our CE, and he was supposed to speak to all of you. But anyway, since I have been given this opportunity to speak, few questions I would like to pose to Mr. Nikito Niraru, who has been working since many years in Northeast India, particularly with regard to the establishment of peace. But before going to that, I would just like to say something about the establishment of peace, and in particularly in Bodoland, how it could be possible, and why today people are able to come to this Kokrasar town, which is called now the city of peace. Otherwise, it was never possible when the underground people, like Mr. Govinda Bosumate, when they were talking guns in their hands. Anyway, this is peace can be established only through the consultative effort. This is not the effort of the individual alone. This cannot be done because, particularly what I have experienced myself in the Northeast India, the people, the insurgent group, those who are striving for solution, were striving for their self-determination rights and all that. Actually, there are some issues which are definitely related to their existence. Say, for example, in the case of Nagaland, so far, even if the government of India is trying negotiation hard with them, but till now, the solution has not been possible. There may be many regions which Mr. Nikito will be knowing better than me. But anyway, as I was very much connected with the border issue, we had to also take a lot of pains while in the initial stage. We had to go to Bangladesh even sometime to meet our leaders, sometimes to the jails and all that. Even I went to meet Mr. Somata with the CEM today, to meet him in Guwahati Central Jail once upon a time. And there we convinced him on behalf of the general people, those who were longing for peace actually in this country. And particularly, we were also actually touched by the sufferings of the common people. Because in the name of naming the culprits, the common people were also suffering like anything. Sometimes in the name of insurgents, looking for insurgents, even the innocent persons were killed. So it was very pathetic. Even if we wanted to say something to the government, even if we wanted to lodge complaints to the police stations, it went in vain. Because armed forces special power enforcing Northeast India is there. Because according to the armed forces special force, you know its effectiveness, how it works. And because of that, any person could be apprehended and they could be put behind the bar. If necessary, they could be killed too. This was the state of conditions in this area. So during that time, to try to establish peace in this area was something like a matter of illusion. Maybe in the initial stage, we are also thinking maybe we will be successful. But finally, because of the positive attitude of our underground leaders, this could be possible. That was in 2005 when National Democratic Front of All under the leadership of Ranjan Remari and also Govinda Bosumate, who is the CEM at present, they declared ceasefire formally with the government of India on the 1st June 2005. And from there, since 2005, we were for many years in negotiation with the government of India, and finally, that negotiation could be completed only in 2020 on 27th January, which we call today as the BIKF. In the initial stage, we are trying ourselves with few people to negotiate and practically approach it by the government of India, and thus establish peace in this area. Because we knew that until and unless politically something is done to resolve the issue, the peace could never be established in this area. First peace accord prior to that was the BTC Accord in 2003, and since 2003, the gap was on till 2005, only 2 years gap. In between that 2 years, the government was also not willing to immediately tackle the situation in political. And that is why it actually took long time, because whenever we approached the central government at the time, they used to tell us that only 2 years back, your another brothers, this is BLT, these people, they enter into a ceasefire agreement, and they enter, and they finally sign an accord also. So many provisions are still there to be implemented. So immediately, if another accord is signed, how it will be? That was the question actually at the time. But we waited for long years, since 2005. Since 2005, it comes to 2020, it means it is almost 17 years. So after 17 years, this PTA accord was signed, and in between a lot happened. And since 2005, we carried on with people, with Islamic people in this area, who really did not want these underground people to go back underground. The common people, the Islamic people, they never wanted that they should go back underground, and that's create trouble in this area. And the people wanted, through this, their negotiation also, something must be benefited by the people of this area, politically, maybe also economically, in terms of the development and all that. And now finally, it happened. And the practical achievement that we have seen is with the survival of underground leaders, like Mr. Govinda Vasumutari, who is here. But who is here? And this is due to their positive attitude that could be possible to establish peace in this area. So for the peace concept is concerned, I have a few questions to pose to Mr. Nikito Niralu, who is regarded to be the harbinger of peace in this Northeast India. I would like Mr. Nikito Niralu to explain the concept of peace so far as Northeast is concerned, and also brief us about your long journey in search of peace, particularly with reference to Nagaland. And why till today the peace could not be established in Nagaland? This is one of the questions. Could you please explain it first? Second question, I will post it. We know that NATION, IM is at present, NATION as a whole, they are on negotiation table with the government of India. And as Mr. Nikito Niralu, as we know, he has been working in this line. Sometimes he is working with Nagaho and all that, and different organizations. And they have been engaged in the underground elements in Nagaland. They have been engaged in negotiation with the government of India for many years from now. But till today, it has not been possible to bring about the solution. What is the reason behind it? Could you please explain?
Thank you, Mr. Bhagwan. I think we'll get off. Everybody settle down. First of all, a big meeting hall like this is very good, but sometimes it's as if one is speaking on all India radio to the country. It's a bit far away. I wish we can have a more close connection with one another. But there it is. Before I come to try to answer the question, I would like to first say how much we, our group here, with our initiatives of change, how much we are touched by the way the supporting people, so to speak, have served this conference. Excuse me, if you can. The tea served, the coffee served, the food served, and all the details that we have, the services we've received. I must say, we want to thank all of them. And we're just seeing a few here. And incidentally, those who speak here, we keep eating looking at you, those who don't eat down there. But all over this huge structure, organized structure, so many are serving like that. And I want to say how impressed we are and how grateful we are for those who have given such service. So to try to answer the question, I think we are inside Nagaland state, 18 tribes. Last year, 2 years ago, it was 17, now it's 18 tribes. And then we have about the same number in Manipur, Naga tribes. And then 3 tribes in Arunachal. And one in Assam Nagaland border, and the rest about the same size in Burma. We call them the whole Naga homeland. And so we have so many tribal rivalries also that have come in, although all Nagas have responded to the idea that we are a people and we are a nation on the basis of our history, the basis of the facts of our history, as we understand. When a struggle is launched, it's a human effort, and so many things go wrong because of human frailties. And so, instead of addressing the things that go wrong in our relationships, we tend to start blaming one another when the going gets difficult. And after so many years, it started long time ago, about 60, 70 years ago, when the first ceasefire in 1964 failed, that started to produce the division. And then the second ceasefire in 1997, achieved by the NLC and IM, Socialist Council of Nagaland. That the second ceasefire, the talks for negotiate a settlement has gone on for more than up to today. And because we have got into tribal rivalries taking over, and so because of these divisions within ourselves, I think government of India has also realized that a settlement brought ignoring or suppressing one group and promoting one group or one section of Nagaland is to create worse trouble. I think that is the first answer to your question. And it can be a very long answer, but basically that's the reason. Mainly this. It's very easy to blame the government of India side, and there are plenty. Of course, it's their business to make it difficult for us. But on our side, we have done so much wrongs to ourselves, one another, and wounded one another and tried to justify the wrongs we have done and attack the wrongs others have done. And that has created deep revenge, counter-revenge process. And that has brought everything collapsing down. Thank you.
The second question I would like to pose is that mostly the movements of the different ethnic groups in Northeast India are related to the economic backwardness. This is what the statement of the government of India is. Economic backwardness. This is related by the government of India, and this is their attitude. They always try to say that because of the backwardness of the people, these people they are always not rising. But is it true that only because of the economic backwardness, people in Northeast India are rising? Is it not because of legitimate rights, personal information rights? Could you please explain it?
Very good point. Of course, a lot of economic disparities, economic deprivation, so many, because we have had no economy at all. But the issue is rooted in human aspirations. human aspirations which all human beings, communities, tribes, or nations have, some much older than the others. And I think our sense of history, about our understanding of our history, I think the government of India ignores that because it means nothing to them. And that creates the strongest reaction inside us. There was an observation by George Orwell. He was a British police officer in Burma during the British rule of the subcontinent. And he saw what was happening, and as you know, George Orwell, the man who wrote 1984, Animal Farm and so on, he came up with a very deep understanding of how things would go wrong between nations and races. And he certainly saw what was happening to the Burmese Myanmar people, the Burmans majority, as well as the ethnic nationalities that are called, like us. And he said, the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their understanding of their own understanding of their history. I think it would be good to write it down and discuss. The most effective way to destroy people is to obliterate and deny their own understanding of their history. I say this because all powers do that. If I were in the position of the British, I'll do that to the Burmese, to the Nagas, or to the Bodos. The British did that to the Bodo freedom fighters. If India does that, well, that's how governments retain their control. But I think that is the thing, our sense of understanding of our own history. We feel so deeply that we also have a history based on our origins down the centuries. And therefore, we are going to do everything to preserve the honor of our history, respect for our history. And I think that is true with every community in the world, big or small. Economic development, we tend to feel that the government of India now is saying, we will develop you out of your sense of anything about yourself. You'll forget your sense of yourself. If you keep developing you, and then everything will go forward for Delhi's policies. I think things can go very wrong if they proceed with that attitude towards us, fragile small communities.
Time factor maybe there, but the last question I'd like to just ask. This is the question our CM has sent me to ask Mr. Hiral. He wants to know how peace and happiness can be interdependent. How without peace development is never possible. And why this peace and happiness, this concept are not taught in the secular schools, secular institutions and all. In this connection, top end has been always blaming Sultan that there is insurgency problem, development cannot take place, and particularly in the Northeast India has been deprived of this issue. That Northeast India is full of insurgency groups, so development cannot take place. Because any developmental scheme that the government of India wants to take, there is insurgency factor. This has been the blame on the part of the people of Northeast India. So in this connection, would you please explain, is it really true that peace is connected with the development process of this area? Or is it, why not it is possible without the establishment of peace development can take place? Could you please explain this?
I believe that real happiness, where we are free inside comes from being totally responsible. And we have a sense that we are not trying to ignore any problem, anything that needs to be done. I'm not saying, oh, that's somebody else's business, not me. I will do what I like for myself. Now, we ordinary people, I think millions and millions of the masses, we live with that attitude that what needs to be done, some of them are very, very, very big. Things have been wrong for a long, long time all over the world and in our own situation. And that bothers all of us. We are born and we become aware of something that is not right. And then we see that all our people are feeling it. And then we grow up saying that, well, I won't touch it because I have my own ideas for my own agendas, for my own gratification, all kinds of personal agendas like that take over. What we have come now to a situation where we cannot have that kind of irresponsibility of the masses and hope that our government will solve all our problems. I think this all of us will have to understand this, that what needs to be done in Nagaland or Bodoland or anywhere, we are quickly aware, but we said, oh, that's not too big. It's a huge question, this question really. And for myself, I became aware of many things when the Second World War battle in Kohima was fought. I was 9 years old at that time. That was 1944. So way back in the last century. And the Japanese battle in Kohima, the British-Japanese battle in Kohima, destroyed the whole little town of Kohima and the forests about Kohima. Green forests all burnt, bombed. And I became aware of it and was, after the battle was over in Kohima, I saw so many bones of Japanese soldiers, the bones sticking out of their boots because they couldn't collect all their soldiers. Their hats with bullet holes. And all these things made me feel that then, not long after that, the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs exploded and the world said, even Japan has been defeated. And we cannot articulate when we are small, but we are aware of many things very deeply. And as a little boy, about 10, 11, I found myself saying to myself, because I couldn't articulate anything, this place is too dangerous and the whole of India and the whole northern hemisphere is too dangerous because atomic bombs are going to be used again because of something wrong in human beings. And I started to get our school atlas in our home to study the map very carefully, to say where in the world the danger of atomic blast would be least. And I came to the conclusion the tip of Argentina, the Chile, and the tip of New Zealand, they were the only safe places where the atomic blast would reach me. And I kept dreaming and imagining that somehow I must get there for my whole life to relax there. And I didn't tell anybody. But that kind of fear brought me up as I went to school and college. And I realized that things like that get into us and say, well, there are many, many things I cannot do anything about. I'm an ordinary person. And therefore, somebody else will do what should be done. When I went to college in Madras University in 1955, there I met the idea of initiatives of change. And there, what is initiatives of change? those in the small meeting explaining to us said, it is to remake the world starting with a change in yourself every day, whenever necessary. I immediately said, what a wonderful idea. I must not forget that. I must somehow be part of it. And I could not understand the whole thing, but I said, that is also my job. I started to claim it. And 2 years later, I decided that I was not going to get a very good degree in English literature. I said, I've learned enough to do something about this, to remake the world, although I'm so from such a small place, that I am meant to be responsible. I think gradually, I said, I am also responsible for what needs to be done. And I found that liberated me. And I can say I'm thoroughly happy today. Because I'm committed to that only. To follow the direction of the still small voice inside all of us, the voice of conscience, the voice of the soul. I think all of us have that. That is the most important guide for you and me. I'm speaking with some strong emphasis, but I would like to get that across because such a big conference we had, very important. Such a widening of the thinking and the imagination of all the people of Bodoland, and not just Bodoland, the whole Northeast were watching. What a fantastic festival, a new idea of festival has been launched by Bodoland again. Bodoland is producing new ideas rapidly now. But I realized that at the time of, after a moment of great excitement like this, unless those who say to themselves, I am responsible for what needs to be right in Bodoland, and I cannot let anybody else do it. And it is my great adventure, my responsibility, it is my destiny, and nobody may say that you're doing a great job. But deep inside, I know I have said yes to that. I think unless more and more from the younger generation will come out like that, the older generation will say so many platitudes, you get fed up. But nothing will happen in Bodoland eventually. After an exciting leadership that is being shown by Pramod and his cabinet. After that, if some of you, or all of you, in your own different ways, say to yourself, I know what will satisfy me. And I am fully responsible for that, no matter whether people say anything about me. Deep now, I'm happy with myself. I think that is real happiness. Otherwise, we are the slaves of our vanity, the slave of our, things that gratify us instantly, but they produce deeper dissatisfaction and disgust with ourselves. Our souls die, we become cynical, and really going around society bitter, resentful, jealous. I was jealous every day before I accepted that. I tell you, Oliver Strong, the man who one of the American writers said, never underestimate the power of jealousy and envy to destroy. Never underestimate that. I found that I was trying to do the right thing as I started my journey to do this. Jealousy of others doing better, jealousy of this and all kinds. Until I said, I have very little talent myself, but all that I have, I'm going to do what I really enjoy. And that is to do something that I can pass on to others, which will bring change to our society. That's a long reply to your short questions.
very much, Uncle Nikito Niralu, for your answers to all the questions that I posed. At last, but not the least, the concept of peace is a big concept. It's a wide concept that can be taken into many spheres. It can either be within the family, sometimes maybe within the friends, sometimes among the groups. So that is how we can explain peace. The question is that the reply that we have got from Mr. Nikito Niralu over all these issues, if we can bring about a change within ourselves that can better our world today. And this is what we have understood. There are many issues which may be political, which may be social, but there is always a way out there. But people will have to respond. This is what we have understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Nehru. So that was the short questions that I posed. Mr. Baglani may have ended it, but I think we need to hear a bit more from Nikito, and I'm just going to provocatively ask him. My many years here, I've always felt that somewhere, many people ask me, why do you go and work in a place where there's so much violence? And I always said this is the place where I find belongingness to the community. People don't think about their own problem, but anybody else's problem is also their problem, and hence they react as a community. And then once I was thinking, and I realized that when I came to know that there are 175 languages in Assam and 225 languages in the Northeast, I started developing this quotation saying that violence is the 226th language the Northeast has learned to speak to the center. Maybe any government. What do you have to say to that? I said, violence is the language that the Northeast learned so that the government could listen. Do you think the violence will end sometime?
Well, I think the government will understand the ancient civilization of India ruling Delhi, will understand that the human aspiration is sacred and it must be respected. And Gandhiji, when our leaders met him in 1946, in June, I think, they went to meet him, and in the Bangi colony, he was there, and they went to see him, and he said to them, "My friends from Nagaland, what can I do for you?" They said, "We have come to see you because we want India to recognize our freedom." Gandhiji said, "You must become free. I became free long time ago." So the Nagar said, "How can you say that? Because as we cross the city to come to see you, we have British officers everywhere, British Army officers, police officers in the topis, and the Governor Generals in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and all that. How can you say that you became free long time ago?" He said, "My freedom has got nothing to do with where the British are here or anywhere." And they couldn't reply, say anything to that. They were stunned. And then he said, when they said, "But the governor of Assam, he has said unless we obey his orders, he will send the police and army to shoot us." Gandhiji said, "Before any bullet from any soldier hits you, I'll be there to be shot first." And I think they came back to Nagaland, to our people, and said, "With Gandhiji, all our problems can be solved." And I think Nagas and others, I think, have tended to think and have thought, become used to thinking that unless we use violence, then it doesn't pay any attention. I think that's why you think it'll change. It'll change only if both sides will show mutual respect for one another. And to us, and they are very small people there, but they have their own history. And they will not harm India if their humanity the common humanity with India's humanity is ignored. And the political security questions can be resolved. Because if mutual trust is established, I think all sorts of problems get solved. But without that kind of trust, the reaction is, okay, if you do that, we will show our worst. So it's provocation, counter provocation. And that way, in Northeast India, we have shown they can go on and on. And the Indian Army knows very well how they can go on and on.
Thank you, Nikatu. I think what we'll do is, according to the schedule also, I'll just request the organizers to play a message from Rajmohan Gandhi. We all know about Rajmohan Gandhi, the lineage, of course, we know, the true Gandhi lineage, not just in the genetics of it, but also the way that Mr. Rajmohan Gandhi has been thinking. He sent a message from the University of Illinois, and I hope we can hear it fast before we move to the next part.
Before the dialogue is ready, I'd like to request one of our guests. We have two guests from Delhi, from media personality. I'd like to request Madam to introduce him, and would like to request please come on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rakhi Sharma, and it's indeed an honor that we have among us two very distinguished personalities. I would like to invite them on the panel. First, Mr. Shantanu Nandan Sharma. He is a senior editor with the Economic Times, India's largest circulated financial daily. He has been a journalist for over 25 years, writing special feature stories from across India. Prior to the joining, he worked for a Northeast magazine, a period when he crisscrossed region. A master's from Delhi University, Shantanu was awarded Chevening Award in Young Indian Print Journalism in 2001, under which he completed a tailor-made journalism course in Westminster University, UK. He also had an internship with the Independent in January 2002. He was trained by Reuters Foundation in London in 2005. He is currently based in New Delhi. So we have Sir over here. Our next guest is Mr. Sandeep Kukan, a senior journalist who specializes in reporting public policy and politics. He is currently a deputy editor with The Hindu, where he has spent over 5 years. For over 14 years, he was not only a prominent face of NDTV, but was a key member of the political affairs
to become better informed,
where his role involved breaking down political journalism in a language that is easily understood. He had also been one of the mentors for young and talented journalists at the New York and served as a trainer at the NDTV Media Institute. Starting out as a reporter in the Indian Express in the late 90s, Sandeep has extensively also written on and analyzed emerging trends in the political economy as a journalist in the Quick magazine. So we have among us, sir, welcome to, thank you.
Welcome. Can we see the film before we go to the next panelist?
The question to ask is this: can BTR create a gateway to a satisfying future for its own people, for all its people, voters and non-voters? I had the honor and pleasure to know Mr. Pramod Boro for many years. I salute him and his associates for the remarkable things they have achieved so far, and for what they wish to achieve in the future, including from this Borderland Knowledge Festival. As an old teacher, a very old teacher, I like to emphasize the value of maps. I envy new generations that they can summon a map in a second or two by typing a few letters on their phone or a computer. In my time, we worked hard for days to locate an atlas, and even after an atlas was in our hands, we didn't easily find the region, town, or village we were looking for. BTR is a wonderful territory whose significance becomes even greater when neighboring regions too are taken into account. Let us reflect on this question. Why shouldn't Bodo students, whether in school or college, become better informed than students anywhere in the Northeast? Better informed on the whole Northeastern region and on the countries that border the Northeast on all sides. Interest in your neighbors, knowledge about your neighbors, will deepen your attachment to Bodoland, will enhance your ability to enrich Bodoland economically and intellectually. Wouldn't it be wonderful if word spreads across Assam, elsewhere in India, also in Bhutan, Nepal, China, Bangladesh, Myanmar, that students in BTR are learning stories of the entire region, of which Bodoland is a precious part. I love my India, I love Tamil Nadu, to which I was connected to my mother. I love Gujarat, to which my father linked me. I love Delhi, Mumbai, Panchgani, where I've spent many years. But by God's grace, I try to love all of humanity. I take pride also in the ancient wonders of Greece, of Egypt, of Rome, Africa, America, Eurasia, Australasia, and elsewhere. The legacy of every country is my legacy, for I'm part of humanity.
We just heard that message from Rajmohan Gandhi, where he talks about how maps, and obviously along with it, the borders, which get defined and redefined in our minds and often in our hearts. And when we reimagine our nations and somebody makes us reimagine the oldest possible, biggest map and borders, we often get into conflict. And it becomes very difficult to move out from that. But there are plenty of people who have studied it and actually practiced it. And so knowing that more people have here than what I expected it to be, for me, it opened a bit. But I would like to start with those who haven't spoken up till now. So, Mr. Vimal, if you have anything.
Am I audible?
Is he audible like me?
Yeah. Hi. Distinguished guests, audience. I'm Shantanu. I am from this area only, from Assam only. But I went to Delhi and studied there, but I have traveled there almost every part of Northeast. And I worked for a magazine called Northeast Sun magazine in the 90s. Some of the people, in fact, recently, Mr. Rinaldo, I went to his house. I don't know whether he remembers me or not, but I've gone there before. I've traveled all the places. So the reason, so very often why we come here. Actually, let me also give a clarification that our media session will be somewhere else. Even I was not expecting that I have to say. So anyway, so very briefly, because very often what happened that when we come to a Northeast, even our editors at one point of time used to they thought that, okay, you have to write about conflict, you have to be an expert on conflict, and all you can do on Northeast. I think that needs to change, and that has been changing to an extent here in national media also, because many people like us, like for example, I have been covering Northeast for 25 years. Now, if I give an idea which has nothing to do with conflict, and in a newsroom, there's a newsroom, and in newsroom everybody is listening, and then I give an idea which has nothing to do with conflict, then sometimes, the editor say, okay, because he's saying, it must be okay, it's good, let's take it. So it always happens that, that
to just answer this question, if you try to answer the question that I asked, reimagining borders and how these create conflict sometimes, which he was talking about, Rajmohan Gandhi.
I couldn't get it. What you said.
Mr. Rajmohan Gandhi talked about these borders, which kind of create things about us that we learn about ourselves, and then sometimes these are the reasons also why we get into conflict. We all get into conflict.
Yes. Okay.
Any reactions to that?
Okay. No, that's a very pertinent point, definitely, because very often we go back, say we go to, say, last century, there was a different map. Then you go to 2 centuries before, there was a different map. Those maps keep on changing. I am a history student, I study history, but I write it. So history also is there. That is, I think, is very much, that is indispensable. But so I think that's a pertinent point he says. But that's where the problem is, that how much
behind you go.
What is the timeline in which you go and everything.
So, Vimal, especially in context with your Darjeeling movement. What do you feel? Yeah.
Audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sunilji. In the context of Northeast India, which I also include Sikkim and Darjeeling, I think, 3/4 of this region is bounded by international borders. That is, I think, one of the very important drivers that often leads to conflict. And the history, as Sir was talking about, history has a very important role to play, and geography. Inaccessibility and other geo-environmental problems have also played very important role in triggering conflict in this region, which I think this part has not been investigated much. But if you look into the literature on conflict geography, scholars have often argued that geography plays a very critical role in generating and triggering conflict at times. And the other thing is, I think, scholars like Dalby, he has argued like conflict happens either there is a resource. When we have ample resource, there can be conflict. But conflict also happens when there is no resource, when there is a scarcity of resource. So we really have to look into whether this is also these factors are also playing a role in Northeast in generating and exacerbating conflicts. The other thing is, like Sir was highlighting, development versus conflict and conflict versus development. So there are arguments like whether underdevelopment creates conflict or conflict also at times creates underdevelopment. So which is more prominent in case of Northeast. So that we really have to sit together and discuss and try to come up with which one is the prominent part. And we see conflict from a very, very negative perspective. The prism from that we see conflict has been very negative. But scholars often argue that conflict need not be seen from only negative perspective. Conflict happens because there is a problem. So after conflict, our imagination, our aspiration is that once conflict happens, peace will come in. So, but peace, we do not want peace like in North Korea. North Korea is also a peaceful country, but we don't need that kind of peace. We need a structural change. We need social cohesion. We need togetherness. So, I think that is where we have been striving. In Gopaland also, that is what we have been doing. But in one way or the other, we have not been able to succeed so far. That is the case. That is the story of entire Northeast. So I think We are on the way. I hope and I'm hopeful one day these issues will be solved and we will achieve that positiveness. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing up this resource thing. Right from long time in history, people have always moved from a resource poor area to a resource rich area. Often famines and others. I mean, there have been some conditionalities on which people come and reside somewhere else. But and elephants and ants and all the birds, for them there are no boundaries really, no borders really. But human beings, being some of the most intelligent races after the Treaty of Westphalia in the 16th century, divided the African continent, and you can see very typical cake-like areas. Why? Because this huge concept of nation states were built, which were crossing ethnicities. Earlier, many ethnic communities were together, and so I would like to hear your views on that, and how South Africa and other, because you've been part of the Pan-African Congress also. How does this get resolved over a period of time, which has been done, say, at a particular time in history, and now we say everybody has to maintain peace and let's not change the borders any longer because we need a larger concept. But what are you doing? Because you've been interacting with lots of people, both in your place as well as other parts of.
I don't think I'm the best person to comment on that because I belong to PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress. And Pan-Africanist Congress simply means all African. So all African means we disregard colonial borders because those borders were just cut arbitrarily. And sometimes there were exchanges of countries. For instance, the British did not have presence in West Africa, and the French did not have presence in East Africa. So they had to do some gambling. They exchanged Gambia with Djibouti. The British took over Gambia, and the French took over Djibouti. So yes, indeed, that's one, I don't think I'm qualified because even those countries, there are huge cause of conflict in South Africa. And nations were not designed culturally or linguistically. For instance, the country that we call Botswana, they speak language that is Setswana, but there are more Tswanas in South Africa than they are in Botswana. So it shows that it was just a colonial, perhaps a patchwork. And that's why Africa is so weak, because EU alone sends a delegation to Africa to meet Burundi. And Burundi feels powerful to meet EU a delegation. And of course, EU combined economy is more than 1,000 times stronger than Burundi. But if they were to meet AU or African Union as a bloc, the voice will even be bigger. So another African will have a different perspective, but as an all-African adherent of one Africa, I think Africa should be united.
And I'm just going to be requesting you, because I think this audience has not heard your the other part of, which I requested you earlier to speak. So if you can just continue in that about the forgiveness mission that you have taken up, you can just join that. And because I feel that very often, if you have to negate some of the ills of history, you have to probably, even amongst nations, we have to forgive and probably move on sometime. But the burden of forgiveness that we talk about is something to be learned from.
I really appreciate this because soon I'll have to dash out, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. Kulumbai, I'm greeting you formally now. Kulumbai. What? Yes. Well, since I came here, I've been guided from one point to another. Sometimes I feel like a puppet, and like a puppet, I'm going to talk. Just before I came here to the podium, somebody whispered into my ear and said, peace requires women. And actually, I recall that yesterday at one session, there was a problem of poaching and destruction of wildlife until the women intervened, telling their men who were poachers that should they go on poaching the wildlife, should they go on destroying the plants and the environment, they were not going to get their needs because women were not going to cook. And it was until then that men stopped poaching. So that woman who whispered into my ear told me that from number 1 up to the number last, all panelists are male. Even those who are connected virtually still are male. Then where are the women? Can peace really be successfully handled or dealt with in the absence of women? Now, I'm speaking as a puppet. Sometimes puppet can tell the truth. Sometimes, of course, they depend on who is the puppet master. Now, on the burden of forgiveness, I really appreciate for giving me such a cagey face, the burden of forgiveness. I'm standing before you as someone who benefited from forgiveness. Not giving forgiveness, but receiving it. Let me just briefly summarize my life. I was born in South Africa in 1960 at the height of apartheid. At the age of 17, I left my home, my family, my parents, father, mother, sisters, and brothers, and went into exile. So I grew up in the struggle. I joined the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. Then later on, I joined its military wing, the Azanian People's Liberation Army. Azania is the name for South Africa by the indigenous people. I rose through the ranks of APLA, Azanian People's Liberation Army, until I became its director of operations. And of course, it was army to army conflict, but when it became clear that the government army, which is South African Defence Force, was targeting the African people on trains, at night vigils, in churches, wherever they were congregating in large numbers. So I thought that we should go tit for tat. So I issued orders that whites had to be targeted as military targets. Fast forward that, after the new dispensation in 1994, I had written a book while I was underground, Child of This Soil, My Life as a Freedom Fighter, because I had a premonition that I was going to be killed and I did not want to die together with my story. So I wanted the story to outlive me, to live longer than me. So I did not die, that's why I'm here in Boroland. Then, 2002, in October, the book was formally launched in Cape Town, hosted by Cape Town Press Club. and the journalists were there in large numbers asking tough questions, or what they thought were tough questions, because I think questions asked by journalists are never tough. And of course, later on, when I thought the session was over, a woman in the audience rose up and identified herself as Jean Fori, mother of Lindy, a woman who died as a result of my command. And she too asked questions, but I thought that behind that question, or beyond that question, there was something deeper. So I made an appointment with her that we should meet again. And indeed, she honored that appointment. Then in the next appointment, she asked me whether I believed in God. That, I think, is the simplest question for most people here. I think as students, if it was in the question paper, it would be the easiest. Do you believe in God? But for me, it was the toughest, because I do not believe in God. I'm an atheist. I was tempted to tell her lies that indeed I believe in God, hallelujah, amen. But of course, I thought that I should be truthful to her. I told her that I did not believe in God. And she went further to ask me whether I believed in spirituality. Then, yes, indeed, I believe in spirituality, because I think spirituality cuts across beliefs and non-beliefs, and is not religious as such. You don't have to be religious to be spiritual. And then she said, I forgive you. Now, remember, I had not asked for forgiveness. And out of her own volition, she said she forgave me. I felt like a load of sand, a bag of sand weighing down my shoulders. Sometimes it's easier not to be forgiven, but to be forgiven is burdensome. How burdensome is it? Because throughout your life, you have to prove that you are worthy of that gift of forgiveness. So, yes, indeed, I'm still carrying that weight that she gave me that day. And another thing, I didn't know how to reciprocate. Remember, I had left home when I was 17, but even after 1994, there were charges against me. But when they were withdrawn, there was a welcome home party in my village. So I had to invite her to be part of that. And indeed, she became part of it. But another very important thing, in the audience, there was someone from Initiatives of Change, who is a member of the Press Club, Cape Town Press Club. Her name, another woman, is Velma Mares. So Velma, I think, saw us when we were exchanging notes and even cell phones, and she picked the story. Obviously, she shared it with the Initiatives of Change, because since then, Jean and I, our story together was adopted by the Initiative of Change. But the first time I went out of Africa as a continent, it was thanks to the invitation by Initiatives of Change to have a meeting in Sydney. I think it was in 2003 or 2004. The next visit, we went to Solomon Islands, and we've been to many continents and to many countries. We were together invited in the USA. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but Jean did go there, I think twice or thrice. Now, on the question of forgiveness, I do not claim any credit, because I am the recipient of forgiveness. I think if there's anyone who has to be credited, is Jean herself for that magnificent gift of forgiveness. But people who have forgiven others, they tell me that forgiveness is more important to the one who forgives, even more than to the one who's being forgiven, because it has healing qualities, because it is a let go exercise. Archbishop Tutu says forgiveness is an act of selfishness. I'm putting a own words verbatim, because he says if who holds on is like someone who keeps on drinking poison and hope that the neighbor that he hates so much will die of the poison that he's busy drinking. So forgiveness is burdensome, yet we need it, because no human relations can last for too long without forgiveness. But Jean Fori, I'm not in the category of a class. I think she's special in that. But together, Jean and I, we went beyond forgiveness in terms of restitution. We identified the problem that the fighters, combatants were facing, both those who were supporting apartheid and those who were against apartheid like me. And we had a big gathering. We found that the ex-militants or guerrillas in the bush, their problems were basically material. And those who were fighting on the side of the apartheid, they don't have a problem of what to eat and where to sleep, but their problem were psychological or mental. So Jean, being a former university lecturer and stayed in psychology and other forms of counseling, she was helpful in that regard. And we jointly formed the Fori Foundation, named after her daughter, and we're doing work, we're doing excellent work until she relocated in Australia. And because she was the foundation of that foundation, then the foundation just died away. But of course, we still work and collaborate informally. Just on the eve of my coming here, I had a meeting with her because she's in South Africa. Now, with these few words, if there's any question, I'm willing to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. That was poetic almost. You can imagine people who are forgiving, and but the way he said it, it's not easy to a person when he's forgiven. Thanks for reminding us that, and we all need to move ahead. But the tyranny of time, which probably also leads to a lot of conflicts amongst us, is also bearing down my neck. And I just want that Sandeep guy is here, and I just want him to answer, and also with because Vimal is also around, who's worked on environmental disasters. The conflicts that are going to happen because of, I think, the absence of, we kind of, as a civilization, we have tried to sort ourselves out by respecting each other. But somewhere, I think, on the conference table, we don't have a seat which is represented for the environment. And so we can make very hell of it. And I just want you to dwell on that for a few moments, or its links with what is happening at this moment, potential conflicts between the states. We've seen in very many states otherwise also, but we were having between Arunachal and Assam because of things, a lot of it because of Pista and others, which was happening in Bangladesh, a bit of that, so that we can emerge better from there.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sandeep Puket. I am a journalist by profession, and I promise I'm not going to ask you tough questions. Well, I think to answer Dr. Kaul's question about, earlier he asked about drawing and redrawing boundaries, and then Mr. Vimal talked about resources. I think a lot of these conflicts are actually arise out of these resources and a sense of belongingness or a sense of alienation. For example, to give you an example, those of us who are from Assam, we take our one-horned rhinoceros as a symbol of identity. as a symbol of our culture. We belong to this land. If there is a poaching, immediately there is this outsider debate that plays out. I mean, you will hear that all kinds of allegations play out that, oh, an Assamese cannot be doing this. He can't be killing a rhino. So it has to be an outsider. And these identities, they get aggravated. So it is linked to resources. Similarly, states do not want to give away land or to sort of settle people from outside because of our, these are, we must understand that northeastern states have very tiny ethnic communities. And it is difficult. It's, I understand that the concept of nation state as understood in Europe is not exactly the same here. I mean, boundaries, as Sir was saying, that boundaries for the Naga people, they are not physical boundaries. It's the shared history and shared culture. So I think a lot of these conflicts arise because of that. I mean, what belongs to us, what belongs to them. I mean, we've seen in recent past conflicts between Mizoram and Assam. But what's interesting is, and I'm a student of sociology, and anthropologist Ivan Pritchard had this concept of fusion and fission. So we see these small tribes fighting, or small groups fighting among ourselves, but then we fuse to become this common Northeast identity outside when we go. In Delhi, in Bangalore, in Chennai, wherever we go, we become one people. So it can work to your advantage, but it can also work to your disadvantage. Then, because we all identify ourselves as these Northeasterners, so there is this tendency by policymakers that we are all clubbed as one people, and thereby our histories, our culture, our individual histories are ignored. So I think this is the dilemma that we face. But a lot of it is linked to control over resources, our our understanding of our own history, our language, and our culture.
Thank you so much. And actually, I was planning to speak on language and peace building, but since welcome, sir. I was planning to speak on language and peace building, but since I have been asked to talk a little bit about resources, issues around resources in the context of Darjeeling from my area, I think that's a very important area that needs to be looked into when we talk about peace and conflict, because resources, degradation of resources, and emergent conflict has been a very, very critical area more recently. Traditionally when we talk about insecurity that crops up because of issues around environment, we were only looking, we used to look around physical conflict between people. But more recently, the idea of conflict has also been expanding with time. Today, there are various types of conflict that have besetted the entire region of Northeast, and Sikkim Darjeeling is no exception in this regard. And resources is in the forefront in the last 30, 40 years. And there was a mention about Tista. Tista is one of the most contested rivers in the world. It is the fourth largest river in the eastern part of India. Little smaller than Brahmaputra, but it is part of Brahmaputra system. And this river, the Geographic Channel has listed this river as one of the most degraded rivers in the world due to human use. So, ISTA has been the laboratory of research more recently. People from the West, scholars from the West have been visiting. A lot of research projects are also being funded by the foreign agencies. The government of India has also funded a number of research to look into the issues around uh, Tista River Basin. So one of the very important conflicts that we see in the Tista Basin at the moment is international in nature. One of the major bone of contentions between Bangladesh and India with regard to the sharing of natural resources is River Tista. Tista, if you look into the map of Tista, it flows down from the northern part of Sikkim. It flows the entire stretch of Sikkim and flows through West Bengal and finally enters Bangladesh and joins Brahmaputra, also called Meghna, at that point of place. And India, particularly West Bengal, has diverted more than 80% of the river in a place called Gazal Doba, and the water is diverted towards the northern part of West Bengal, and only about 20%, even less than 20% of the river actually flows into Bangladesh. And that is what Bangladesh has not liked, because a large part of northwestern part of Bangladesh relies on Tista River for its agricultural activity. And there are studies that have confirmed that the volume of Tista River is going down with time. In the last 30 years, the volume of water in Tista has drastically gone down, and accordingly, a lot of conflicts have also been happening in the parts of West Bengal and northwestern part of Bangladesh. Conflict not in the physical sense, but conflict like environmental refugees have been reported. People have been starving, crops have failed. So these kind of structural conflicts have been happening in the region, and that have been repeatedly been reported in recent times by the newspapers, by research studies, by MA, MPhil thesis, by PhD thesis. And if you come up to Sikkim and Darjeeling, almost, even within Sikkim only, more than 41 hydropower projects, big hydropower projects were sanctioned initially in the Tista Basin. And there were conflicts. There is an organization called ECT, Affected Citizens of Tista, that have been fighting against this hydropower project, and they have been able to scrap about 6 to 8 projects. But even today, close to 26 projects are on the ground. About 6 to 7 projects have already been commissioned. They are on operation now. Many are under construction, and some of them have been left by the builders halfway. So, there is inherent internal conflicts also happening in Sikkim, and because of these hydropower projects, people from the plains are coming. So small colonies have been developing. So along with these colonies, the culture of the plain is coming. The food habits of the plain is coming to the hills. The disease from the plains are coming. So, these kind of newer developments are bringing new kinds of conflict in the region. You come down to Darjeeling, natural springs are drying up. There are a lot of tunnels that have been developed in Sikkim and Darjeeling. If you see the geomorphic map of Sikkim, you will see a large number of tunnels within Sikkim, and there are arguments, although we do not have a clear-cut scientific findings, but there are studies that have tried to link that because of these tunnels, now natural springs, instead of coming up, they are going down. So majority of the natural springs are drying up. Further, natural disasters like the earthquake of 2011 that ravaged major part of Sikkim. People now are saying because of this earthquake, the aquifers down have been cracked, and all the natural springs are now going down, and a large number of natural springs have dried up. So these kinds of resource degradation brought about by human activities as well as natural disasters have been bringing newer kinds of conflicts that we need to talk about. So this traditional approach to conflict management may not work now. The problem is interdisciplinary. So scholars from disciplines like IR may not be able to handle this kind of conflict. So we really need multidisciplinary approach. Scholars from geography, scholars from economics, sociology, IR, political science, and policymakers have to come together. I think that is what I think. We need to come together and try to identify these newer problems in the entire Northeast
and come up with the framework to handle this kind of newer challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all my discussants. As I said, the tyranny of time is breathing in my neck, and I wish that we can also, because there are a lot of young people here, and Sunny Mayong, if you can just come up on stage and briefly talk about the initiative for happiness that Bodoland is launching. Where's Sunny? Okay, yeah, come please. Before I ask the CM Govinda to speak, and then in the end, Honorable CM is here, and I think we'll give the last word to him. Okay. So, thank you for just giving me this brief time. Yesterday, I had mentioned about the Bodoland Happiness Program, and from this conversation on peace building, that is an action step by the BDC government to promote peace and well-being and happiness in this region. And yesterday I had mentioned that we need everyone's participation, to make this happen. So I'll just go quickly through the slides of what is the Bodoland Happiness Program about before our CM Boro does the official launch of it. And with that, we also have a few members of the committee who are part of that. We have Montu Boro, who's an MCLA, Himanta Radha, the MCLA, Sampati Deka, the MCLA, and also Miss Helena Swarvikyari. So these are just a few of the committee members who are part of the Bodoland Happiness Program. And I'll just take you through quickly through the slides so that you get an understanding of what this is about, and especially with the Bodoland University, the teachers and professors present here to see how can we work together with the students and the teachers. So the Bodoland Happiness Program. So the Bodoland Happiness Program is a program launched by the BTC government to bring together the people of BTR and become active initiators and partners in promoting happiness, peace, and dialogue in the region. Why the need of such an initiative, we might ask? Because we recognize that there's a need for human development, leadership capacity building, citizen engagement, and the sustenance of peace and well-being in the region, working in conjunction with development in education, healthcare, and economic opportunities for the overall holistic growth of BTR. So what is the program about? The program is about inner development. It's about developing that inner self. Because we have many programs that are working for the outer development, but very few programs that are focused on sustaining peace, developing leadership capacity, enhancing happiness and well-being in the people. And these are just few programs that are there under the Bodoland Happiness Program. We have what we call the BTR Listen, is a space where people can come together to listen to each other, a space where people can share their challenges, a place where people from the government and people from the society can come together to listen and share and understand each other, see where can they support each other. We have a program for women. Mr. Ladlapa mentioned that we need more women even on the stage. So this program is focused on seeing how can we empower, equip, and bring out women, more women taking part in the leadership of BTR. Then we have conclaves for youth, so from different universities and colleges in Bodoland to take part in the youth conclaves. We have community empowerment programs where we visit different communities and start to study, understand, and see what we can do with the requirement that's needed in the community. And then there's a Bodoland leadership program where different leaders from different communities will be handpicked to go through a leadership program to see how they can enhance their leadership capacity in their respective communities. So that's just a short brief about what the Bodoland Happiness Program is about. So where this is just the first introduction to what the program is about, but we hope that through the university and through the colleges, we'll see how we can work together and become partners in this. So thank you very much for giving me this time.
Thank you, Sunny. May I call Govinda to come in? I think, to me, he's one of the most so-called armed fighters, but seem the most peaceful and humble people who has moved to peace from guns. And I just want you to end the session before the CM speaks.
Thank you, Dr. Cole, for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words about the struggle and about the Boro people's aspirations. Actually, nobody becomes armed traveler at his own will, unless circumstances compel him. So, the armed struggle started among Boro people in 1980s, middle part of 1980s. Before that, our people launched movement democratic for having a separate state within the Indian Constitution. And those movements are very peaceful and non-violent movement. But instead of trying to resolve all this movement, the government of India used force, used violence to crush down that movement. And that nature of India created some kind of restlessness among the Boro people. Because of that, the young people of the Boro community started to take arms in 1987 during the movement of Boro Union. Later on, in 1993, an agreement was signed between leadership of All Persons Union and the Government of India, and PSU was created under the State Act. But despite it, Boro people were not satisfied with that agreement because their aspirations were not met by the agreement. Strictly, we were free and independent nation. Later on, this freedom was snatched away by other forces, other communities. And then British came and crushed down the independence of our people. So, since 1854, we lost our independence and become the subject of rule of British colonies. So after India's independence from British in 1947, we also become the part of India. And our forefathers thought that we'll have justice under the independent India, because all the leaders will be were native and they take care of all the communities equally. But later, our people had experienced that whatever rights and privilege they had during the British time, they lost everything independent India. So in 1967, our people started democratic movement for separate state in a democratic way, non-violent way. But the government of India did not consider any of the movement, any of the demand. Rather, they crashed on with force. So a kind of anger and dissatisfaction cropped up within the hearts of the young people. And because of that, armed struggle started in the middle part of 1980s during the movement of All Persons Union. And after the agreement of 1993, some sort of peace came into our society, but the whole rights and demands for which the people started movement were not met out by the agreement. So, armed struggle, especially under the name of National Democratic Front of Portland, started again in 1986. At that time, I was teaching in a school. I was just a teacher. But that movement touched me also. Somehow I got involved with that movement. For 2 or 3 years. At daytime, I was working as a teacher. But at night time, I was working as a member of militant organization, armed struggle. So that time I found myself my role as the play of George Bernard Shaw, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And I was arrested in 1987. Had been thrown into jail for 5 months and then got out on bail. Then I went in a hiding for working a full-time militant member till 2005. I was working as a full-time member of National Democratic Front of Portland. 2005, we signed a ceasefire agreement with the government of India and started negotiation for 15 years. Actually, what we negotiated with the government is our rights, our constitutional rights. We demanded that we need, at least India should concede the constitutional right to the poor people. Actually, it could be resolved within 2-3 years with 2-3 sittings. It could have been resolved if India had political will, but they didn't have any mindset to resolve the problem. So they prolonged, and we have to continue our negotiation for 15 years after. And during that moment, during that our negotiation time, we met all persons and leaders, Mr. Pratt, and we together started to negotiate for 4 or 5 years. And 2020 we signed the agreement with the government of India and government of Assam. Though we don't have till now 10% of the demand resolved, still we are satisfied. At least 90% of our demand have been considered by the government of India. And peace actually comes when the rights and privileges, especially the constitutional rights of any community, is given to those people by the government. So, 2020's agreement, BTR agreement, it doesn't give us the 10% right to us, 10% demand of what we have done. Still, at least majority of our demands have been met and resolved. And I hope by this agreement, majority of our people are satisfied, and we feel that we have got the right, though not 7%, at least 90% the demands for which we struggle, we have been able to resolve. And due to that, some sort of satisfaction crop up in our hearts, and we feel that at least we can live as a community in a free and fair atmosphere, just to work for the development of society, to work for the development of our community, and not only our community, but all the communities living in our area. Since long before, and we'll have to live in the days to come. I'm really happy that our dignitaries and resource persons have come here to help us, to help the Borderland develop in every sphere of our life. I especially thank Brother Iralu for his sacrifice for the long years to build up peace in Nagaland. Actually, the source of our inspiration for armed struggle is Mr. Fiju. He was the source of our armed struggle. And unless they started an armed movement in Nagaland, I think the Boro people would never thought of that idea. And at least armed struggle has made the government of India to understand the problem and reality of this area, people of this Northeast area. Otherwise, they would not have understood our problem. So anyway, I'm really thankful to the resource person, the guests coming here from different countries and different parts of India. I would like to request you all to help us in future to guide our leaders who are working for the community and who are working for the development of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Govinda. He just communicated a small amount saying that it was the NSC and IM which gave him the training. I was talking about the hillock that I saw where he first received training, and that's the place, and that's why the Nagas were the gurus. Can I call the chief of Borderland, Shipamot Boro, to end the session here? And as has been said by Letnawa earlier, lots of whispering has been going on, and somebody whispered in my ears to ask him this question to start with, that do you think this peace which is here will last? We've had to sign so many accords. Is this just one of it, or is it going to be the final one? What do you think?
Thank you very much. I think the sessions almost concluded. So giving me another chance to share a few words. But I don't want to make confusion on you, because whatever they have already shared, it's very important and valuable. So only 2-3 points I want to share. Dr. Sunil has mentioned one question asked by someone. Is he or she there who asked the question? May I know? What is it? Oh, okay. So is this accord is last or final? Okay. So yeah, nothing is last and final. Nothing is beginning. Till the human society is there, there will be always new accord, new agitation, new movement, but issues will be different. Issues will be always different. We should not confine in one demand and one issue. What I have learned from in my the past experience, the life is for struggle, life is for working. Whether you accept it as struggle or accept it as work, is life is for work and struggle. So accord is nothing but a recognition, an agreement that something is there, and we try to resolve it. So this is what I understand as an accord. There are lots of accord in entire world, and even in the only Northeast, there are accords signed, more than 29 accords signed by different groups of the Northeast since independence in India, in the Northeastern, the states and the groups. But none of the accord fully implemented yet. I got it from one Manipuri group. They made a study of different accords signed by government of India and the regional governments, but none of the accord implemented totally fully. Now, what I am thinking that without making our thinking and thought process confined to one area, we should have a different outlook covering entire union, entire world, and entire human society now. So, science saying something different and philosophy is saying something different. But human life started many billions years ago. Till then, this human society, the mankind, encountered many, the problems, many issues in our course of life. In different province, we have different problems. In different continent, we have different problems. But problem is there, and problem is the human problems. And some of the problems are created by us. Some of the problems are inevitable. It comes in the course. But I don't see there is any problem which we cannot resolve. There is a solution of every problem with only the human beings. If there is problem, there is solution also. But we don't try to find out the solution. That this problem can be solved in this way or that way. We don't try to find out it. We just simply try to blame other for one problem. That's why we don't find solution. So today actually I wanted to ask one question to our guru, the guru of peace and guru of violence, Naga. One underground leader, former underground leader said the Nagas are the future guru of the underground movement. I say another Naga, Iralo, is the guru of peace building in Bodoland. So it's a double Swiss remote. One Swiss bombing, one Swiss peace. So I wanted to ask him that as he is the senior, most experienced, and he understands everything in a different way that we understand. So why in entire world, of course, since few years back, there are lots of institutions, lots of the centers where we discuss the peace building, negotiation, reconciliation, conflict resolution. We discuss. But before that, in any region, like in the northeastern region, there are conflicts since many decades. In India, in some part of the India, there are conflicts since many decades. In Kashmir, in northeast. But why we don't have any course, any subject, to study by the students at any level on peace and happiness? Because we can think of 1 minute, 1 second without peace and happiness. Peace and happiness, these two values are so much important in human life. But these two two values are not taught in any institution, where we cannot live without peace and happiness. Why our policymakers, why our the thinkers, why our leaders, they didn't they felt that we should have a the school where we teach our students on peace and happiness. Because what I have understand, if somebody understand what is peace and happiness, he or she will never create any kind of trouble to anybody in anywhere for any society. He will never disrupt the peace process or the normal the life and the normal situation of any the society. So this is happening because I have seen some learned people, educated people, he's doing the wrong thing. In village, when in the village there are some people who are very simple and honest, and everybody like him. How educated he or she, we don't know. But we say simply that Johnny is very good in our village. I don't know who is Johnny. Johnny is very good man in Johnny because he don't, he didn't disturb anyone. He listen everybody. He works whatever you tell. So he is very good man. And other man is the Mr. X. He is not a good man, though he is a very educated man. We don't like him. So this value is respected, honored, and loved by everybody. But why don't we think that this value should be in the highest level in the human society? We should be the like the mantra or motto of our human life, the peace and happiness. So why we didn't help? What was the situation that people didn't feel that there should be some subject or in the course, whether it is in elementary level, secondary level, and degree level, better in the secondary or elementary level, that one student learn the peace and happiness in his life, in her life, so that he can live peacefully in her, in the life that she has to live with a long life. She can and he can live peacefully and happily. So I will just listen from him. Then I have no today. I don't want to speak much because already you have since long time you are listening to each other. So I'm requesting our guru to speak on this. Before he came, I think we mentioned the fact that it's his birthday, right? Please clap. Another man. I believe today is the birthday also of your predecessor. Yes. It's a very historic day, and there must be something of heaven's plan in that. I wanted to give this, Mr. Tian, I wanted to give this assessment. Before we came, we talked about happiness. But this one about as someone who we came, IOC team came here. Some of us have been coming here for some time earlier. And I realized that I personally know the history of the Bodo people so little. We know only about our history and we think people should know about our history. But the abstracts written, prepared by Bodo University resource persons, researchers, I certainly want to study very carefully and get more books to study. For example, the Bodo ruins in Dimapur, the ruins of your kingdom. In Dimapur, well, there it is. How much it means to you, and we must understand that. And somehow we must uh, find a way of touching the hearts of the people there. It has become a boundary line. But we must go beyond this boundary and make it something that goes to both sides. I certainly want to search among ourselves in Nagaland and with you to work on something that will become a healing. Because if we do that right, it will certainly help ourselves also. And we have not given enough attention to that. Those three that means so much to the Bodo people. And I want to express my unhappiness, at the same time my commitment that we do something to take it to a healing position. And there is, the Bodo people, they have a history of greatness, pain, suffering, at the same time a continuous strength in the story. I think because of your understanding of your history and your determination not to let that history die. And what we heard from various people this morning, the Deputy CM, we realized that how deep that is and how that has survived and it has come to what it is today. And there is a very interesting observation which has helped certainly me very much. An observation by the British professor Toynbee. Toynbee, the great British historian, he said, he wrote the histories of nations and civilizations, and he's of course regarded one of the greatest historians of the 20th century. And he said, all of history can be written in two small words: challenge and response. Then he says, each society progresses only to the extent it meets its challenges. Each society progresses only to the extent it meets its challenges. And I feel that here in Bodoland, as you have it today, you are an instance of meeting the challenges more and more adequately, nowhere else in Northeast India. And because of that, I believe we are finding hope. And to the extent, I mean, this whole thing is an example, the thoroughness, the completeness of your program. It is an example of how well you have responded to the challenges of the new situation. And I want to say that is giving us, all of us, hope in Northeast India. Because we are not meeting our response to the challenge are hopeless in Nagaland, for example. And we are destroying ourselves because our responses are so inadequate. And I want to say that we want to play a part, learning from you and going forward with you. And one thought to suggest, learn at the Knowledge Festival. I probably have done it all, but literature for children, children's books, because I think the children are the ones, that's where they get the wrong thinking or they get the right thinking, it shapes their lives. I think the stories, the children's books that shape the lives of people is a very powerful thing. So maybe that the literary search for peace building go into that. So thank you very much for giving us this time, this opportunity to be part of your festival.
Thank you, Nikitu. I think, thank you, and I think hand over the stage back to the organizers. Some felicitation. So, sorry, we have taken over 30 minutes for the other session, and sorry for that. We'll take another 5 minutes. Before that, on the team peace building on behalf, we would like to felicitate Honorable CM Sir with an Arunai for his birthday. So many happy returns of the day, sir. So thank you, sir. And without much further delay, thank you for. We have a small program, just 2 minutes. We have got a lot of knowledge, a lot of things from all the resource persons, but in return, on behalf of the team peace building, we don't have anything to offer except a piece of paper written letter of appreciation. So their contribution in this session cannot be weighed and cannot be measured in terms of any kind of measurement scale. So on the behalf of team peace building, we'd like to offer a letter of appreciation, nothing else. So to Srijut Pramod Bora sir. Nikitu Iralo sir. Mr. Lepa, I think Sani can come and take on his behalf. I love it. Then Sunil Kol sir and Bimal Kawas. So since there are a lot of speakers, but it was preprint actually as per the schedule. So many thanks to other speakers as well. So lastly, 1 more minute, we'll have a photo session here, along with the team peace building and IOC member. Yeah. Become. So I would like to hand over to Dr. Debujiti Vishwas. So sorry for the delay. We have till 30 minutes.
ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ আৰু জাষ্টিছৰ প্ৰগ্ৰাম আছে আমাৰ কোনোবা শুনিব মন আছে যদি থাকিব পাৰে अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड जस्टिस की यहाँ सेमिनार है जो सुनना चाहते हैं वो लोग यही भेज सकते हैं ताकि प्रोग्राम जल्दी से शुरू हो। मैं आप लोग को जिसको भी इंटरेस्ट है इस विषय पे आपको यही भेजने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ।
I would like to request our students from political science to straightly go to hall number 3. So we have a session there, human rights. We have another session in hall number 3,
on the team human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That age,
Excuse me, volunteer from please building session. Please clear up the tables, please, because they are having a second session. No, they are having another session, so you need to clear it up. Please come to the dais and clear it up. Thank you.
Hi, Namita. I'm Sahan. How are you? So someone can say, you know, like, you know,
Good evening. We are going to start our session in a while. Just give us 5 more minutes to settle down. We will be starting within 5 minutes. I request all the participants to take their seats. They should not be standing at the back. Please come and take your seats.
we are sitting. इसके बारे में मैं क्या बोलूं you expect it or do you see? So I went to that stop. But you know, my colleague Saturday on the हमारे लाइफ स्टेज सोलर का मास्टर जो सोलर उसमें सोलर का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो रहा है हम तो समझ रहा हो और नहीं हो हमारा जो परस्पर दिक्कत है प्रोफाइल हमारा setup things are not even not allowed in this. This is a concrete structure, bigger structure. We दिक्कत है, but otherwise maximum 2 years. Telemedicine. I'm here only. I say, I say. Bishop, I say. নাই নাই ৰুমটো দখল মানে পেমেণ্ট কৰিব নোৱাৰিলে তেওঁলোকে মানে এইটো কেঞ্চেল কৰিব মই একচুৱেলি বহুত বিজি হৈ আছোঁ
Sorry, Pete, I need to see the toilet. But then it's good if you public health
Normally the problem suspect objective तो होना चाहिए batteries that last for 10 years. The issue is like submarine batteries. Recycling. Then marketing का problem होता है. इसको सर. ये तो कैसा हो? आप लोग आ जाएंगे हमारे डीएफओ लोग यहाँ उसमें मैं था
2008 So we start here. We start here.
I sit here in the ward number 5 in Jeddah, again, HOD Road. Ben, ask
Good evening once again. We are about to begin our session today. I thank all the participants for coming to this session, for their long waiting, for their patience. I thank all of you. Today we have a few speakers. We have Professor Peter Newell from the University of Sussex. We have Dr. Harish Hande. We have Muhammad Rafiqul Islam from Bangladesh. We have amongst us Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra, Chairman of the Pollution Control Board of Assam. And the session will be chaired today by Professor Anamika Borua. She is a professor at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. And she's also a visiting faculty in the Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok. She is trained in ecological economics. Her research interest lies in understanding how political, social, and economic factors shape environmental decisions and change, particularly related to water. Her research interests include climate change and water security, ecological footprints, virtual water flow through trade, and water governance, including transboundary water governance. She serves as an expert in the DST's climate change program and was a member of the drafting committee of India's new water policy constituted by the Ministry of Jal Shakti. Now, if we look at the panel today, we have experts from various fields. There are practitioners, there are academicians, there are policymakers, and I think it will give us a holistic approach towards solving the climate crisis and going towards a sustainable development. So with this, I request Professor Anamika Borua to come to the dais. We would like to felicitate Professor Borua with an RNI. I request our student Nikita to bring the RNI. We have a small bag of gifts. It has an abstract book, a diary, and we have an overcoat. So now I would hand over the session to Professor Borua. She will be inviting the other guests, and we will be felicitating them as well.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and good evening. Welcome to this session of Climate Justice and Action. I really feel honored to be a part of this knowledge platform, and I think all of you must be witnessing a lot of knowledge being disseminated and also a knowledge being generated. And for the students, I think this is an extremely great opportunity in the sense that you can also expand your network and you can connect to so many different diverse group of people who are working in the field of climate change and particularly the session Climate Change and Action. Before I introduce you to today's speaker, as already mentioned, that we have a diverse group of speakers, and we hope that the session will be interesting. I just want to quickly set the context that the Climate Justice and Action is a session where we basically try to find out how can we make our climate actions, our climate policies inclusive. We make sure that those whose voices are usually not heard at the decision-making table, how can we make sure that their voices are heard? How can we ensure that the technologies that we are coming up with does not bring further injustice or inequity? So given this, this is what today we expect to hear from our speakers. The speakers of the session, we have 4 speakers, and I would introduce you one by one, and I also request the speakers to please come here as I introduce you. We have with us Professor Peter Nivell, who is a professor of international relations at the University of Sussex and co-founder and research director of the Rapid Transition Alliance. His recent research focuses on the political economy of low-carbon energy transitions, but he has undertaken research, advocacy, and consultancy work on different aspects of climate change for over 25 years. He has worked at the universities of Sussex, Oxford, Warwick, and East Anglia in the UK, and Glasgow, Argentina. He sits on the board of directors of Greenpeace UK and has undertaken advisory work for the governments of the UK, Sweden, and Finland, and for international organizations such as the United Nations Development Programme, the Global Environment Facility, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the World Bank. So I would like to welcome Peter, please, and with a round of applause, please. And I would like to call Nikita to please come onto the stage and felicitate Professor Peter Nivell.
Nishan. Nishan.
Thank you. A lot of things, Peter, you may have to put extra luggage. Now let me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Arup Kumar Mishra. Dr. Mishra is the chairman of Pollution Control Board, Assam. Before that, he was director of Assam Science, Technology and Environment Council, which we know as ESTEC, and director of Assam Energy Development Agency, EDA, both nodal agencies of Government of Assam for more than 5 years. Dr. Mishra taught in the Department of Chemical Engineering of Assam Engineering College for almost 25 years. During 1998 to 2001, he worked as a senior fellow in the Department of Science and Technology, Vigyan Prasad, Government of India, New Delhi, and initiated few projects for children and youth in India. A chemical engineering graduate from Assam Engineering College and postgraduate from IIT Kanpur. Dr. Mishra's area of interest are environmental engineering, sustainable development, green engineering. So I would like to now welcome Dr. Mishra and also Trishna to please come onto the stage and felicitate Dr. Mishra. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mohammad Rafiqul Islam, who is an award-winning Bangladeshi independent journalist. In 2022, the name of Rafiqul was included in the list of 100 climate influencers of the world announced by the organization Apolitical of the UK. He won the Naturalist Global Award in 2021. Rafiqul has received 20 national level awards. This also includes Transparency International Bangladesh, Investigative Journalism Award, Dhaka Reporters Unity Awards, and several such awards. Rafiqul has received fellowships from the London-based Earth Journalism Network, the Premium Organization of Environmental Journalists, and that award he has received twice, once in 2022 and again 2020, and then again in 2021. Rafiqul completed a fellowship in common property issues in 1998. And he is joining us all the way traveling from Bangladesh. So a big round of applause, and may I request Mohammad Rafiqul to please come onto the stage. And I would like to request Jahnavi to come onto the stage and please felicitate Mohammad Rafiqul. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Harish Hande, who is the co-founder of Selco India in 1995. He was awarded with the Raman Magsaysay Award in 2011 for his pragmatic efforts to put solar power technology in the hands of the poor through his social enterprise, Selco India. Now, his introduction is very brief, but I know why it is brief, because he wants to keep that time to address all of you. So may I welcome Dr. Harish, please, and Jayashree Sharma to kindly felicitate. Thank you, and let me once again welcome all the speakers on the dais. And as you can see, we have an excellent and a distinguished panel of speakers here. I would like to now first request Professor Peter Nobel, who is going to speak on towards transformative climate justice, to make the presentation. Just quickly, the rule of the house is that I request all of you to keep your questions with you. We will first finish all the presentation, and then we will open it up for discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let's raise it slightly. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me offer a huge thanks to Dr. Jati for the invitation to present here. And thanks to Priyanka, who's sat there, who's been helping me to navigate the Knowledge Fest and not get too lost on this vast and sprawling and very beautiful and vibrant site. So it's a pleasure to be back in India, especially to visit Bodoland and to be in Assam. It's a part of India I've never visited before. And I think, as we've heard already many times over the last few days, it's really a great opportunity and a great moment for the people of this region, all of you, to think together about what a collective, more inclusive, more sustainable development pathway might look like, and to avoid some of the problems that have occurred in places of the world, like where I come from in the UK and in Europe. And of course, one key element of that pathway is what's often called climate-compatible development. Okay? Development pathways that are compatible with tackling climate change. And often those are talked about in relation to three key elements. One is around climate mitigation. How do we reduce emissions as we develop? A second is often around climate adaptation. How do we live with and adapt to the consequences and the impacts of climate change? And the third is squaring those two things with poverty alleviation. And so for me, questions of justice, which is what I'm going to talk about briefly today, run through all of those dimensions. And that's the topic I want to try and address here first of all. So firstly on definitions, climate justice, what on earth does that mean? It's a huge, very expansive, very contested term. My colleague in Bangladesh, Salim Huq, who we were talking about earlier, often says it's easier to define what injustice looks like than to say clearly what climate justice itself would look like in practice. But it often refers to things like the unequal and uneven production of climate change and the unequal and uneven capacity to adapt to its effects. But increasingly also, it arises in how we're responding to climate change. So it's not just the geophysical phenomena, it's the way in which, sorry, those slides I can see. Can I go back? Okay, don't worry about the pictures. So yeah, it gives rise to potentially new injustices in the way we're responding to the threat of climate change. I do have some visuals on this, but they're not currently in sync. But that's fine, we'll keep running with it. So to complicate matters further, climate justice is often linked to other justice claims. So it's closely tied up to, yeah, thank you. So it's closely tied up to things like food justice, because we have discussions often around land grabs, the way in which governments or corporations want to acquire land to absorb CO2 emissions, discussions about climate smart agriculture, in relation to water justice, impacts of climate change on the availability of water, but also then the solutions that we're advancing as low carbon solutions, whether it's hydropower or nuclear, etc. And of course, also fundamental rights, like the rights of tribal communities that we've been hearing about so much at this conference. How do we protect them from further acts of dispossession, land acquisition, and extraction? So why climate justice? It's understood in multiple of ways. It's a very contested term, but the mechanisms for actually delivering it are often really poorly understood and underdeveloped. And this actually really matters in practice because it has real life consequences for the people on the front lines of climate change. But why am I talking about transformative climate justice? This is my sense that we need to shift this debate forward. And we need to shift it forward for a whole set of reasons. The UNEP report that you can see on this slide is called the Emissions Gap Report, and it uses this language of system-wide transformation. This is the only way in which we're going to achieve the sorts of emissions cuts that are required. And look at the level of ambition that we're talking about here, halving greenhouse gas emissions in the next 7 years. This is a remarkably short time period for a very dramatic change that has to take place. And worse still, the policies that we have in place around the world to tackle this leave us on track for about 2.8 degrees of warming. And that's catastrophic in all sorts of ways. So this is clearly an unacceptable scenario and something has to be done. Now the IPCC, you won't be able to read all of that, but it's also talking about this need for transformative systemic change, greater speed and scale of action across all key sectors, and noting that whilst we've seen positive action in some sectors at some times, in some places, we're not seeing it across the board in the way we need to if we're going to meet this challenge more effectively. So this is why I'm talking about transformative climate justice, moving beyond this silo and this difference between mitigation and adaptation, trying to bridge the very abstract conversations going on at the UN level about climate justice with the very real and concrete realities that people are facing on the ground. And more fundamentally, perhaps, is to get to the structural roots of the problem. What are the things that are driving climate change and how far can we address them more effectively? So some of you may remember one of the most famous and useful reports on this was published here in India. It was published by the Centre for Science and Environment in Delhi way back in 1991, talking about global warming and in an unequal world. And it drew this really important distinction between luxury emissions and survival emissions. And we often forget about that in the discussions around climate change, like whose needs are most important, which ones are we going to prioritise as we try to rapidly decarbonise. And Greenpeace, the organisation I'm sometimes part of, wrote a report about hiding behind the poor, and it's very much talking about the Indian context and how per capita levels are incredibly low, but there's, as we know, a rising wealthy middle class whose levels of consumption of carbon are as high as people like me in Europe. So there are big challenges within societies as well that we need to be thinking about. And then globally, of course, we know the largest emitters is China, US, India comes some way down, but when we think about it in per capita terms, it's more countries like Saudi Arabia, US, Canada that move further up the rankings. It matters a lot how you break down emissions and how we think more seriously about responsibility. So first, a bit about the historical production of climate injustice. For me, this is really important. And a big shift took place in this sense with the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the big UN body that produces these reports about the state of knowledge on climate change. And they've started talking about colonialism, which is really brave, and it's about time. But I think it's a really important part of the conversation that we have. And it's not just about adaptation and vulnerability, but it's also about the historical drivers of the climate crisis and the ways in which they continue to exacerbate those, the impacts on communities. So this paper here, you can see a picture of it, published with an Indian colleague of mine, Gaminda Brahma, who works in my department. We were talking about climate colonialism being more than a metaphor, that it's not just about preparing the ground for some of the things that we're seeing going on, but it's an integral part of the ways in which markets are currently expanding and that need to be addressed. So it's not just about richer countries emitting more carbon into the atmosphere, but also the wealth that many of us in Europe and elsewhere have accumulated rests on environmental degradation that's taking place elsewhere. And rightly, in the context of discussions about loss and damage that are taking place at the UN, countries want to bring this, this part of the story to the fore. And it has many contemporary dimensions as well, whether it's about richer countries still wanting to expand fossil fuels, but asking poorer countries to withhold their use of fossil fuels and leave those in the ground. Or the double standard by my own country saying we're going to ban fracking, the fracking of gas in the UK, but still support it in Argentina and elsewhere, in Mozambique, for example. So there's the abuse of power, frankly, by richer countries like my own, passing on the costs of action on climate change to poorer countries. But we also need to, we can think about how some richer countries have outsourced the more intensive parts of their carbon production to China and India and other countries, but are still benefiting from the products that then get imported back into those countries. But we also need to think about divisions within society, because really when it comes to high intensive carbon lifestyles and big emissions, we're talking about a much smaller part of the population. Okay, so if this is a figure from a UN report, and Oxfam have done similar analysis, you really talk about the 1% of the richest people that consume far more of the carbon budget than anyone else. So if you look at the bottom 50% of earners over there, it's virtually negligible in terms of their overall carbon footprint. It's the richer consumers within and between societies that are far more responsible. And of course, that's where, therefore, action has to start. And we can be quite specific about the role of particular actors. A lot of activists talk about the role of major fossil fuel companies, and you can see many of their brands on this slide here, their responsibility, and again, looking at that historically. So we can say, for example, that there's just 9 fossil fuel mining and cement companies, known as the carbon majors, that are responsible for over half of industry's greenhouse gas emissions since the start of the Industrial Revolution. Or we can talk about the fact that just 20 meat and dairy companies emit more greenhouse gas emissions than Germany, the UK, my country, and France combined. So the real challenge is, how do we bring more control and how do we redirect the very purpose of some of these businesses that many people are reliant on to try and drive this more transformative climate action? And it does require dealing with fundamental sources of production and finance in the global economy. I don't think we'll get transformative action unless we deal with those sorts of things. So disruptive climate action, for me, means dealing with those things. But there are procedural elements to this and distributional elements, and I'll just briefly say a bit about both of those. Procedural being who gets to participate in these decisions, who is making the choices about which energies, which forms of action, which policies should be taken. And there's lots of interesting innovation here, as you can see on this next slide. We are seeing commissions, hearings, national level dialogues around climate change. I know most states in India have a climate change strategy and plan. There are ways in which we're trying to amplify citizen voice and bring more people into it. And there are ways in which we can do this in a more participatory way, using citizens' knowledge to try and develop scenarios. Using climate assemblies. This is something that's been popular and used in my country, in the UK, and in Ireland, and in France, and many other places, to try and get all of us as people to say, what are our key priorities? What are we most concerned about? What are the policies we want to see? So it's no longer just an elite discussion between scientists and economists and policy people. So there's a range of invited spaces where governments are creating spaces for citizens to participate, but also claim spaces where people are demanding those spaces themselves. So to do that effectively, it's not just about creating new spaces, it's also about challenging existing power relations in the way I was describing. And some of my colleagues talk about this in terms of the polluter elite. So it goes back to the 1% that I was talking about before. And there are 3 key dimensions to their power. Partly they have very direct impact by having big houses, flying too much, eating very meat-intensive diets, etc. But it's also the political influence they have. They sit on the right committees. They give money to big political parties. It's political power that they have that needs to be disrupted. And the financial power, because that 1% is also the people that have stocks and shares in companies. They may be CEOs of key companies. And so if we're going to really shift this, we need things like restrictions on party funding, rules on conflicts of interest, trying to manage this very close relationship often between polluters and those who are meant to be regulating and managing the polluters. So what form then can a just transition take? There's lots of discussion about the just transition. I've heard it used already at this conference a few times. And again, there's procedural elements to that. Who gets to participate in decisions about how we make this transition away from fossil fuels a socially just one? How can we make sure that the poorest groups don't further suffer If you think of coal-dependent communities in India, for example, how do we make sure that they're not the ones that pay the price for a transition away from fossil fuels, when historically speaking, they're not most responsible for it? And also, how do we think about the intergenerational aspects of this as well? The people that will suffer the worst consequences of climate change may not yet be born, and yet somehow their rights and entitlements have to be part of the difficult conversations we're having. And of course, these are very live debates in Assam, in India more broadly. India is the second largest producer, user and importer of coal, but it's also, as we were hearing yesterday from Ritu, it's the fifth most vulnerable country to the effects of climate change. And in this region in particular, it's one of the most exposed to the effects of climate change. So a coal transition, a move away from coal and towards renewable energy is a huge challenge when coal provides 70% of India's electricity and is the livelihood for 15 million people. You know, what is the future going to look like for those people? How can we manage that in a fair and just way, building new job opportunities, retraining, compensation, all of these sorts of tools and strategies that get talked about in the just transition debate. So I'm going to start to move towards the end now, because I'm getting the look from the chair. So really, just to sort of come back to where I started with, I think it's really about shifting power, the unavoidable need to have the uncomfortable conversations about how we move from a narrower conversation about transitions, which is really just often shifting the technology, shifting the finance, doing things in a more incremental way, to these deeper forms of transformation that I've been talking about today. And I wrote a book a couple of years ago called Power Shift, which starts to talk about how that might be possible. How we shift the power relations within countries and between countries to address some of the issues that I've talked about. And there's increasing interest, for example, in energy democracy. How do we shift people's ability to generate their own energy? But you can apply this also to food and water. Some people use this phrase recommoning, bringing these basic services and utilities back into public hands so people can manage them on their own behalf. And we've got an expert on solar here who may say more about what that looks like in the Indian context. But unless we do those things, unless we shift power and the power to produce these services and power over production, we may get accelerated decarbonisation, but we won't get the social justice element. And for me, that's absolutely critical. And we need to clearly shift policy systems. So we need to move beyond what I'm calling this plug and play approach, where, for example, you think about just shifting towards electric vehicles, but you don't rethink transport, don't rethink mobility. So you still have large-scale car use, and of course that's largely unaffordable for lots of people, and it brings many other problems. So we need to rethink transport in terms of shifts towards more public transport and more active forms of transport, for example, and not just think about the existing models we have, but just plug in a different energy source or a different technology. This is what I mean by plug and play. And so underneath all of this, and coming back to the theme of the conference, and I'll finish with this, it's really about how do we shift the dominant mindsets and framings and knowledge away from always assuming that we can only build a way out of these problems with the same tools, the same technologies, the same knowledge, the same modes of extractivism, which are clearly just going to produce and rely upon the same forms of inequality and extractivism that I've talked about before. So this, for me, really is the challenge. How can we move this conversation on? And really, for me, it also means about drawing on your knowledge, the knowledge we have here, the knowledge that exists all around this state, where people know how to live sustainably, and bringing that into the policy process in a more direct and sustainable way. And I wish you all best wishes and every luck with that endeavour, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Peter, for such an excellent presentation. I'm sure you will have a lot of questions, but we will take the questions after the presentation. But just to reiterate what Peter mentioned, I think some of the points that is quite interesting is that who benefits and who feels the burden is something that we are talking about. There are certain groups where the pollution probably is happening, but the impact is felt by all. And what is most important is it's just not about understanding climate change or impact. It is also how do we contribute in reducing the impact. the mindset, the behavioral changes, etc., is so much important. With this, I would now like to call Dr. Mishra, who is also a policymaker and actually an academician as well. So to please share your views on the subject.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists, and dear students of Borough University as well as some other institutions present here. Well, it's a very vast subject so far as climate justice and action is concerned. We have so many things to be discussed, and time already we have lost 1 hour before we started the entire session. It was 4 o'clock. Now the session chair has introduced me as a policy maker, also academician. Yes, partly true, but I'm also an activist. For the last 30 years, we have been doing some serious activism in those places, environmental advocacy activism, where it is not just environmentalism. When you say climate justice, climate action, it gradually always means that you have to have your ideas fitted into the work space, action space, not just theoretical ideas or some surveys being done like that. Well, 16 months back, I was invited by the government of Assam to head the Pollution Control Board because largely it was felt that this board, instead of doing safeguard, giving safeguard and statutory regulations, policy making, etc., is becoming more like a policing body. Industries are not very happy. Assam has got now about 11,000 large, small, medium enterprises. And when I took charge, I found that these people are not very happy. They always feel that to approach Pollution Control Board is very difficult. People are very tricky. Files get stuck up and so on and so forth. So we wanted to see how things should be improved. Immediately, I formed a group of well-known, good-meaning people in the group, and we made our board of 17 members. And then subsequently, we went to some of the best boards, operating boards in the country. Like Telangana is a very good example. Even our neighboring Odisha in eastern India is a very good board. We found that the bottom line is always transparency, dissemination of information. One thing which was missing in Assam Pollution Control Board earlier was we generate lots of data. We say that River Gauram is polluted. Just suppose we say River Gauram is polluted. The people don't know what is the pollution level, what are the parameters. Pollution could be from simple, benign chemicals to very harmful chemicals, toxic, heavy metals, etc. So what is that pollution level? People didn't know earlier. So transparency has to be improved. From Odisha board, I learned that they have been voted the best pollution control of India for last 3 years continuously. Why? Because whatever they generate, they always put in the public platform. They have a very strong online management system, and all local dailies, news channels, they have got tie-up through media to disseminate the information to people. Unless you have data, unless you have the real facts of your place, say BTR area as a whole, 4 districts, Kokrajhar as a whole, neighboring places, how do you know what is the condition of the environment? By merely looking at the environment, now of course last 15-20 days we have had a lot of storms. Guwahati is having a lot of clouded skies and haze because of the dust. But beyond that also there could be lots of pollution which incipiently has crept into the system and we do not know what is happening. Professor Yashpal, the famous scientist of India who made science popular, I was very fortunate to work with him in Delhi very intimately, like Dr. Kalam, APJ Abdul Kalam, Professor Yashpal, these were two of my gurus when I studied science communication in India. And they taught, Yashpal went to Delhi University in a class of chemistry students, final year chemistry students, Delhi University. He took up the class and says, आप में से कितने मुझे कह सकते हैं ये पानी पीने का लायक है या नहीं? Right? And most of the children were like this. Best of the brains in India going to Delhi University for MSc chemistry. कुछ बोलिए, कुछ तो बोलिए, ये पानी पीने का लायक है या नहीं? Then one student said, I have to do a couple of tests in laboratory to tell you that whether it is fit for drinking or not. The professor said, ये विज्ञान का क्या जरूरत है? ये ज्ञान का डिग्री का क्या जरूरत है? अगर हम ये भी नहीं बोल सकते हैं कि पानी पीने का लायक है या नहीं. And that is a fact, because I tell you as a chemical engineer that water, if you see a color in water, it will not be that harmful, it will kill you. But most of the toxic elements don't have color. When they dissolve in water, they don't have color. That's the point. So, sometimes between our knowledge, between our data, and the inferences drawn, and then subsequent action to be taken, etc., we have a vast difference. That brings me to the topic, waste problem. 2016 Indian Act has said there are 6 types of waste that has to be tackled by India. One is your, of course, solid waste, municipal solid waste, then plastic waste, electronic waste, hospitals, nursing homes giving you biomedical waste, right? Chemical factories, paint manufacturers, refineries giving you hazardous waste. And last but not the least, you also have what you call CND, construction and demolition waste. Wherever you have development, any cities or towns, old structure being broken, new buildings, multi-story building being constructed, you find lot of dust and dirt coming up. Today, Guwahati's major problem, which was very much discussed in the media, was because of mostly your construction and demolition waste. I've been repeatedly telling the media for the last 2 weeks continuously, don't blame Pollution Control Board without knowing the facts. There are 7 departments responsible for quality of air in the city. Transport is there, ask them to stop the vehicles, regulate the vehicles. Housing and Urban Affairs Department is there, Municipal Corporation is there, ask them to give a condition in the house building permission that you have to put a curtain, you have to wet it through sprinkling water, that sand cannot, dust cannot go out of that area. Ask the Public Works Department, it will be the most powerful in Assam, to stop these flyovers on very bad day when AQI or air quality index is very poor. If they don't do it, please don't come to the Chairman Pollution Control Board and tell us that we are responsible. We are living in a society where coordination, collaboration, everything is required. If the other departments don't collaborate, don't ask me, don't blame me for this situation. Waste management is a problem where everybody says we need to have waste management problem. Government should take care. But when you go to build up some infrastructure of waste management, everyone shouts, not in my backyard. Not in my backyard is the book which is brought by CSE, mentioned by Peter also, Center for Science and Environment. They brought out this book, Not in My Backyard. What it says, Assam is a population of 3.12 crore, urban population of 43.9 lakh, 34 districts, it was 37. Recently, 3 districts have been again rolled back. It was there earlier, now rolled back. We have 2,197 Gram Panchayat and we have got 104 urban local bodies. This is the crux of the whole situation here. If you look at the solid waste management of Assam, you see that total waste generation in tons per day is 1284 tons per day, and collection is about 1114 tons per day. But it looks a very good statistics, isn't it? 1114 by 1284 is a high percentage. But if you ask me the next question, what happens in the collected? Sorry. What happens in the next phase? Then there is no answer. Total generation versus collection on TPD, you can find this. And you see door-to-door collection and source segregation ward level is only 463 tons per day out of total 1214. and 1153 tons per day. So this is a very, very pathetic scenario. We are not yet trained. 20 years back, some persons in Municipal Corporation Guwahati requested the people to go for yellow dustbin, black dustbin, different colored bin to segregate the waste, wet waste and dry waste, recyclable, non-recyclable waste. Even today, we have not achieved that goal. I'm very sorry to share with you, we have not come to that. I do not know the situation in Kokrajhar or other areas, but at least in Guwahati, I can say this is far away from that now. But there has been effort in the past. Then you have this this is the NGT, National Green Tribunal hearing we have had. You can see here, collection, segregation, door-to-door collection and waste processing. What is the percentage? Last point, if you look, segregation, you look, second point in the table, 38%, waste processing 51%. Whereas collection is 85% and door-to-door is 95%. Why door-to-door is successful? Because the people who took NGOs, they get money for that. They are paying for every household, the money. That is fine. But where does this waste go now in between? 95% to 51%, 38%. In between, what happens? No one knows. So waste management, if you say, generation process, there is a huge gap of 442 as per December last year, 2022 data. Similarly, this is wet waste on the left-hand side. Right-hand side is a dry waste management. Again, you have a gap of 170 tons per day. Guwahati had one processing plant for 50 tons per day, which was later discontinued because of public outcry. As I said, not in my backyard. This is the shout we hear every time whenever there is some processing facility coming up. After Panikhaiti near Guwahati, which is catering to 7 districts of Assam for biomedical waste treatment. Second unit was almost coming up in Patsala of Bapeta district. Now, Bapeta is rolled back. So, whenever the thing was going to be inaugurated by Chief Minister, 1 week before that there was a litigation, a case that we won't allow near our place biomedical waste treatment. But this is one point which I want to flag off here. Anamika, if you say we need activism, we need climate action, we need climate justice, people want justice, but whenever scientifically also a process has been designed, developed, almost going to be inaugurated with public money, some entrepreneur has put lots of effort for his whole life saving into that project. Still then you say, this is impossible because people have some phobia. Without knowing what is incineration process, what is autoclaving, people just say that in my backyard, in my place, there is a mandir, there is a masjid. Near this place, we have schools, you cannot have this facility. And this is what happening. Coming to the point, because I was asked by the chair to just give you some figures. You can see that waste compost for GMC this year, we have earmarked. This year means recently, which is going to have next 2-3 years implication for 106.944 crore rupees out here. And you can see the elements, waste to compost, then civil works, land development facility, windrow composting, pit composting, biomethanation of GMC, Municipal Corporation, and then all this comes to about 182.28 crore rupees earmarked. This is not just a government statistical thing, this is a promissory note given to National Green Tribunal by the government of Assam. This is a promissory note which has to be abided by. Similarly, for dry waste mitigation process, I said dry waste also is a problem. You cannot burn openly. Open burning is not allowed. For that also, about 100 dry waste is 69.92 crore rupees have been earmarked for the next fiscal year. And this is also going to create material recovery facilities, including plastic waste management. Right now, we have about 29 units in Assam which are going for plastic recovery. Plastic recovery is done, and then first plastic when you use first time, we call virgin plastic, and second time, third time, it is not virgin plastic, it's called recycled plastic. But it still has got some value because all plastics are not used for edible purpose or keeping food storage, etc. There are some plastics which are used for various purposes, like hanging your wet cloth on the strings, clips, etc. So those things can be easily made. Your dustbin bags can be easily made, and we are promoting that as far as possible. We are trying to promote it. Okay. So inert waste management. Inert waste means those waste which has no toxicity, but it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance. So for that also we have had like 142.05 crore rupees. I can assure you, for the first time in the history of the state, 2023-24 budget and the promissory note given by the government of Assam to National Green Tribunal and Supreme Court is the first time that so much of money has been earmarked for this purpose. Okay. Steps to mitigate the legacy waste. What is legacy waste? If you have gone to Guwahati side, the highway you will see Boragaon, heaps and heaps of pahar type of waste being dumped. Those you have seen Jalukbari area. So this waste is called legacy waste because it is a long-term legacy we are inheriting. Now, people are taking from that, so recycling the plastic, between the plastic part and the other trash part, and the recycle is going to Dalmia Cement, either in East Kasi near Shillong or Umrangshu in Dima Hasab district of Assam. There are two facilities available with us where this plastic waste is burnt in an incinerator. It is called co-processing, and co-processing is a win-win situation. If you talk to me about plastic waste disposal, I will always go for co-incineration, co-processing, because you don't use the fossil fuel, coal or other fuel used for making cement. Number one. Number two, you take that material from the bio-mining or legacy waste, old waste, which is going as a fuel out there. Almost similar calorific value. Plastic has got good heating value, calorific value, if you compare with the other traditional fuels. So it's a double-edged sword. On one side, stop using fuel, and also finish this plastic legacy waste. Every day, for your information, 10 to 12 tons. 10 to 12 tons of waste is going from Boragaon legacy mining by Dalmia trucks to their cement manufacturing plants, and those are being burnt there to make cement for you and me. You all know nowadays how different materials are used. I am here today. I came to Salakati first before coming to the meeting. Thermal Power Station Salakati. Okay, it's very close to you, all of you. They are also using 20% of their fly ash for making bricks in different places. One of my students in engineering college, only 4 or 5 years back, he passed engineering. David Gogoi is now international figure, celebrity. India takes him to different pavilions in Dubai and Kuwait and Singapore to showcase how he's making Jiran bricks. 20% of his raw material goes from this Salakati plant next door, 7 kilometers away from where we're sitting right now. So there are alternatives: brick making, road making, pavement making, tiles making. These are all important things which is coming from the waste raw materials, right? So waste management is not just about taking the waste and burning it somewhere. It is also about how best you can substitute some conventional fuels, how best you can substitute some conventional materials which are harmful for us, right? If you take a brick factory, a brick manufacturing unit, brick lane, you dig the earth, and then from that earth you make the brick. Suppose that is substituted by river sand, which is coming free of cost. Every year the river brings a lot of silt. Why don't we use that? So we have a lot of nowadays AAC, autoclave aerated mix, making this same thing in BTPS fly ash. Earth has to be removed, and the same service the brick is giving you for manufacturing, like building construction, etc., should be available to us. So these are the new concepts coming here, and we are also not far behind. This is biomining in Guwahati. Little bit of 1 minute I will take for this rural areas of Assam. We have 22,536 number of villages. In 489 villages already, waste collection has been completed. It has been done. It might look a very big number, but compared to what 2 years back, almost zero. Now in 2 years, we have got 489 villages covered out of this, and ongoing construction 198. Whatever little money we have in the ministry or the department or pollution control board disposable income, we are spending for giving the villagers a sort of viable alternative for waste management. Then Govardhan scheme is going on in biogas plan. one of my students again from engineering college, Pankaj Gogoi and Rama Setia, they have set up a 5 tons per day near Khonapur, Guwahati. In Khonapur, Guwahati, the 5 bigger plots. 2 Assam Engineering College graduates have recently started one small 5 tons per day biogas manufacturing unit. They will use the conventional cow dung, gobar, and the waste, agricultural waste, etc. They will collect, put in the digester. They will make gas, compress it. You can drive vehicles instead of having your petrol or diesel. You can drive the vehicle. EV, I don't want to discuss out here. EV is coming in a big way. I know that, but EV is not the solution in the future because in our places like northeastern India, you don't have that sort of charging stations. And if you put your EV into a socket where the power is coming from thermal power station, I would not like to have an EV. You get my point? I go to save the environment by EV, but I take the power from thermal power station given power in the grid. I don't want that EV, electric vehicle. So this Govardhan scheme and block level plastic waste management unit, these are the things which is also coming in a big way. So in brief, what is the action plan? We are having detailed roadmap with technical assistance from National Institute of Urban Affairs and MOHUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And we have fecal sludge treatment plant. Fecal sludge is a sludge, what is called light soil. Cow dung is okay, man dung is not okay. I was in Pune University. I asked the vice chancellor, sir, what is this big plant? He says, this was made from the fecal sludge, registered, and we gave all the fourth grade workers connection to the house for cooking food. Not a single family accepted it, they rejected. Sir, पैसा खर्चा करके हम LPG खरीद लगे, लेकिन ये लोगों का तट्टी से बना हुआ गैस में हम खाना नहीं पकाएंगे. Mindset. It is also one of the things in this. Climate action is not something which falls from the heaven. You have to have people's mindset changed, policy inclusive, theories in place, practice in place, everything together. Then only things will work. So, dear friends, I'm taking a lot of time which I shouldn't take. These are the liquid effluent. One is solid effluent waste, other is liquid effluent. So we should have also sewage treatment plant. Already we are having this in Nagaon, Barsala, Guwahati, Bongaigaon, Dhubri, Mogolpet, Kerspur, Jorhat, Tinsukia. Kokrajhar is yet to come to the picture. I'll skip this. Yeah, this is the photographs in Jitawar Municipal Board, Jorhat. These are the fecal sludge and septage management. I'm telling you, it's absolutely fine. If gobar gas can be used for cooking, fecal sludge can also be used for cooking or other useful purpose. Nothing is there to be having this. Today, of course, mindset has changed. The Pune University story is 15, 20 years back when I went there. Silsako bill, very much on the news now. 2 days back, Chief Minister of Assam has declared largest wetland in Guwahati will be in Silsako because now they are trying to remove the encroachment. Erection drive is going on in Silsako. In August 2022, last year, about 6 months back, our drone pictures have taken this at various points. And with the help of this Assam Energy Development Center and Pollution Control Board and Aztec only, the government could go for finding out what is the encroachment. Satellite pictures don't tell lie. Revenue officers might give you lies. Satellite pictures don't tell lies, so you can always go for this. Now it is January. Earlier was, just for a moment, with you. This is the situation now after 6 months, 5 months, January 23. Same, Silsako. So what is the way forward? Assam is committed to overall comprehensive coverage of solid waste management and waste treatment. State has prepared roadmap for comprehensive coverage of STP and FSTP infrastructure in all towns for treatment to be black and grey water. Tie-up with DIWA, state has re-infringed more than rupees 4,000 crores for mitigation of gap in solid waste management and wastewater treatment as follows. So they will come after a couple of years when probably we will be, Assam's management of solid waste, liquid waste, etc. will be at par with best examples in the country, maybe in some countries like in Asia also. That is what we are all looking forward to. This is again the financial statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mishra, for bringing out the hard facts and figures to us. And also, I have to also congratulate you because we do know that after you have joined the pollution control board, things have definitely changed. So, congratulations. I would now like to request Mohammed Rafiqul Islam to please come over. And as you know that he is an investigative journalist, so let us hear some of the stories from Bangladesh on climate justice. Over to you. You will be next. So Rafiqul will make the presentation. I mean, the slides are in English, but he would speak in Bengali. So once it is over, I will just summarize it for you. What message the slides are giving.
সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে। আমি এসেছি ঢাকা থেকে। আমি বাংলাদেশের উপকূল নিয়ে কাজ করি। আমি একজন ফ্রিল্যান্স জার্নালিস্ট। বাংলাদেশ এবং বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন জায়গার মিডিয়া প্ল্যাটফর্মের সঙ্গে আমি যুক্ত। আমার আসলে উপকূলের গল্প বলতে লম্বা সময় দরকার, দীর্ঘ সময় দরকার। সেই সময় হয়তো এখানে আমি পাবো না। তো মাননীয় চেয়ার আমাকে সময় বরাদ্দ করেছেন 40 মিনিট। এখন বাজে 5:45। আমি 6:25 শেষ করব। এখানে যে ছবিটা দেখা যাচ্ছে এটা খুব সচেতন ভাবে এই ছবিটা কাভারে দেওয়া হয়েছে। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমি কি কাজ করি তাই একটা প্রতিফলন এখানে আছে। আমি কি কাজ করি সেই কাজের একটা প্রতিফলন আমার এই ছবির ভিতরে আছে। এই যে সমুদ্রের ঢেউ এবং সমুদ্র উপকূলবর্তী মানুষের যে সংকট, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ফলে যে সংকট, সেই সংকটের সঙ্গে আমি সবসময় থাকি এবং এই গল্পগুলোর মধ্যে আমি ডুবে থাকি এবং এই গল্পগুলো আমি মিডিয়াকে জানানোর চেষ্টা করি। অ্যাকচুয়ালি এখানে কিভাবে কেন করি এই প্রশ্নটা আসে, যেটা হচ্ছে যে কেন করি এই জন্য যে বাংলাদেশের উপকূলের মানুষ কতটা প্রান্তিকে আছে, কতটা সংকটে আছে, সেই কথাটা আমাদের কেন্দ্রে আনতে হবে। আমরা যতই জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন নিয়ে কথা বলি, জলবায়ু সংকটের কথা পলিসি লেভেলে আলাপ করি না কেন, আমাদের সেই হালিমা, রহিমা, সলিমউদ্দিন, আব্দুল আলিম এদের কথাটা, এরা কি ধরনের প্রবলেম ফেস করতেছে, একজন কৃষক কিংবা একজন জেলে কিংবা প্রান্তিকের একজন পেশাজীবী কিভাবে তার সংকটগুলো মোকাবেলা করতেছে, সেগুলো আসলে সামনে আনার জন্যই আমাদের এই কাজগুলো করতে হবে। আমি আসলে সেই কাজটাই করি। কেননা বাংলাদেশে যখন আমি এই কাজটা শুরু করি তখন কেন্দ্রীয় মিডিয়াতে বা বাইরে বাংলাদেশের উপকূল নিয়ে গল্পগুলো, স্টোরিগুলো খুব কম ছিল। তো আমি গত 1 দশকের বেশি সময় ধরে এই কাজগুলো করার ফলে এটা একটা বিরাট পরিবর্তন এসেছে। আমার মূল লক্ষ্যটাই হলো যে আমি তথ্যটাকে আসলে ছড়িয়ে দিতে চাই এবং যাদের কাছে দরকার তাদের কাছে পৌঁছে দিতে চাই। এই হলো আমার মূল লক্ষ্য। আমি অ্যাকচুয়ালি কোস্টাল জার্নালিজম করি, যে জার্নালিজমটা এতদিন অন্ধকারে ছিল, যেটা কেউ কখনো করেনি। কেননা সাইক্লোন আসলেই কেবল ঘূর্ণিঝড়ের খবর করার জন্য কেন্দ্রীয় মিডিয়া ক্যামেরা পাঠায় উপকূলে, ক্যামেরাগুলো ছোটে, সংবাদগুলো এবং মিডিয়াগুলো প্রস্তুত থাকে। যখন সাইক্লোনে সব শেষ হয়ে যায়, একটা ভালো ছবি দরকার, তার পাঠকের জন্য একটা ভালো ছবি তার দরকার, তথ্যটা আগে দেওয়া দরকার। কিন্তু স্বাভাবিক সময়ে উপকূলের মানুষের জীবন যে কতটা অস্বাভাবিক সেটা আসলে আমরা সেভাবে দেখি। সে কিভাবে প্রতিদিন লড়াই করে, সেই লড়াইগুলো আমরা দেখছি না। সে কারণে আমি ভিন্ন ধরনের একটা সাংবাদিকতা শুরু করি। একেবারে মাঠে থেকে, ট্রলারে গিয়ে যারা মাছ ধরে তাদের সঙ্গে থেকে, তাদের বাড়িতে থেকে, কখনো কখনো ট্রলারে ঘুমিয়ে রাত কাটিয়ে আমি তাদের সঙ্গে থেকে গল্পগুলো করার চেষ্টা করি। কেননা আমরা সাংবাদিকরা যখন নোটবুক এবং ক্যামেরা নিয়ে যদি সবসময় তাদের কাছে যাই যে বলুন আপনার কি সমস্যা, তাহলে কিন্তু খুব মূল সমস্যাটা আমি পাবো না এবং এই মানুষগুলোও কিন্তু বিভ্রান্ত হয়। আমি বারবার তার ছবি তুলি, তার কথা নোটবুকে লিখি, নোটবুক নিয়ে আমি যাচ্ছি তার কাছে, অন্য কোনো সময়ে তার কাছে আমি যাই না। আমি চাই আমি যেভাবে কাজটা করি সেটা হলো যে একেবারে ফ্রেন্ডলি তার সাথে মেশা, তার বন্ধুর মতো তার সঙ্গে হয়ে যাওয়া এবং গল্পগুলো উঠিয়ে নিয়ে আসা। এবং আমি কিন্তু এখন মাঠে না গেলেও আমি গল্পগুলো পাই। অনেকে আমাকে গল্প বলে, জানায় যে ঘটনাটা এটা এইভাবে করতে হবে, এইভাবে করতে হবে, এগুলো। এখানে আমার কাজের স্টাইলটা যেটা বললাম, এখানে আমি খুব বেশি লেট করবো না, সামনে আগায় যাব। আমার কাজের স্টাইল একটু ডিফারেন্ট। আমি যত স্টোরি করি সেই স্টোরিগুলোর সঙ্গে মানুষের কথাটা আমি প্রাধান্য দিই, তার কণ্ঠটাকে প্রাধান্য দিই। আমি প্রথম যাই তার কাছে, মানে হয়তো আমি যাদের সাথে কথা বলি তাদের অধিকাংশই আছে যারা কখনোই মিডিয়ার মুখোমুখি হয়, এবং তাদের কাছে আমি যাই এবং তাদের গল্পটা শুনে আমি নিয়ে আসার চেষ্টা করি, এবং আমি প্রথম তার কাছ থেকে সরাসরি শুনি। এটা হলো আমার কাজের একটা বিশেষ বিশেষত্ব, এবং মাঠে গিয়ে কাজটা করি। এখানে ইম্প্যাক্ট আছে, যেটা বললাম যে ইতিমধ্যে অনেক সাংবাদিক তৈরি হয়েছে এবং তারা এই কাজগুলো করছে, এবং আমি বিভিন্ন ফোরামে কথা বলি, বিভিন্ন ট্রেনিং এর কথা বলি, মেন্টরশিপে কাজ করি। ফলে যেটা দাঁড়াচ্ছে যে অনেক সাংবাদিক তৈরি হচ্ছে এই উপকূল নিয়ে কাজ করার জন্য, এবং অনেকের আগ্রহ বেড়েছে। এবং আমি দেখছি বাংলাদেশের ঢাকা থেকে অনেক সাংবাদিক এখন প্রান্তিকে গিয়ে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের রিলেটেড স্টোরি করার জন্য ফিল্ডে যাচ্ছে। ইন্টারন্যাশনাল পর্যায়ে কাজ করে এমন সাংবাদিকরা আমার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করছেন, রিসার্চাররা যোগাযোগ করছেন, এইটা কিভাবে করা যায়। আসলে তথ্যগুলো যদি আমরা আপডেট করতে পারি তাহলে কিন্তু অনেক সমস্যা আমাদের সমাধান হয়ে যায়। আমি রিসেন্টলি একটা মেথড শুরু করেছি, এই বছর থেকে শুরু করেছি এটা, যে প্রান্তিকে যারা অবস্থান করে এবং যারা বারবার বিভিন্ন ধরনের প্রাকৃতিক দুর্যোগের মুখোমুখি হচ্ছে, তাদের কাছে একটা নোটবুক দেওয়া, ডায়েরি দিয়ে দেওয়া। এবং আমি ইতিমধ্যে কয়েকজনকে ডায়েরি দিয়েছি। তারা এই বছর সে কত ধরনের কি ভাবে দুর্যোগের মুখোমুখি হলো সেটা নোট করবে, এবং তথ্যটা আমার কাছ থেকে আসবে, এবং এইটা গোটাটা কম্পাইল করে আমি মিডিয়াকে জানাবো। এবং এভাবে প্রতি বছর যদি আমরা করি, আগামী 20 বছর কিন্তু বিরাট একটা আর্কাইভ তৈরি হয়ে যাবে, যদি এটা করা সম্ভব হয়। আমি জানি না কতটা করতে পারবো। এইভাবে আমাদের মাঠের তথ্যগুলো আনা দরকার। আমি ফলো আপ করি। একজন হালিমা বেগম আজকে ঢালচরে ছিলেন, কালকে কয়েকদিন পরে সে ঢালচরের ওপার চলে গেছেন, তার কিছুদিন পরে সে জেলা শহরে উঠেছেন, তার কিছুদিন পরে সে ঢাকা শহরে চলে গেছে। এই যে মানুষগুলোকে ট্র্যাক করা, সে কোথায় যাচ্ছে সেটা কিন্তু আমরা দেখি না। আমরা অনেকভাবে অনেক কাজই করি, কিন্তু এই ব্যাপারগুলো খুব কম দেখা হয়। একটা দ্বীপ, সেই দ্বীপটা খুবই সমৃদ্ধ, সম্ভাবনাময় দ্বীপ, সেই দ্বীপটা কিভাবে ভেঙে যায় এবং সেই দ্বীপের মানুষগুলো কোথায় চলে যায় সেই দ্বীপটাকে ফলো করা। একটা গ্রাম কিভাবে বদলে যায় সেই গ্রামটাকে ফলো করা। এইভাবে আমার বেশ কিছু জায়গা আছে যেটা আমি অনুসরণ করি, এবং সেইখান থেকে আমি অনেক তথ্য পাই, সেগুলো আমি মিডিয়াতে লিখি। আমরা যদি দেখি যে এখানে 3টা বিষয় আছে, জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ফলে এই 3টা বিষয় কিন্তু খুব মারাত্মক রূপ নিচ্ছে। যেমন এই 3টা বিষয়ের উপর আমাদের উপকূল দাঁড়িয়ে আছে: জোয়ার ভাটার বিস্তৃতি, লবণাক্ততার প্রভাব এবং সাইক্লোন। আপনি যদি মিডিয়া ফলো করেন বা খোঁজ খবর রাখেন, পশ্চিম উপকূল, দক্ষিণ পশ্চিম উপকূল গত কয়েক বছরে ঘন ঘন সাইক্লোন, এবং এই সাইক্লোনের ফলে কিন্তু প্রভাব কিন্তু মানুষের উপর পড়তেছে। জোয়ার ভাটার পরিস্থিতি, যে টাইডাল, যে উচ্চ জোয়ারের, হাই টাইডের যে ব্যাপারটা, এটা কিন্তু আমরা অলরেডি প্রত্যক্ষ করছি এবং আমাদের চোখের সামনে দৃশ্যমান। আমাকে তেলিরচর থেকে ফোন করে আব্দুর রহিম মাস্টার বলছেন, ভাই জোয়ারের পানি তো আমার ঘরে উঠে গেছে, আমি কোথায় যাব? এবং উনি বলছেন যে এই দ্বীপের ওনার বাড়িটা সবচেয়ে উঁচু বাড়ি, 10 ফিট উঁচু মাটি করে, তারপরে ভিটি করে, তারপরে সেখানে বাড়ি করছে, সেখানেও পানি উঠেছে। তাহলে সেই মানুষটার ফিউচার, মানে শুধুমাত্র আব্দুর রহিম মাস্টার তো না, আরো অনেক মানুষ এরকম আছে, কৃষক, মৎস্যজীবী, অনেক মানুষ আছে সেখানে। তারা কোথায় যাবে, কি করবে? এমনকি সেটা বাদ দিলেও আমি দেখছি যে একেবারে মেইনল্যান্ডের কিনারে, বেড়িবাঁধের বাইরের মানুষ যারা বসবাস করছে, তারাও কিন্তু সেখানে থাকতে পারছে। সেটা একটা বড় সমস্যা আমাদের। লবণাক্ততার প্রভাব আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে, দক্ষিণ পশ্চিম উপকূলে ব্যাপকভাবে আছে। অনেক জায়গায় ফসল হচ্ছে না লবণ পানির প্রভাবে। হয়তো দেখা গেল যে সে বর্ষাকালে ফসল ফলাতে পারছে, কিন্তু শুকনো মৌসুমে যখন লবণ পানি চলে আসে তখন আর সে ওই জমি ইউজ করতে পারছে না। এরকম সমস্যা আমাদের আছে। এই 3টা বিষয়ের উপর আসলে আমাদের দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, এবং যত সমস্যা এই 3টে বিষয়কে ঘিরে আছে। এখানে একটা পরিসংখ্যান দেখানো হয়েছে যে বাংলাদেশের উপকূলে 19টা জেলা আছে। ওই যে 3টা ইন্ডিকেটর বললাম, এই 3টে ইন্ডিকেটরের উপর ভর করে দাঁড়িয়ে আছে এই 19টা জেলা। এখানে পপুলেশন প্রায় 5 কোটি, সর্বশেষ সেন্সাস এরকম আছে। তো সেখানে এই সমগ্র উপকূলে কিন্তু ওই তিনটার কথা বললাম। এখানে কিন্তু সাইক্লোন, টাইডাল ওয়েভ, রিভার এরোশন, স্যালাইনিটি, হাই টাইড, ওয়াটার লগিং, ল্যান্ডস্লাইড, এই জিনিসগুলো কিন্তু আমাদের সমগ্র উপকূলে রয়েছে। এবং এখানে আমরা এই উপকূলকে তিনটা ভাগে ভাগ করি। একটা হচ্ছে পূর্ব উপকূল। পূর্ব উপকূল এই অংশ পাহাড়ি এলাকা, বাংলাদেশের চিটাগং এলাকা, চিটাগং কক্সবাজার এলাকাটা আপনারা যারা জানেন, এইটার নেচারটা একটু ভিন্ন। এখানে পৃথিবীর সবচেয়ে বড় সমুদ্র সৈকত কক্সবাজার, এখানে একটা পাহাড়ি দ্বীপ রয়েছে। এই এলাকাটা পাহাড়ি এলাকা এবং এইখানে জলাবদ্ধতা আছে, আবার পানি সংকট তীব্র আকার ধারণ করেছে এবং এখন থেকে পাহাড় ধসের ঘটনা এই পূর্ব উপকূলে বেশি ঘটে। এরকম আরো অনেক বিষয় রয়েছে, আবার কিছু কিছু বিষয় রয়েছে তিনটে উপকূলের সমান, মানে একই বিষয়। এটা হলো মধ্য উপকূল। আমাদের মধ্য উপকূলটা হচ্ছে এই চেহারাটা এরকম। এখানে মোট 7টা জেলা আছে এবং যে মৎস্য কেন্দ্রিক জীবন জীবিকা এখানে আছে বেশি, এবং দ্বীপ চর ভিত্তিক জীবিকা। মানে যিনি দ্বীপে থাকেন না তিনি কিন্তু দ্বীপে বসবাসের চিন্তা করতে পারবেন না, যে দ্বীপের মানুষ রাতে কিভাবে ঘুমোয়। মনে করুন যে রাত অন্ধকার, বিদ্যুৎ নেই, ইলেকট্রিসিটি নেই এবং কোনো নেটওয়ার্ক বন্ধ, মোবাইল নেটওয়ার্ক বন্ধ হয়ে গেল, সে কিন্তু গোটা পৃথিবী থেকে বিচ্ছিন্ন। মানে দ্বীপের মানুষের জীবনটাই কিন্তু এখন একজন অসুস্থ মানুষ কিভাবে শহরে ডাক্তারখানে যাবে, মানে দ্বীপাঞ্চলের মানুষের জীবন জীবিকার ব্যাপারটা কিন্তু একটু ভিন্ন। সেইটা আমাদের মধ্য উপকূলে সবচেয়ে বেশি। ইলিশ যেটা আমরা বলি, যেটা জানি, সেই ইলিশ ধরার যে ক্ষেত্রটা সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের মধ্য উপকূলে সবচেয়ে বেশি। সাইক্লোন আছে। এইটা হলো পশ্চিম উপকূল। পশ্চিম উপকূল সুন্দরবন বেষ্টিত যে এলাকাটা, এখানে অনেক সংকট আছে। যেটা বললাম একটু আগে, যে ঘন ঘন সাইক্লোন আমাদের এই পশ্চিম উপকূলে 2009 সালের আয়লা, 2007 সালের সিডর, 2020 সালের আমপান, 21 সালের ইয়াস, মানে অনেকগুলো সাইক্লোন আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে আঘাত করেছে এই অঞ্চলটাতে, সুন্দরবনের আশপাশের এলাকাতে। এবং যেহেতু এই এলাকা কৃষিবহুল ছিল, এক সময় মানুষ ধান আবাদ করত এবং বাইরে থেকে মানুষ এই এলাকার ধান কাটতে যেত শ্রমিক হিসেবে। এখন ওই এলাকার মানুষ বাইরে ধান কাটার জন্য, এবং এই এলাকার অনেক মানুষের সুন্দরবন নির্ভরতাও বেড়েছে। মানে লোকাল লেভেলে অনেক কৃষি কাজ বন্ধ হয়ে যাওয়া, কৃষি কাজ বন্ধ মানে লবণাক্ততার কারণে ফসল হচ্ছে না, সে কৃষি ফলাতে পারছে না, ফলে অনেকে চিংড়ি চাষ করছে, চিংড়ি চাষেও ভাইরাস লাগতেছে, সেখানে সে লস খাচ্ছে, ফলে সে জীবিকার জন্য সহজ হয়ে। এরকম অনেক প্রবণতা আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে রয়েছে। এখানে সাইক্লোন তো আছেই, এখানে চিংড়ি চাষের একটা বড় প্রবণতা এলাকা আছে। চিংড়ি চাষের একটা ভালো দিকও আছে বা খারাপ দিকও আছে। সুন্দরবন কেন্দ্রিক একটা জীবিকা এখানে আছে, প্রায় 5 লক্ষ মানুষ প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে সুন্দরবনের উপর জীবিকা নির্বাহ করে। এখানে একটা ক্ষুদ্র ক্ষুদ্র বেশ কয়েকটা সম্প্রদায় আছে, সেটা আমরা সামনে আলাপ করব। এটা হলো পশ্চিম উপকূলের অবস্থা। এখানে আমি এটা আলাপ করছি না বেশি, এখানে বেশ কয়েকটা বিষয় আমাদের উপকূলে আসলে ইস্যুগুলো, সেই ইস্যুগুলো এখানে তুলে ধরার চেষ্টা করা হয়েছে, যে উপকূলে এই ইস্যুতে কাজ করা, আরো বেশি করে কাজ করা। আমরা সাইক্লোন যে কথাটা বললাম, যে বাংলাদেশের উপকূলে আপনারা জানেন যে 1970 সালের সবচেয়ে বড় সাইক্লোন হয়েছিল, এবং আমি গত কয়েক দশক ধরে উপকূল নিয়ে কাজ করতে গিয়ে 70 সালের যে সাইক্লোন, 12 নভেম্বর যে সাইক্লোনটা হয়েছিল, বলা হয় প্রায় 10 লক্ষ মানুষ মারা গিয়েছিল সেই সাইক্লোনে। আবার কোথাও কোথাও আছে এটা 5 লক্ষ, আবার কোথাও কোথাও 3 লক্ষ। এবং সেই ঘটনাটা ঘটেছিল বাংলাদেশের স্বাধীনতার আগে। ফলে এই তথ্যটা আসলে ঠিক ওইভাবে আমরা অ্যাকুরেট তথ্যটা পাই না। তবে গ্রামের পর গ্রাম, শহরের পর শহর, জনপদের পর জনপদ যে নিশ্চিহ্ন হয়ে গিয়েছিল সেটা আমরা জানি। এবং এরকম অনেক মানুষের সঙ্গে আমি সাক্ষাৎকার নিয়ে অনেক কথা বলেছি। এবং এইখানে এই প্রসঙ্গে আমি একটা কথা বলে নিই, যে 12 নভেম্বর বাংলাদেশের উপকূল দিবস হিসেবে পালিত হয়। আমি গত কয়েক বছর ধরে উপকূল নিয়ে কাজ করার ফলে আমি দেখলাম যে আসলে অনেক দিবস আছে, কিন্তু উপকূল নিয়ে কোনো দিবস নেই। উপকূল নিয়ে যদি একটা দিবস থাকতো, আমি তো আসলে ক্যাম্পেইন চাচ্ছি, উপকূলের তথ্যটা ছড়িয়ে দিতে চাই। তাহলে উপকূল নিয়ে যদি একটা দিবস থাকে, তাহলে কিন্তু খুব দ্রুত ওই দিবসে অন্তত একটা খবর তৈরি হবে মিডিয়াতে, সব সাংবাদিকরা হয়তো একটা খবর লিখবে, ফলে যেটা হবে অন্তত বছরে একদিন উপকূলের কথা বলা হবে। তো আমি এটা 2016 সাল থেকে প্রস্তাব করেছি যে 12 নভেম্বর উপকূল দিবস করা উচিত। আমি প্রস্তাব করি আমার লেখার মাধ্যমে, পরবর্তীতে আমার যে সারা উপকূলের সাংবাদিকরা রয়েছে তাদের মাধ্যমে এই দিনটা উপকূল দিবস হিসেবে পালন শুরু করি 2017 সাল থেকে। এখন প্রতি বছর 12ই নভেম্বর উপকূল দিবস হিসেবে পালিত হয়। এটা একটা অ্যাওয়ারনেসের মানে উদ্যোগ, যা উপকূলকে ছড়িয়ে দেওয়া, উপকূলকে আরো সবার মাঝে সচেতনতা বাড়ানোর একটা লক্ষ্য আছে। তো সাইক্লোন আমাদের সেই 1970 সালের সাইক্লোনের পর থেকে ধারাবাহিকভাবে আমাদের বাংলাদেশের উপকূল কিন্তু ঘন ঘন মানে সাইক্লোনের মাত্রাটা কিন্তু ঘন ঘন হয়ে আসছে, রিপিটেড সাইক্লোন। এইটা একটা তালিকা যেটা আমি পড়ছি না, এই সাইক্লোন গুলো উল্লেখযোগ্য বাংলাদেশের উপকূলে আঘাত এনেছে গত কয়েক বছর। 70 সাল, 91 সাল, 85, 2007, 2009, 8, 13, 16 এইভাবে। এখানে যদি বাংলাদেশের মানচিত্র আমরা দেখি, সেখানে সবুজ অংশ খুব কম। মানে বাংলাদেশ জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের দিক থেকে অত্যন্ত ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ একটা দেশ, সেটা আমরা জানি। এটা নিচু এলাকা, এটা বদ্বীপ এলাকা, এবং দেখলেও আমরা বুঝতে পারি যে লাল এবং হলুদ বেশি এবং এখানে সবুজ খুব কম। মানে বেশিরভাগ জায়গায় এটা উপকূল অঞ্চলের কথা আমি বলছি বটে, কিন্তু আমার ফোকাস উপকূল, বাট সারা বাংলাদেশে কিন্তু জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের একটা বড় প্রভাব এখানে আছে। এইসব কারণে আমাদের উপকূলটা আসলে জলবায়ু ঝুঁকিতে বেশি আছে। আমি এটা করলাম না, করছি না। আমরা দেখি যে মানুষের জীবনের উপর জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন বা এই দুর্যোগ বা ন্যাচারাল হ্যাজার্ড যেটা, সেটা কিন্তু বিভিন্ন ভাবে প্রভাব বিস্তার করে। যেমন একটা জিনিস আমরা দেখি যে সাম্প্রতিক একটা গবেষণায় দেখা গেছে যে সে তার বেসিক মানবাধিকার, যেটা মৌলিক ভাবে তার যে অধিকারগুলো পাওয়ার কথা, সেটার সাথে সে আপোষ করতে পারছে। ঘরটা ভেঙে গেল, এই ঘর ভেঙে যাওয়ার পরে এই ঘরটা বেড়িবাঁধের উপরে উঠলো। বেড়িবাঁধের উপরে যখন উঠলো, তখন কি এই ঘরে রান্না হবে না? সে রান্নাটা কে করবে? এই নারী করবে না? তাহলে এই নারীর জ্বালানি পাবে কোথায়? সব তো ভেসে গেছে। টয়লেটের ব্যবস্থা কি? রাতে ঘুমানোর ব্যবস্থা কি? মানে জরুরি যদি অসুস্থ হয়ে যায় কেউ, তখন কি অবস্থা হবে? সেই ব্যাপারগুলো কিন্তু মারাত্মক ভাবে প্রভাবিত হয়। শিক্ষার উপর মারাত্মক প্রভাব পড়ে আমাদের জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের প্রভাব। স্বাস্থ্য খাতে এটা প্রভাব পড়ে। এটা টয়লেট ক্রাইসিস, ওয়াটার ক্রাইসিস, এরকম বিভিন্ন ভাবে। এবং সবচেয়ে বড় সমস্যা হচ্ছে যে মানুষের জীবিকার যে সংস্থানটা এলাকায় ছিল, এলাকায় যে বিভিন্ন ভাবে সে জীবিকা নির্বাহ করতো, সেই সংস্থানটা সেই সুযোগটা থাকছে না, ফলে আসলে তাকে অন্য জায়গায় চলে যেতে হচ্ছে। এটা বড় সমস্যা। এবং যখনই পুরুষ লোকটা বাইরে চলে যায়, তখন কিন্তু নারীকে এইখানে বসে সব ম্যানেজ করতে হবে। এবং আমাদের দক্ষিণ পশ্চিম উপকূলে অনেক মানুষ সাইক্লোন 2009 সালে সাইক্লোন আইলার পরে তারা ভারতে চলে আসছে। কেউ কেউ হয়তো কাজের জন্য আসছে, থেকে গেছে, আবার কেউ কেউ কাজ করে ফিরে গেছে, আবার কেউ কেউ কাজের জন্য থেকে গিয়ে ফ্যামিলি সহ চলে গেছে। এরকম অসংখ্য মানুষ পাওয়া যাবে কলকাতার বিভিন্ন বস্তু, যারা রাস্তায় কাগজ ঠোকানো কিংবা বাসা বাড়িতে কাজ করা কিংবা ব্রিক ফিল্ডে কাজ করা, এইসব কাজ করে জীবন নির্বাহ করে। তো এইটা একটা বড় এবং ডিসপ্লেস আমাদের সারা উপকূল থেকে আছে, কিন্তু পশ্চিম উপকূলে ডিসপ্লেস বাস্তুচ্যুত মানুষের সংখ্যা অনেক বেশি। তারা প্রথমে হয়তো এলাকায় থাকার চেষ্টা করে, কোথাও থাকে, তারপরে হয়তো জেলা উপজেলা সূত্রে যায়, তারপরে ফাইনালি তার চূড়ান্ত জায়গা হয় ঢাকার বস্তি। এবং সেই বস্তিতে গিয়ে সে অত্যন্ত ঝুঁকি করতে থাকে, ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ কাজে যুক্ত হয় এবং তার বসবাস, তার প্রত্যেকটা মৌলিক যে অধিকারের জায়গা লঙ্ঘিত হয়। এরকম একটা সংকট তারা পড়ে। আরেকটা বড় সংকট হলো যে যারা মানে মেয়েদেরকে বাল্য বিয়ে দিতে বাধ্য হয়, কেননা তার ঘরটা তো একটা বড় ঘর ছিল, ভাঙতে ভাঙতে তার ঘরটা কিন্তু এখন ছোট হয়ে গেল। সে বেড়িবাঁধের উপরে থাকে কিংবা ধরুন যে অন্যের কোনো বাড়িতে থাকে, তার কিন্তু একাধিক রুম, 3-4টা রুম নিয়ে এসে বসবাস করতে পারে না, তার কিন্তু এক রুমে বসবাস করতে পারে। তার ছোট মেয়েটা, এই মেয়েটা হয়তো ক্লাস 5-এ পড়ে, তখনই চিন্তা করে যে এই মেয়েকে বিয়ে দিতে পারলে আমার মেয়ের নিরাপত্তার চিন্তা দরকার, মেয়ের নিরাপত্তার চিন্তাটা আমার শেষ হয়ে যায়। এর ফলে আমাদের সমগ্র উপকূলে কিন্তু বাল্য বিয়ে একটা বড় সমস্যা। এখানে আমরা বলার চেষ্টা করছি হলো যে মানুষের প্রত্যেকটা জায়গায় কিন্তু অধিকার আছে। এই অধিকারগুলো, এটা আমি করবো না, এটা আমি এখানে এভাবে আইডেন্টিফাই করার চেষ্টা করেছি। তার বিভিন্ন ধরনের রাইটস আছে, একজন নাগরিক হিসেবে তার বিভিন্ন ধরনের অধিকার আছে, কিন্তু সেই প্রত্যেকটা অধিকারই আমরা দেখছি যে লঙ্ঘন হচ্ছে। আমরা সরকারি যে উদ্যোগগুলো আছে, সেই উদ্যোগগুলো কিন্তু যথাযথভাবে তাদের কাছে কতটা পৌঁছায় তা নিয়ে আমাদের সন্দেহ আছে। এখানে পলিটিক্যাল ইনফ্লুয়েন্স আছে। আসলে মেম্বার চেয়ারম্যান সাহেবের সাথে যার ভালো সম্পর্ক সেই সুবিধাটা পায়, আবার সাহায্য দরকার বা দরকার 100 জনের জন্য, সেখানে বরাদ্দ আছে 5 জনের জন্য। তো এইরকম অনেক ধরনের সংকট কিন্তু আছে। আবার আরেকটা বড় সংকট হলো এই লোকটা কিন্তু এলাকায় নেই, মানে এলাকায় তার জন্য কোনো বরাদ্দ আসলে সে কিন্তু পাচ্ছে না, মানে তাকেই তো খুঁজে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না। আমার সঙ্গে ফারুক হোসেন সর্দার নামে একজন সাইক্লোন আমফানের পরে তার বাড়ি ছেড়ে যেতে সে খুলনা শহরে চলে যেতে বাধ্য হয়েছে এবং ফ্যামিলির সঙ্গে। এবং যেদিন উনি চলে যাচ্ছেন সেদিন আমার সঙ্গে উনি মালামাল তুলছেন, একটা কার্গোতে মাল নিয়ে এসেছিল খুলনা থেকে, এটা খালি চলে যাবে খুলনাতে, উনি কম পয়সায় অল্প ভাড়া দিয়ে মালামালগুলো খুলনা শহরে নিয়ে। সেদিন তার সঙ্গে আমার দেখা, ঝিরিঝিরি বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে, উনি, ওনার স্ত্রী এবং একটা কন্যা এরা দাঁড়িয়ে আছেন, আমার সাথে কথা হচ্ছে। এবং এই কথাটা বলতে বলতে ফারুক হোসেন সর্দারের চোখ দিয়ে পানি পড়ে গেল। এবং উনি সর্বশেষ যে ওনার বংশের শেষ লোকটি আজকে বাড়ি থেকে চলে, ওনার ভাইয়েরা, ওনার বাবা মারা গেছে, ওনার ভাইয়েরা বা চাচাতো ভাইয়েরা তারা অনেক আগেই এই এলাকা ছেড়েছে। এই ফাইনালি উনি চলে গেলেন। এবং এরপর থেকে উনি খুলনা শহরে ওনার কাছে আমি গিয়েছি, খুলনা শহরে গিয়ে ওনার সঙ্গে কথা বলেছি। উনি প্রথমে 2 রুমের একটা বাসা ভাড়া নিয়েছিলেন এবং বাসা ভাড়া 2700 টাকা। এই 2700 টাকা উনি দিতে পারছিলেন না, কোনো একটা কৃষি প্রজেক্ট নিয়ে সেখানে লস খেয়েছেন, আরো দেনা হয়েছে। উনি বাসা বদল করে 1 রুমের বাসায়, এবার এই 1 রুমের বাসায় এক কর্নারে থাকার জায়গা, একটা খাট, আর এক পাশে রান্নার জায়গা এবং মালামালগুলো ছড়ানো ছিল। আমি বাসায় গিয়ে তার সাথে কথা বলছি এবং উনি তখনও বলতে বলতে খুব আবেগপ্রবণ হয়ে পড়লেন এবং এটা আসলে খুব হৃদয় বিদারক। সেটা হচ্ছে উনি বলছে যে রাতে সবাইকে ঘুম পাড়িয়ে 5-6 জন লোক ঘরে, সবাইকে ঘুম পাড়ানোর পরে আমি ঘুমানোর আর জায়গা এখানে থাকে না। তারপরে আমি ঘর থেকে বের হয়ে পাশে মসজিদের বারান্দায় গিয়ে, এবং দিনে উনি ভ্যান চালান, আর এই লোকটা কৃষি কাজ করে জীবিকা নির্বাহ। মানে এটা একটা ছোট ছোট গল্প, এই গল্প অসংখ্য আছে, কিন্তু সেই গল্প বলার সময় আসলে নেই। এই হলো। এবং উনি আমাকে অনেকবার ফোন দিয়েছেন, ভাই কোনো সাহায্য আসলে একটু আমাকে জানাবেন, আমার নাম্বারটা তো আপনার কাছে আছে, কেউ যদি কিছু করে আমার জন্য করা যায়, আমি খুব কষ্টে আছি। এই হলো আমাদের মানে ডিসপ্লেস, জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ফলে যে মানুষের সংকট, সেই সংকটের একটা তীব্র। তো কিন্তু সরকারি যে উদ্যোগগুলো আছে সেই উদ্যোগের সুফল আসলে প্রপার এই মানুষগুলোর কাছে আমরা পৌঁছতে পারি না। এইখানে আমি একটা বলার চেষ্টা করেছি যে জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ফলে আমাদের উপকূলের যে জীবনের গল্প, লাইফ জীবনের যে গল্প, সেই গল্পে প্রথমে একটা হোপ আছে, একটা আশা আছে। আশাটা কি? আশাটা হলো চর যাচ্ছে, চরে বন তৈরি হয়েছে এবং সেই চরে মানুষের বসবাসের জন্য যাওয়ার যাত্রা শুরু হয়েছে, একটা আশা। মানে এরকমই আমাদের উপকূলের গল্প, যে সব হারিয়ে সব নিঃস্ব মানুষটা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় এত বছর ছিল, 14 বছর 15 বছর পরে 20 বছর পরে সে দেখছে ওই যে চর যাচ্ছে, ওই চরে আমি গিয়ে ঘর বাঁধবো। এখন সে ঘর বাঁচিয়েছে, একটা আশা তার যাচ্ছে তার মধ্যে। আমরা দ্বিতীয় ধাপে দেখি তার একটা নতুন ঠিকানা, এই মানুষগুলোর একটা নতুন ঠিকানা, সে কিন্তু এখানে নতুন চরে ঘর বাঁধছে, একটা আবার নতুন করে জীবন শুরু হবে, এরকম নতুন ঠিকানা। এরপরে থার্ড গিয়ে আমি দেখি তার একটা সুদীর ফিরে, তার কিন্তু সে ফসল ফলাচ্ছে, সে সবজি করছে, ধান করছে, সে মহিষ পালন করছে, তার একটা ভালো দিন আছে। এবং সে সেই সম্পদ হারানো মানুষটা এবার কিন্তু সম্পদ গড়ার সময় এই দরিদ্র মানুষটা কিন্তু ধনী হয়ে যাচ্ছে এই পর্যায়ে। এরপরে কিছুদিন পরে শুরু হয় তার ব্যাড টাইম, যেটার দৃষ্টান্ত আমার চোখের সামনে অসংখ্য আছে। এবং আমি ঢালচরের নাম বলছি, যেটা আমি নিয়মিত ফলো করি, এটা নিয়ে অনেক স্টোরিও করেছি আমি, যে ওই ধনী মানুষগুলো, যে মানুষগুলো একরের পর শত শত একর জমি হতো তার ছিল, শত শত তার ছিল, হাজার হাজার মানুষ ছিল, সেই মানুষগুলো যখন দুঃসময় আসছে তখন সে সব হারিয়ে ফেলে। হ্যাঁ, ভাঙনের ছবি, এটা কিন্তু বানানো ছবি, প্রত্যেকটা ছবি এই স্লাইডে, আমার স্লাইডে এই প্রেজেন্টেশনে যত ছবি আছে প্রত্যেকটা আমার নিজের দাঁড়িয়ে থেকে তোলা, পুরো কালেকশন করা ছবি, এটা আমার ছবি। এই যে ব্যাড টাইম শুরু হয়েছে, সে দেখছে যে তার বেড়িবাঁধ, নতুন বেড়িবাঁধ হয়েছে তার বাড়ির পিছন দিয়ে, মানে ওই পাশ দিয়ে, তাকে বাইরে রেখে, এটা একটা উন্নয়নের মডেল আর কি। তাকে কিছুই করা হলো না, কিন্তু বেরিবাদ হয়ে গেল বাইরে ভিতর থেকে, কিন্তু তার বাড়িটা কয়েকদিন পরে আবার কিনল। তার এখন দুঃসংবাদ। এরপরে ডিসপ্লেস শুরু হচ্ছে, সে এক জায়গা থেকে আরেক জায়গায় যাচ্ছে। এই যে গল্প, এই ছবিটা, এই ছবির যে গল্পটা খুব হৃদয় বিদারক। মানে আমি ধাচরের নদীর পাড় দিয়ে হাঁটতে হাঁটতে দেখতেছি এরকম একটা ছবি। এই ছবিটা হচ্ছে ট্রলারটায় মালামাল উঠতেছে এবং মালামাল এরা উঠিয়ে দিচ্ছে, উঠানো শেষ। এবং আমি যখন গেছি তখন মালামাল উঠতেছে। আক্তার, ছেলেটার নাম আক্তার, তার স্ত্রীর নাম সাথী এবং তাদের ছোট্ট একটা বাচ্চা আছে। তারা এই চরে দীর্ঘদিন ছিল, জন্মই হয়েছে তাদের এখানে, বিয়ে হয়েছে এখানে, বাচ্চা হয়েছে। এবং এইখানে তার কিন্তু বিরাট একটা বন্ধন, একটা আত্মীয় সার্কেল গড়ে উঠছে এবং এই আলো বাতাস সে বড় হয়েছে। আজকে যে সে চলে যাচ্ছে আর সে কখনোই এখানে ফিরে আসছে, কেননা এখানে আর তার থাকার জায়গা নেই। উনি ওপারে যাবেন, ওনার এই পরিবারটি ওপারে গিয়ে তারা কোনো একটা জায়গায় থাকবেন। সেখানে আমি গিয়েছি, সে গল্প এত গল্প বলা যাবে না। যখন এই ট্রলারটা ছেড়ে যাচ্ছে, আর একটু দূরে যাচ্ছে, এই যে নারী কয়েকজন আছে, ওর আত্মীয় স্বজন, বাবা পিছনে একটা গাছের গোড়ায় বসে পড়লো, নিথর, কোনো কিছু বলতে পারছে না। আর ওই মহিলাগুলো যে এত কান্নাকাটি করতেছে মনে হয় কেউ মারা গেছে। পুরো দৃশ্যটা আমার ভিডিও ধারণ। তো এই যে ডিসপ্লেস শুরু হলো এবং মানুষের বন্ধন ছিঁড়ে গেল, হ্যাঁ, হৃদয় ছিন্নভিন্ন হয়ে গেল, অনেক ঘটনা ঘটে। এই বাচ্চাটার বইটা যখন হারিয়ে গেছে, ও খুঁজছে ওর বই, ও পড়ার টেবিল, সেটা কিন্তু আমরা কেউ খুঁজি না, সেটা কিন্তু আড়ালেই থেকে যায়। এই যে ডিসপ্লে শুরু হইলো এবং এখন মানুষগুলো আবার নতুন ঠিকানা এসে চলে গেল। সেটা তো জেলা সদরে অথবা উপজেলা সদরে কোন একটা জায়গা আছে, এবং সর্বশেষ তার ঠিকানা হলো ঢাকা শহর। ঢাকা শহরে তার সদস্য, কেউ রিক্সা চালাচ্ছে। যে লোকটা কখনোই রিক্সা প্যাডেল চালাতে অভ্যস্ত না, সে সারা জীবন মাছ ধরেছে, যে সারা জীবন লাঙ্গল দিয়ে কৃষি জমি চাষাবাদ করেছে, সেই লোকটাকে হয়তো রিক্সা চালাতে হচ্ছে, হয়তো ভারী কোনো কাজে যুক্ত হতে হচ্ছে। এভাবে তারা সংকটের মধ্যে আছে। এই হলো ওইটারই একটা খাবারই একটা বলা আছে, এটা করছি না। আমি কিছু ছবি দেখাচ্ছি, ছবিগুলো আমার তোলা। বাংলাদেশের সুন্দরবন লাগোয়া দাপকের একটা গ্রাম হচ্ছে কালাবগি গ্রাম। কালাবগি গ্রামটাকে এখন ঝুলন্ত গ্রাম নামে সবাই জানে। এবং এই গ্রামটাও কিন্তু চারপাশে গাছপালা ছিল, বাড়ির সামনে উঠোন ছিল, খোলা মাঠ ছিল এবং কৃষিকাজ করতেন। কিন্তু সাইক্লোন আইলার পরে এই মানুষগুলো সবকিছু ভেঙে যাওয়ার পরে এইখানে টং করে এভাবে জোয়ার যতটুকু ওঠে ততটুকু ঘরের পাঠাবে, এইভাবে তারা বসবাস করে। এটা সাইক্লোন আহ্বানের পরে আমার তোলা ছবি। এভাবে সবুজ গ্রাম এভাবে বিলীন হয়ে গেছে। এটা আহ্বানের পরে তোলা ছবি। বাড়িগুলো এভাবে যাচ্ছে, জোয়ারের সঙ্গে বসবাস করে, জোয়ার ঘর পর্যন্ত উঠে, আবার জোয়ার নেমে যায়, এখানেই বসবাস করে। একটা ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ বাড়ি। বেরিবাদের উপর সাইক্লোন আহ্বানের উপর তারা উঠেছিল এবং অনেক বাড়িদের কাছে আমি গিয়েছি, কথা বলেছি, এরা কিভাবে বেঁচে আছে, তাদের যে নাগরিক অধিকারগুলো। এবং এই নারীরা কিন্তু এই দুর্যোগের কারণে সবচেয়ে বেশি ঝুঁকির মধ্যে থাকে। তার ছেলে মেয়েকে, সন্তানদেরকে লালন পালন করতে হয়, তার রান্নার যত সংকটে থাকুক তাকে কিন্তু দুপুরবেলা রান্না করতে হবে, রাতে কিন্তু রান্না করতে হবে, পরিবারের সকলের জন্য কিছু না কিছু খাবারের ব্যবস্থা করতে হবে। সেটা কিন্তু নারী কি করতে হবে, তখন জ্বালানি সম্পদ তীব্র আকার ধারণ করে। ঘরে যে বয়সী মেয়েটা আছে সেই মেয়েটাকে রক্ষা করতে হয় মায়ের, এবং পুরুষ লোকটা কিন্তু বাইরে কাজে চলে যায়, সংকট অনেক থাকে। এটাও সাইক্লোন আহ্বানের পরে আমার তোলা ছবি। লবণ পানি এভাবে উঠছে, আবার ঢাকায় চলে যাচ্ছে, এভাবে লবণ পানির সঙ্গে বসবাস। সাইক্লোন আহ্বান এইভাবে বেরিবাদ ধ্বংস হয়ে গেছিল। লবণাক্ততা দেখছি ছবিগুলোর মধ্যে, যে লবণাক্ততা আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে না, এটা প্রায় সমগ্র উপকূলেই আছে। একটা পূর্ব উপকূলের ছবি, একটা পশ্চিম উপকূলের ছবি। ধান আবাদে অনেক সংকট দেখা যায়। সরকার যে লবণ সহিষ্ণু ধানের জাত উদ্ভাবন করে সেটা কিন্তু ঠিক সকলের জন্য প্রযোজ্য হয় না, সেটা অনেক সময় কাজ করে না, এই যে এটা সমস্যাটা আছে। এবং সরকার কিন্তু করে অঞ্চল ভিত্তিক, কিন্তু গ্রাম ভিত্তিক যে প্রবলেম গুলো আছে সেটা কিন্তু অ্যাড্রেস করা হয় না। এই সংকটগুলো আছে। এই যে ভবনটা দেখা যাচ্ছে, এই ভবনটা আমি দেখেছি, ঢালচরের ইউনিয়ন পরিষদ ভবন, আমি গড়তে দেখেছি। এই ভবনটা আমি গড়তে দেখেছি, সেই ছবিটা এই কমপ্লিট ভবনের কাজ। ঠিক কয়েকদিন পরে ভবন ভাঙা হচ্ছে। ওই এলাকায় একটা প্রবণতা হলো যে ভবনটা যখন নদী গর্ভে চলে যাবে তখন নদী গর্ভে চলে যাওয়ার আগেই ওটাকে একটা দরপত্র আহ্বান করে ওটাকে কন্ট্রাক্টে দিয়ে দেওয়া যে চুক্তিভিত্তিক তারা ভেঙে যা পারে নিয়ে যায়, ওইটা ভাঙছে। এখানে একটা বাজার ছিল। এইখানে আমিরুন্নেসার গল্পটা প্রথমবার আমি গিয়ে দেখি, তার পিছনের গল্প আরো অনেক বড়। 18 সালের বন্যায় সাইক্লোনে তার স্বামী মারা যায় এবং তারপর থেকে উনি একা, এবং একা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ছিল। আমার সঙ্গে দেখা হয় বেরিবাদের উপরে তার বাড়ি, এই দুটি একই সময় তোলা ছবি। তারপরে বার গিয়ে আমি দেখি একইভাবে অবস্থায়, তৃতীয়বার গিয়ে আমি দেখি আর অন্যের একটা বাড়িতে পুরো আছে, তার কোনো আত্মীয় স্বজন ছেলেমেয়েরা তার খোঁজ খবর নেয় না, এবং তার একটা মেয়ে এসে সুন্দর করে কাজ করে। এইভাবে তারা সংকটে আছে। এটা নাসিমা বেগম নদীর কিনারে থাকে, কেননা তার অন্য কোনো জায়গায় যাওয়ার জায়গা নেই, নাম্বার 1। আর নাম্বার 2 হলো নদীর কিনারে থেকে অন্তত সে মাছ ধরে জীবিকা নির্বাহ করতে পারে, একটা রোজগারের ব্যবস্থা হয়। এখানে শিশুরা আমাদের কক্সবাজার অঞ্চলে এই ছবিটা সুটকিপল্লিতে অসংখ্য বাইরের শিশু আছে যারা অত্যন্ত ঝুঁকিপূর্ণ কাজ করে। এখানে একটা শিশু আছে, আমাদের উপকূলে একটা ভাসমান জাতি আছে, সেটা হচ্ছে মান্তা সম্প্রদায় বলে। তারা নৌকায় বসবাস করে এবং নৌকায় থাকে, নৌকায় জন্ম নৌকায় মৃত্যু, এরকম একটা বিষয়। এবং এই সংখ্যাটা অনেক, এবং তাদের শিশুদের লেখাপড়া অনেক, কারণ তারা তো নৌকায় থাকে, তাদের স্কুল পাবে। এরকম অনেক সংকট আছে। আমাদের শিশুদের লেখাপড়াটা আমাদের সরকার হয়তো বলে আমরা 99% ছেলে মেয়েকে স্কুলে পাঠিয়েছি, বাট উপকূলের প্রেক্ষাপটে এটা কিন্তু একটু ভিন্ন। কেননা এই করোনার সময় অনেক স্কুল ছুট হয়েছে, হতে বাধ্য হয়েছে। আমরা দেখছি এটা কালাবতীর ছবি, আমরা দ্রুত যাই। জলদোষ নামে একটা সম্প্রদায় আমাদের উপকূলে আছে, এ প্রসঙ্গে আমরা সামনে কথা বলবো। আবার তোলা ছবিটা, নদী ভাঙনে তো সব হারিয়ে যায়। নদী ভাঙনের একটা সংকট আমাদের সারা উপকূল জুড়ে আছে। দুর্বল বেড়িবাঁধটা ভেঙে যাবে সেটা আমি জানি, সামান্য জোয়ারে, মোটামুটি জোয়ারের চাপে কিন্তু বেড়িবাঁধটা ভেঙে যাবে সেটা আমি জানি, কিন্তু তারপরে কেন আমি বেড়িবাঁধটা সংস্কার করছি না? আমরা যেটা দেখতে পাই সেটা হলো বেড়িবাঁধ ভেঙে যাওয়ার পরে সেই ছবি তুলে উপরে পাঠাতে হবে, তারপরে বরাদ্দ হবে, তারপরে কাজ শুরু। কিন্তু ভাঙার আগে কখনোই কাজ হবে। এগুলো আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলের অধিকাংশ জায়গা। এই যে মানে কাজ শুরু হলে শেষ হলো না, সরকার বদল হলো আর কাজ শেষ হলো না। এই যে দুর্যোগ প্রবণ এলাকায় একেবারে কুতুবদিয়া, কক্সবাজারের কুতুবদিয়ার ছবি, এটা কিভাবে মানুষ বসবাস করে? এটা ঘর নাকি আমরা বুঝতে পারছি না, অথচ ভিতরে মানুষ বসবাস করে, এবং তাকে কিভাবে প্রোটেকশন দিয়ে থাকতে হচ্ছে। এই যে বললাম নৌকায় বসবাস, এরা নৌকায় বসবাস করে, জন্ম মৃত্যু নৌকায়। এটা শাহপুরের দ্বীপের ছবি, কক্সবাজারের টেকনাফে শাহপুরের দ্বীপ এরকম বিপন্ন, এবং দ্বীপগুলো এভাবে হয়ে যাচ্ছে। এইটা আসলে ভাঙা করার খেলা, মানে গড়ছে যে এই যে লোক কিন্তু হেঁটে যাচ্ছে, এই জায়গাটা থেকেই আমি এই যে টলারে যাচ্ছি, যাবো আর কি প্রস্তুতি নিচ্ছি, ওই জায়গা থেকে আমাদের টলার ছাড়া। তার মানে ভাটার সময় ওইভাবে শুকায়, আর বর্ষাকালে বা এখানে এই অবস্থা। তো এইটা অনেক জায়গায় চর পড়ছে, আমাদের উপকূলের অনেক জায়গায় চর পড়ছে, এবং নোয়াখালীর একটা ঘাট থেকে আমি যাবো সন্দ্বীপের একটা ঘাটে, সেখানে যেতে হলে ওই জোয়ার ভাটা মেপে, পানি মেপে যেতে হয়। তো আমি একদিন এসে শুনলাম যে এইখানে ভাটার সময় শুকায়, তখন আমি বললাম যে কখন আসতে হবে, বললো যে সকাল 10টায়। তো আমি কিছু দূরে এক জায়গায় গিয়ে থাকলাম, পরের দিন সকালবেলা এসে আমি দেখলাম ঠিকই ওই ছবিটা পাই, ওই ছবিটা আমি তুললাম যে আসলে শুধু ভাঙে না, আমাদের উপকূল গড়ে। এটা হচ্ছে বেড়িবাঁধে এই মানুষগুলো ছিল, তাদেরকে সরিয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে, এখন এরা বাসমান অবস্থায়। এই যে রোয়ানুর পরে কুতুবদিয়ার ছবি, এই অবস্থা। এই যে আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে, দক্ষিণ পশ্চিম উপকূলে সুন্দরবন এলাকায় জ্বালানি সংকট কম, এবং সুন্দরবন থেকে যে পাতাগুলো, গাছের পাতাগুলো ভেসে আসে, সেই পাতাগুলো হয় এদের জ্বালানি, এবং অনেক নারীরা সুন্দরবনে কাজ করে। এবং পানি সংকট আমাদের পশ্চিম উপকূলে খুব ভয়াবহ, এবং এই দেখুন পলিথিনের মধ্যেও পানি সংরক্ষণ করে রাখতে হচ্ছে। এই যে পানি, নারীদের পানি সংগ্রহ একটা বড় কাজ, এবং দিনের অনেক সময় চলে যায় তাদের পানি সংগ্রহ করতে। মোটামুটি আমি শেষ করে এনেছি। স্মল কিছু কমিউনিটি আমাদের উপকূলে আছে, আরো অনেক আছে। এখানে আমি 6টা কে মেনশন করেছি। মুন্ডা এথনিক গ্রুপ, রাখাইন টাইগার উডো হচ্ছে সুন্দরবনে যারা যায়, বিভিন্ন কাজে যায় যে পুরুষরা, সেই পুরুষদেরকে বাগে নিয়ে যাওয়ার পরে ওই পুরুষের স্ত্রী বাঘ বিধবা বলে পরিচিত। এবং শুধু তাই না, এই নারী সমাজে অপয়া হিসেবে গণ্য হয়, মানে খুব খারাপ পরিণাম, মানে তোমার কারণে আসলে তোমার স্বামী মারা গেছে, তোমার স্বামীকে বাগে নিয়ে গেছে, এরকম একটা ব্যাপার হয়েছে। ফলে তার কোথাও জায়গা নেই। তো এই যে ছবিটা দেখা যাচ্ছে, ছবিটা এই মহিলার নাম হচ্ছে সোনামণি। সোনামণির 2 জন স্বামীকে বাগে নিয়ে গেছে। প্রথম স্বামীকে বাগে নেওয়ার পরে এলাকায় সে থাকতে পারতেছে না, সে বাবার বাড়ি চলে গেছে। এরপরে কিছুদিন পরে কিভাবে তার দেবরের সাথে আবার বিয়ে। তো ফলে সে আবার আসছে এখানে, এবং সেও ওই একই কাজে জীবিকা নির্বাহ করে। এখন তার 2 স্বামীকে বাগে নিয়ে গেছে। এখন সে ডাবল অপয়া এরকম একটা। এই যে মানতা কমিউনিটি বললাম, তারা মাছ ধরে। হানি কালেক্টর মানে সুন্দরবনে মধু আহরণকারী একটা গ্রুপ আছে। আর হচ্ছে জলদাস কমিউনিটি বাংলাদেশের উপকূলে অনেক, প্রায় 5 লক্ষাধিক মানুষ এখানে আছে। এবং তারা কিন্তু শুধু মাছ ধরে জীবিকা নির্বাহ, এবং তাদের কিন্তু সংকটটা অনেক বেশি। মাছ পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না, চর পড়ে যাচ্ছে, সরকারি বিধি নিষেধ আছে, অনেক ধরনের সংকট। এই যে ছবিগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে, সরকার এরকম উদ্যোগ নিচ্ছে। মানে যারা বাস্তুচ্যুত ডিসপ্লেস মানুষ, তাদের জন্য সরকার ঘর করছে। একটা হলো এরকম ঘর আছে, আর একটা হলো এরকম টিনের ঘর আছে, আর একটা হলো এরকম হাই রাইজ বিল্ডিং আছে কুতুব দিয়ে এরকম রিসেন্টলি করা হয়েছে, এখানে কিছু পরিবার উঠেছে। কিন্তু এগুলো নিয়ে অনেক ধরনের তর্ক বিতর্ক আছে, ঠিক কারা এখানে জায়গা পাচ্ছে, অথবা এই যে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে ঘরগুলো করা হয়, এই ঘরগুলো কোথায়? এই ঘরগুলো একটা দ্বীপ, মদনপুর চর। এই চরের এমন একটা জায়গায় ঘরগুলো করা হয়েছে, সেখানে মানে চরের যে রাজধানী প্রধান বাজার, সেই বাজার থেকে 3টা খাল বের হয়ে ওঠে। তার মানে তাকে আমি কোথায় দিলাম? তাকে কি বনবাসী দিলাম? তাকে কি আমি তার জীবনটাকে একটা কারাগারের মধ্যে বন্দী করে দিলাম? তার শিক্ষার ব্যবস্থা, তার উপার্জনের ব্যবস্থা, তার স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থা, কোনো কিছুই নেই। এরকম একটা সংকট। তো এটা ভালো উদ্যোগ, অসাধারণ উদ্যোগ। পৃথিবীর অন্যান্য দেশেও হয়তো এরকম উদ্যোগ আছে, কিন্তু বাংলাদেশে এই উদ্যোগটা ব্যাপকভাবে আছে। কিন্তু এখানে অনেক ধরনের প্রবলেম থাকাতে এটা আসলে ওইভাবে সফল নয়। তারপরও এত উদ্যোগের পরেও কিন্তু উপকূল থেকে ডিসপ্লেস মানুষদেরকে শহরে আসতে হচ্ছে। সরকারের বিভিন্ন ধরনের উদ্যোগ আছে। এখানে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে বিসিসিটি, বাংলাদেশ ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ ট্রাস্ট, এটা কিন্তু অনেক আগে তৈরি হয়েছে ট্রাস্ট ফান্ড। এটার মাধ্যমে বাংলাদেশ সরকার বিভিন্ন ধরনের বেড়িবাঁধ নির্মাণ পর্যন্ত অনেক কাজ করছে। এখানে নাপা তৈরি হয়েছে, এখানে রিসেন্টলি গত বছর তৈরি হয়েছে বাংলাদেশ ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ মুজিব ক্লাইমেট প্রসপারিটি প্ল্যান, এটা তৈরি হয়েছে গত বছর 21 সালে। সর্বশেষ যেটা হয়েছে সেটা হচ্ছে নাপা, মানে ন্যাশনাল এনার্জি প্ল্যান অ্যাকশন প্ল্যান। কিন্তু কথা হলো যে এইসব মানে প্ল্যান বাস্তবায়ন করার জন্য যে টাকা লাগবে, অর্থ লাগবে, সেই অর্থগুলো আসলে ঠিক সেভাবে জোগান পাওয়া যায় না। এখন এই পলিসির সুফল কিভাবে মানুষের কাছে যায়, সেটি আমাদের প্রত্যাশা। এখানে আমরা যে জিনিসটা লক্ষ্য করি, এখানে আমাদের মাঠের মানুষের যে কণ্ঠ, সেই কণ্ঠটা আমরা কেন্দ্রে আনতে পারি না। আমরা কোনো পলিসিতে, কোনো ধরনের ডকুমেন্ট তৈরির সময় মাঠের মানুষের গুরুত্ব খুব একটা দিই না। আমরা মিডিয়াগুলো ঠিক প্রান্তিকের খবর ওইভাবে কাভার করে না, তারা শুধুমাত্র পলিটিক্যাল খবরের দিকে বেশি নজর দেয়। মানে ঠিক মানুষটা স্বাভাবিক সময়ে অস্বাভাবিকভাবে জীবনযাপন করতেছে, এটা কোনো এটা আমি বাংলাদেশের অনেক শীর্ষস্থানীয় পত্রিকাতে কাজ করেছি, প্রথম আলো, কালের কণ্ঠ, সমকাল, মানব জমিন, সংবাদ, এইসব মিডিয়ার মতো মিডিয়াতে আমি কাজ করেছি। কিন্তু আমি দেখেছি যে আমি তখন থেকে ফাইট করি যে প্রান্তিকের মানুষের গল্পগুলো, যে আসলে এটা পড়ার লোক না, এটা মানুষের দরকার নেই, পাঠকের দরকার নেই। পাঠকের দরকার হলো, আমি বেশ কয়েক বছর ধরে পলিটিক্যাল বিট করেছি, পলিটিক্যাল স্টোরি করেছি। নিউজ এডিটর আমাকে খোঁজে লিড স্টোরি করার জন্য। লিড স্টোরির মধ্যে কি আছে না আছে খবর নাই, একটা গল্প লিখে দিলাম, ওটা লিড হয়ে গেল, ওটা আমিও জানি ওটা কিছু না। কিন্তু মাঠের মানুষের গুরুত্বটা আমরা যদি না দিতে পারি মিডিয়াতে বিভিন্ন ক্ষেত্রে, তাহলে আসলে আমরা এই সমস্যার সমাধান করতে পারবো না। আমাদেরকে সেই গুরুত্বগুলো দিতে হবে। আমি আর কিছু আমার সমাবেশের সিটিজেন ভয়েসটা, প্রান্তিক মানুষের ভয়েসটা আনতে হবে। নীতিমালা অনেক তৈরি করা হয়, কিন্তু এটার যথাযথ প্রয়োগ আমাদের দরকার। অভিযোজন পরিকল্পনা আমাদের ইয়ের মধ্যে আছে। এখানে আমার কয়েকটা স্টোরি জাস্ট দেখানো, এই স্টোরিগুলো আমি লিখেছি। এটা হলো আমার ডিটেল। আপনারা উপকূল নিয়ে যদি এই এতক্ষণ আলোচনার ভিতর দিয়ে কারো মনে কোনো আগ্রহ জাগে যে হ্যাঁ উপকূল নিয়ে আমি একটু পড়াশোনা করতে চাই বা জানতে চাই বা একটু তথ্য পেতে চাই, আপনারা আমাকে ইমেল করলে এই সেশনের পরেও, অথবা আমাকে যে কোনো প্রশ্ন আপনি উপকূলে যদি করতে চান এই ইমেলে করলে করতে পারবেন। আমি টুইটারে আছি, খুব বেশি অ্যাক্টিভ, লিঙ্কডইনেও আছি। তো সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ, আমার সময় শেষ।
Thank you so much. I had promised to summarize, but I am sure you can imagine it's impossible to summarize. And it was very much visible what the story was. And one of the things that was very striking was that how people's lives cycle around a disaster. And it's an excellent work, really commendable work that you have done. And I have seen so many write-ups. One of the way to reach out to the decision makers from the local level to global level is through media. And I think media plays a very, very important role. Yes, thank you very much. Our last speaker, Dr. Harish Hande, may I please welcome you? And you don't have a presentation. Okay, please. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very curious to know many of the students who are here. If I were you, I would be in the other tent where the music is. And I'm surprised. Are you getting extra credits for being here? Is that why you're here? Or your professor is standing outside to make sure nobody leaves? Is that why you're all here? Because I'll be surprised at the age that you are in that you're sitting here. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Yeah. Don't worry, tell my name and you can leave. Don't worry. You can tell my name and leave. So, no, to start with, Professor, you told that my biodata was small. That's because if I told my biodata, that's part of the climate injustice. And why it's injustice, I went to IIT Kharagpur to do my bachelor's because 300 million Indians did not write that exam. If they had written the IIT exam, I would not have gone it. Right? Because that's an exclusive, as 300 million people who speak Oriya, Garo don't write the exam. So then we pat on our back and say we went into IIT. My father was from Rourkela Steel Plant where he didn't have to pay the electricity bill. Went to IIT Kharagpur where I didn't have to pay much of the fees. Went to the US on a scholarship. That means I'm a product of subsidy standing in front of you. Right? It's injustice, right? I got many awards because I speak English. That's true. Tell me how many non-English speakers actually win awards. And who gets the money in our country? PowerPoint, Word and Excel. Non-English speakers have no chance. Can you even go and give a presentation in Assamese or give a presentation in Garo, in Warrior? Will you get money? No. There's nothing against English speaker. No, nothing against English speaker. But we have used it as a caste system. So, Peter, it's late in the evening, so. Yeah. So my question is, when we talk about injustice in our country is, you talk about climate resilience and you talk about the people who are suffering. Many ways we have not developed a simple technology. I mean, let's talk about blacksmith blower. A blacksmith. We haven't touched a blacksmith blower for centuries, right? We will, because for any engineering student in our country, right, to work on a blacksmith blower is not sexy enough to write on a resume. There go app banana which has hardly any life. Right? Blacksmith blower mein kaun mere ko job dega? Who will give me a job? Right? But have we done? Those are the innovations of blacksmith blower, silk reeling machines, sewing machines. How do you actually work on more efficient ED silk machines that can actually help the people to increase their livelihoods. Look at a Pani Puri vendor. When she goes down a hill, you have the cart and you have the stove, and she wants to balance both of them going down. We can talk about ChatGPT, but we have not been able to innovate a good cart that she can actually go down the hill. What are we talking about justice? Right? So I went to IIT Kharagpur. If you go to IIT Kharagpur, it's all written in the front of it, in the service of the nation. We asked which nation? Which nation, right? Exactly. The point is, justice is about simple empathy. Where are you able to create an empathy that I need to create solutions for the very poor of this country, who are 600 million people who are toiling, who do not have, like, how many of us have seen a poor man jogging? How many of us have ever heard from a poor man saying that I need a vacation? How many of them, of the poor people or the farmers, have said, I'm going to work from home? That's injustice. Right? We asked for 5-day weeks, Saturday, Sunday, because the poor have to work 7 days a week. That's injustice. Injustice is when the rainfall is happening or monsoons are not happening because we are able to burn any fossil fuel, leading to monsoon failures or the floods in Bangladesh or in Mozambique, is because we really don't care. None of us really care. If we care, don't you think 6 billion people don't have the power to solve it by now? Why are we not able to solve 6 billion people other than what are we doing as 6 billion people? Right? It's about, and I'm talking to the youngsters here, because 2030 is the last date of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, 7+ years. You all remember 2016. That was 7 years ago. 2030 will come tomorrow. So, sir, you told about the role of the citizens. I'll tell you, sir, a policeman had come to our office to give a speech. He had said that there was a motorcycle guy who crossed the red light, and he caught him and said, didn't you see the red light? Sir, I saw the red light, but I didn't see you. So where is our responsibility of doing something? Why do we all wear helmets? Not because we'll get killed, because the police will catch us. Seat belts, not because. Where is our, when sir said the waste, who threw the waste in the first place, boss? Who created that waste? And then we blame Guwahati or this one or the Bangalore Municipal Corporation not cleaning up because we created that waste. Where is our sense of responsibility? I want to ask each one of you, when you throw the waste, do you ever question where does that waste go? All the waste that you see outside is your waste. Nobody else is going to come and clean it up. It's our responsibility of taking that justice in our hands, especially to the youngsters. Don't talk about any other excuses that somebody else is going to wear. My parents don't help me. The government is out. There's corruption here. That's all bull. You can add the last part. The question is, what is injustice? We have 600 million people today. Whom did we saw? We all enjoyed during COVID, no work from home. But what did we see in the newspapers? All the poor going back. Did one of us feel? We all felt कि बस एक check लिख दिया बंद हो गया. But are we created a solution in 2023 for the crisis that happened in 2021? Tell me one new solution have we come up that the migrants don't have to go? Why should the people from Manipur or Lower Assam have to actually come to Bangalore at all to be a guard in front of it? So when I asked a guard what did he do, he said I was a rice breeder in Jorhat, right? 7 generations of rice breeder. Said क्यों नहीं सर monsoons ठीक से नहीं हो रहा था तो मैं job के लिए आया. What has India lost? If he had a LinkedIn profile, he was a rice breeding expert. If I had converted his resume in English into LinkedIn profile, he would have been a rice breeding expert. So now India has lost a rice breeding expert. Imagine the number of unskilling we are actually doing by getting the people from rural areas of Assam and Odisha into the slums of Bangalore. That's injustice. That is because we are not taking the responsibilities, who are able to do that responsibility of creating technologies, financial innovations, business modeling, and risk monies for the poor to innovate and create the solutions. Because today what happens is we all create solutions and then try to fit a problem to it. Let the people who have the problems create the solutions for themselves. Convert all the ITIs into our, not IITs. IITs have contributed nothing to this country. Sorry, madam. Tell me one IIT that has contributed to one solution that has helped this rural country. My batchmate has come after many years of meeting here. IIT Kharagpur is as you know, is very famous for used to be the longest platform in the world. 5 kilometers outside of IIT Kharagpur, people had no electricity. What has the IIT done for 50 years? All go abroad on the taxpayers' money that we paid here. And who are the people who have funded us to go to IIT? It's the poor people who have bought salt and sugar, and the sales tax has actually funded our fees. So our stakeholders are the poor of this country. And we can go abroad and say, I'm the head of Google, right? That's injustice. The injustice is, have we created solutions? And to answer, this is the country to create those solutions. What you can do in Manipur, Upper Assam, Lower Mizoram can be replicated in Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Brazil, and in Indonesia. We are the microcosm of world's problems. That means we are an opportunity of world's solutions. India is a paradox of an underdeveloped and an overdeveloped country. Our human development index in rural Odisha is lower than in Sudan, but the solutions that we do in Odisha can be highly replicable in Tanzania. We can do the solutions, get those solutions. If the puff making rice has to be done in a climate resilient manner, we do have the technology, we have the banking systems like the NABARD and the rural development banks, we have the financing with the markets, showcase that the Indonesian or the Ethiopian puff make rice makers can actually replicate that solution. And we become the superpower of solutions. We don't want to be a superpower of military. We want to be a superpower of solutions, where a Brazilian kid says, can I go to India, get a solution that my country, Brazil, can become climate resilient? That's justice. And we can do. And many of you, and hopefully, because you don't have much responsibilities, as soon as you graduate from here, take the unreserved train from Calcutta to Delhi, Delhi to Dhanbad, Delhi to Calcutta. Know what this country is. Then whatever you've learned here, let that degree be not important, but what you've learned, create the tools that how can I contribute to the next growth of India, that the poor of this country can actually come up out of poverty in a manner that is sustainable and will actually give solutions to rest of the world of sustainability can happen. The solutions that you can actually do in the slums of Bangalore or Delhi can actually be replicated in the poorer parts of New York. Why can't we think that way? The solutions exist. That's justice. Let's not wait for somebody else to solve, and we can keep giving presentations of what the problems are, but it's high time. If you want to protest, protest with the solution on the ground. That we have done it 150 times, let's now replicate it. It's very easy to blame the government. But if the government turns around and tells you, an IS officer turns around and tells you, give me a solution, I will implement, we are all afraid of doing it. Because we all want Gandhi to be born in neighbor's house, you yourselves don't want to be the Gandhi, right? That's injustice. Truly, do you want climate justice? The solutions that is needed for Bodoland is enough of students in this room. You don't need more students to actually solve the Bodoland problem in the next 5 years. If 5 solutions are created by 50 people, Bodoland needs 200 solutions to solve the poverty of Bodoland in the next 3 to 5 years. We have more than 50 people here to come up with 250 solutions. That's justice. And that is where I would like each of you youngsters actually stop, in a sense that taking your degrees seriously. Don't take your degrees seriously. Degrees don't matter, boss. You know, I got a PhD because I was so confused, I didn't know what to do, and a PhD मिल गया. इसलिए कोई जाके कोई बोलता है कि मैं डॉक्टर हूँ, मेरे को पता है वो भी 5 साल वेस्ट किया. The question is, boss, you have an opportunity in a country like this to become that change maker that the rest of the world actually needs. For anything, please, Mehmet, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and hope they can change over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was worried that man of subsidy will take away my job by closing down all the IITs. So we were thinking of opening it up for a round of discussion. I am not sure if you are still up for it. If there is any question, if there is any burning question you want them to respond to, very quickly, 1 or 2, you can raise your hand and we'll take that question, or otherwise we'll close the session. Okay, please, yeah.
There might be other.
Sure, no problem.
So we can start.
You just raise your hand if there is any question.
If there are any questions, please raise your hand. They all want to go because of you. They are sitting.
And now he is forcing them to ask questions also.
So,
yeah, please.
private justice.
Well, I thank the host of speakers. All of you spoke very well and addressed the questions that we are trying to solve, the problems that we are trying to solve. I have 2 questions to Mr. Sir and to Mohammed Rafiqul Islam. Now, the first question will go to Mr. You have stated in your presentation that there is lack of coordination among the departments in tackling or solving the problems of pollution. There is also a lack of awareness that we see among the citizens. And where Dr. Hande has also pointed out that we do not take the responsibility on ourselves and instead we keep on blaming the government, which should not be the case. But again, we do not wear the helmets because of the risk involved in it. If you don't wear, we wear it because of the fear of the government that we will be fined. So do you think that there is some apathy on the part of the government as well in policy implementation or enforcing the laws? Like, these days nobody dares to drive without a license because the stakes are very high. If you are caught without a driving license, or pollution, your challan will be like 10,000. So people are scared of that. So do you think there is some kind of apathy on the part of the government, and to some extent corruption is also linked to that in enforcing that? And that's why things are not working at the ground level. And my second question is to Mohammed Rafiqul Islam. Yes, sir?
Let me finish first.
Okay, all right, sir.
Apathy is not the word that I would like to use for what is the current state of affairs. Basically, we don't have SOPs. We need more number of standard operating procedures. Like today, we have said that if you have a crisis like AQI going high, too much of dust, suspended particulate matter, in that case, immediately construction should be stopped. Immediately, you can go like Delhi, odd number, even number cars. Immediately, public transport will be split up. 100 buses, electric vehicles that government have purchased to be put in the street, and all the diesel buses to be kept aside. Hill cutting should be stopped. Labor should be asked not to work on those places where too much of dust is there. So these are the SOPs that will be given. Policy is okay. Policy making is not a problem nowadays with us. Policies are in place. If some government has not created policy, then government of India has given MOEFCC, our overarching ministry, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have given the policies. So at policy level, everything looks very fine. Right? India being the first country in the world, after 72 Stockholm Summit, 74, the 28th of March, no country in the world has put any law, any act. We have the Water Act. So everything is fine in our country, in India, as well as Assam. But as you said, there is some sort of lack of coordination, which I also mentioned here. I said 7 departments are responsible for Guwahati's air quality. Record is in print. Guwahati Plus magazine, already brought out 2 days back one issue on full page of my opinion. I told very clearly that I'm sorry to say all these departments should have been together to tackle this problem, but we're not doing it. Okay, so now is the time when, after repeatedly feeling this, going through this crisis, we have now come to a point where at least some SOPs are going to be there. Within a very few days, Professor Vishwas, I can tell you will hear that Chief Minister Assam has announced an SOP for standard air quality and other things like that. So these are being made now, already prepared now. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Rafiq Mandu.
Yeah, my question, there's an activist in Assam. I'm not sure if you have heard about him. His name is Sanjay Hazarika. আসামের একজন লেখক আছে, ওনার নাম সঞ্জয় হাজারিকা। উনি অ্যাক্টিভিস্ট হন আর উনি সাংবাদিকতাও করেন। হ্যাঁ, তো উনি দুখানা বই লিখেছে, স্ট্রেঞ্জার্স অফ দ্য মিস্ট, অনেকগুলো বই লিখেছে। দুখানার কথা আমি বলছি আপনাকে, স্ট্রেঞ্জার্স অফ দ্য মিস্ট, রাইটস অফ প্যাসেজ। এই বইগুলোতে উনি বাংলাদেশের সমস্যার কথাও লিখেছেন, and how population explosion is also in some way related to all these problems. আর প্রত্যেক বছর কতখানি ওখানে ফ্লাডের জন্য people lose the agricultural land, and as a result they come into the neighboring countries. তো আপনার যেটা টক ছিল, যেখানে আপনি সমস্যাগুলো দেখিয়েছেন, I would like আপনার থেকে আমি জানতে চাইবো যে কিভাবে ওটাকে আপনি অ্যাকশন এন্ড জাস্টিসের সঙ্গে রিলেট করছেন, আর কিভাবে বাংলাদেশের সমস্যাটা নেইবারিং কান্ট্রিজ ইন্ডিয়ার মতন জায়গাতেও এফেক্ট করছে। So what is its effects on India, and how do you relate your talk to justice and action? এই দুটো জিনিস আমরা আজকে জানতে চাইবো।
আসলে মিডিয়ার যে কাজ, সেটা তো অ্যাকশনেরই কাজ। আসলে আমরা যে কাজগুলো করি, মাঠ থেকে তুলে নিয়ে এসে আমরা জানাচ্ছি যে আসলে এই সমস্যা এবং এটার সমাধান এভাবে করা হচ্ছে, মানে এভাবে। আর বাংলাদেশ ইন্ডিয়ার অনেক সমস্যা, যেমন গত বছর ফ্লাড হলো, আমার স্টোরি ডাউন টু আর্থে গেছে, একাধিক স্টোরি গভর্নমেন্ট একাধিক স্টোরি পাবলিশ হয়েছে। এগুলোর সঙ্গে স্টোরিগুলোর সঙ্গে বাংলাদেশ ইন্ডিয়া রিলেট করা আছে। আবার ফ্রন্টলাইনে একটা স্টোরি যাচ্ছে সামনের সপ্তাহে, এই সপ্তাহে যাচ্ছে, সেখানেও কিন্তু বাংলাদেশি যে বললাম যে বাংলাদেশ থেকে সাইক্লোনের ফলে বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছে মানুষ, এই গল্পগুলো কিন্তু সেখানে আছে। আবার আমফান নিয়ে আমফান নিয়ে যে স্টোরিগুলো করা হয়েছে, সেখানেও কিন্তু এই যে দুই দেশের একটা ব্যাপার, কেননা বাংলাদেশ থেকে কোনো স্টোরি ইন্ডিয়ার কোনো পত্রিকায় পাবলিশ হলে সেখানে ওরা আসলে দুই দেশের স্বার্থটা দেয়, মানে আসলে ওটার সঙ্গে ইন্ডিয়া কিভাবে রিলেট করে সেভাবে তারা করে। তো আমি মনে করি এটাই যে আমাদের, মানে শুধু আমি না, সাংবাদিকরা যে কাজগুলো বিভিন্নভাবে ছড়িয়ে করতে পারে, এই কাজগুলো আসলে অ্যাকশনের কাজ। এবং এই যে আমি আমার লড়াইটা, এই লড়াইটা কেন? এই লড়াইটা হচ্ছে একজন হালিমা বেগমের সমস্যা সমাধানের জন্য। তো আমি তার গল্পটা তুলে আনছি, তার সমস্যা সমাধানের জন্য যারা সমাধান করবে তাদের সামনে তুলে। এখন কথা হলো, সরকারের পলিসি লেভেল থেকে যদি এই ব্যাপারগুলো এজেন্ট অ্যাড্রেস করা না হয়, এই বিষয়গুলো নজরে দেওয়া না হয়, তাহলে তো সমস্যা সমাধান হবে, তাহলে আমার অ্যাকশনটা ফেল করবে। তো সে কারণে আমি মনে করি মিডিয়ার সঙ্গে রিসার্চার কিংবা পলিসি লেভেলে যারা আছে তাদের একটা সেতু বন্ধন দরকার, একটা সংযোগ দরকার, সমন্বয় দরকার। ধন্যবাদ।
Okay, so I think there is no more question. Is there any more question? Because I think this panelists are also a little bit tired. So I think we can close the session. But before we do so, I would like to thank all of you for a very, very interesting and informative session. And I'm sure most of the students who attended this session have benefited understanding climate justice from different scales and different levels. So with that, another round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you very much. Okay, a group photograph.
All the students please come. Suena.
अल्ट्रा वाइड भी काम नहीं करेगा आदमी अल्ट्रा वाइड को काम नहीं दी बोल सब हो जाता है उसी लो अल्ट्रा वाइड को कम दिया नहीं इससे बड़ सुनो मत You want to go? Good. Sir. Nobody is smiling. What's the problem?
March. Thank you.
You're Maria sir. Slow is. What I do? Khatam disha. Ab koila.